able to skip it. This is not a usable game. And the way that they bully creators.
To be clear as well with that, because I think there's been some misunderstanding. It is playable. It's just horrible to play.
Which one? Yeah.
You can play it.
Yeah, but I won't.
Yeah.
It's a complete waste of time. Like, even my kids just want to play mini games. They don't like the board game version because there is so much sitting around. If you haven't played it, I don't want to hear your opinion on it because you don't know. Play it once, okay? Note how much tutorial and instructions at the Grand Prix. They show the leaderboard, the entire leaderboard, with all the final scores, and then they have this just infuriatingly long, I don't know if it's skippable, but it's just this stupidly long animation with a suspenseful third, second. We know who won! You already showed me! Why? If it's skippable, it's fine.
I'm not even sure.
If little kids want to sit and use the suspense they missed the flashed up updated scores, I understand these games are for kids, I get it. But it's not make them usable for anyone else. But I like
It doesn't quite.
I like to play the games though.
I don't know.
Can you take a stand here?
I would do it to where's this line? There's some other companies
You're just so consistent about it. They just consistently lead us and will not pass on an opportunity to find us. Okay, hold on. Export to on floatplane says that's for bragging rights and to rub it into whoever lost. Fair enough, but mechanics to allow bragging rights while also making things skippable have existed since the SNES days.
Rocket League.
You allow the winner to control if it's skippable. Easy.
Rocket League makes it so that everyone has to skip, but it shows in the corner who hasn't skipped yet. So you can
Shame people.
Yeah.
Okay. We should do a couple more merch messages. Because I'm sure there's a whack of them.
Yeah, that's a good one here. Linus, as a proponent of Octane, is the boost it gives worth the price for daily drive?
No.
No? Oh, do we still use them in the Epidemics, by the way?
I think so.
We should take a run then.
Well, my big thing with Octane is that I wanted the lowest possible latency in the editing rigs across the board, because we had observed in the past that when there would be access latency spikes to the main video editing server, Premiere would crash. And that was on a very old version of Wanix server, which is our main editing server. And so my rationale, not that I had any sort of reasonable proof for it, was that the lower we could keep overall system latency, probably the better stability would be in Premiere. And because we don't need high capacity storage in those systems, the cost to go Octane was actually negligible, because we would just put a low capacity Octane thing in instead of like a moderate capacity high quality SSD, because you won't be able to get a high quality normal SSD in anything but sort of a reasonable capacity anyway. Only the like really cheap stuff is available with super low cap, so the price difference was actually pretty negligible.
It's an Octane like that.
Yep. I'll miss it.
Got another one here from Robert. Second time buyer, love the screwdriver. Have any of you ever felt pressure as a public person to speak up on political things? Not getting upset.
Oh, totally. Yeah.
You've literally, it doesn't actually depend how you apply the word pressure, because yes, but we've had big Reddit threads about how we didn't speak on something or other
Yeah. The worst is when you do talk about something. You know, the second that I, for example, condemned Russia's invasion of Ukraine, immediately my entire timeline is lit up with, why aren't you condemning these other things? What, do you think this is okay? Well, no, that's not. I didn't say I thought that was okay.
No, because I said I like waffles, it does not mean that I hate pancakes.
Yeah, what I said is Russian warship, go fuck yourself. That's all. Yeah, mate.
Sure, I got another one here from David. Linus, if given the option, would you ever be in a movie? There's a book soon to be called Project Hail Mary. You should read it. While reading it, I pictured you as the character Steve Hatch. Look him up.
Okay. I mean, maybe enough time has passed. Hi.
Hey.
Oh, that. Yeah. Okay. Yes. That's what I'm going to talk about.
Okay.
Maybe enough time has passed that this is clearly like not happening.
Yeah, is that the answer?
I don't know.
Are we okay? Should you do this?
I think as long as we don't name any names or reveal any plot details, I think we can probably talk about it at this point.
It seems fine.
Okay, I did act in a movie. It was like, hold on, I'm gonna look it up because I'm probably gonna get the date wrong. Luke actually helped out a lot with it because some key parts of the plot were highly technical and or related to hacking, and we were told that it was kind of important to them that the details of, because it was kind of a central plot point, we were told that the details of it were important. They wanted it to, you know, obviously, the suspension of disbelief, right? But they wanted it to not be completely f***ing stupid, you know? So Luke and I actually spent many hours, thank you, Luke.
And not all of it got approved, and if this thing comes out, there's going to be like...
If it comes out, it's going to be brain dead stupid, I'll say that. I will say that, because Luke and I went through a version, made sure that everything kind of made sense, and then from my understanding, and I could be wrong, it could actually end up being really good, but from my understanding, so many significant things changed after Luke and I kind of went, okay, we've nailed down all your technical stuff, it actually kind of makes sense. By the way, you need to like fundamentally change some stuff because that is shockingly dumb.
There was some like actually like really bad.
I was CC'd with the scriptwriter not realizing it when I like like any 8th grader should know that is f***ing stupid. I didn't go quite that hard, but that was my tone. Anywho, so Luke and I made a bunch of changes, and we're like, okay, it actually is kind of coherent now.
I thought our changes were pretty good, actually.
Yeah, it was like the people going to be asking for the Luke and Linus cut at some point. I think. The version that I looked at after those changes were made, that pretty much undid a lot of the changes and took a third path in many other ways, was kind of bad.
Yeah.
Pretty dumb.
Yeah, he sent it to me and he was like, well...
I'm sure glad we spent many hours making this not stupid.
Yeah.
At some point, I had asked about... okay, at some point there was a discussion around me being credited as like a technical advisor for like the stuff, and I was like, yeah, it should be both of us, but I think that would be super cool. And after we got the like final version, I was like, hey, not only am I chill with you guys not putting me in the credits, but I would actually prefer to not.
Please don't.
Yeah, do not credit me with this because this is no longer even remotely intelligible as far as the tech side goes.
It was kind of fun to do. It's just disappointing that they didn't.
Yeah, it was a fun process, and like honestly, what it turned into was Luke and I just like growing out and talking about tech, because it was like, oh, what about the feasibility of this? And like, oh, this scene makes absolutely no sense for this character. How about we not have that happen because it also makes no sense in any way?
Yeah.
And we like essentially rewrote a lot of the movie.
Yeah.
So we just like hung out. The only difference was we didn't have a camera pointed at us. So it's like fine. I'm not even mad. And like it's not, I wasn't being, neither of us was being paid for it. I didn't offer to pay you, did I? Because I wasn't being paid for it.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Yes.
I don't know. If it was really small.
Yeah, we ended up just like hanging out.
Yeah. It was mostly because we were like interested.
Yeah, so okay, here's the latest update I have on it. In September of 2021, I emailed someone and basically said, hey, just wanted to see if anything came of the redacted movie. My email is just checking in, is it dead? Seems dead. And I got a reply, actually quite a bit, shortly after that. Yeah, shortly after that, not dead. Still in post-production. And I said, oh, cool. All right, any idea when it's coming? And then I heard back, nada. It will be up to the studio. That was over a year ago. When it was actually shot was, here's my call sheet from November of 2020. Yeah. So it was shot 2 years ago. A year ago, I was told it was still in post-production, and I haven't heard anything since then. I haven't followed it up since a year ago. Maybe I should.
So like maybe it is still a thing. And some people are making comments. Someone said that there were so many complaints about packing scenes in movies being bad that a bunch of scriptwriters started trying to make them intentionally bad, stuff like that. That would explain a few movies that I've seen. We didn't try to make it like hyper realistic, to be clear.
Yeah.
There was parts that were just like, if you were watching it and you found electronics remotely interesting, you would have been like, what is even happening? Yeah. So we tried to like fix that. So like things actually made like some amount of sense. That was more the goal. We also tried to make it like kind of fun. So we added some things that would just be like entertaining.
Yeah. Yeah, so anyway, I don't know, maybe it'll show up at some point. I will not be telling you guys anything about, like, I've signed an NDA, I'm obviously going to respect it. I'm not going to tell you guys anything about anyone who was involved in it. Like, and I can tell you guys, there's no way that you're going to get it right if you tried to take anything that we talked about today and figure out what exactly we're talking about. There's no way. There's just no way. So if it comes out, I'm pretty sure my appearance is classified as a cameo, so I'm not even going to be in the credits or anything. I'll just like be there. You'll be like, what? But you probably won't watch the movie anyway, so you probably won't see me, and you probably won't be like, what? But yeah. So I was. It was fun. It was interesting. It was cool. I would totally be down to do something like that again. Like I said, it was for like no pay at all. I just didn't care. I have a job. I don't need to make money acting, and like I'm not a good actor, so obviously, you know, not going to expect to be paid to be an actor. But it was definitely fun. It was fun. It was not a porno. Can confirm, not a porno. Nobody needs that. On that subject, actually, Markiplier
what a transition.
Released his OnlyFans.
Let's go.
For charity?
For charity, right? Yeah, okay. What charity is it?
Are we doing this? Are we signing up for Markiplier's OnlyFans live on the show?
I'm not gonna lie, I did just Google Markiplier OnlyFans. Yeah, there it is.
Gonna get the real-time blur going here. Okay, alright.
All proceeds will be donated to the Cincinnati Children's Hospital, in brackets, my hometown, and the World Food Program. All proceeds.
Wow.
That's one way to, you know, drop it out.
Yes. I mean, whip it out.
Whip it out,
Do
sure.
something out.
Yeah. Clonk it on the table.
Be aware that this is real and I am really me. Simply read this in my voice. Okay. Yep. This is a thing. There's one post and 3 media.
One post.
There are 28,000 likes.
On the one post.
Which indicates to me that there are at least 28,000 people who signed up for this, because you can't like it if you
can
don't.
subscribe for free.
Okay.
So how does that work? You have to buy the media?
I don't know. I have to confess, I have only used OnlyFans as a meme, as a creator, and for a meme. I don't actually know too much about how it works. Does someone in the floatplane chat want to like out themselves and explain how that would work? Because somehow the money has to go to charity, right? But subscription is for free. So subscribe to see users post. Would you have to pay for the media things? I don't know.
And you get the post for free?
Apparently there's no nudes. It's only tasteful.
Okay, so what does that mean?
Yeah, what does that even mean?
We were wondering about this before the show. Is it like...
I think nudes can be tasteful. And I think
except...
non-nudes can be untasteful.
The dawn? Or is it like... Is it different for women?
We could consult Yuffie.
Yes, you buy the post.
Everything but the taint and balls. Oh, sorry, balls and taint.
Balls and taint.
This is a reference to a previous band show. I would not.
Yeah, you didn't cover those up, but that's fine.
And then it's tasteful.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know, but I mean, if you're into that, if you want to see Markiplier in that way, you can subscribe. You can buy.
I don't know that I need to. Like, I could end up meeting him at some point, and I just don't need to have seen him naked.
I have met him. I actually like this story because it's so uninteresting, but I'm going to say it anyways. I was going to PAX. I was doing my normal PAX thing where I'm hanging out with my friends that I've gone to PAX with for a million years, and we went to that Starbucks. I don't drink coffee, but some of the other people I was with wanted some coffee in the morning.
Covered here. A tasteful nude photograph is one that is artistic or aesthetic in nature and does not depict explicit sexual activity or genitalia.
Okay.
It is a photo that celebrates the human body in a respectful and non-objectifying way. So no dongs, no tacos, but buttocks and breasts probably are okay.
So that's the one that I'm wondering about.
Yeah, but I think it would have to be without the... So I would say cheeks are fine, but... Starfish, not so much.
Right.
Yeah.
But the top. That's why I'm saying it's different from women.
That's not genitals. That's still considered a secondary sex.
So that's tasteful.
Look, I am not.
So if
I'm not the one defining it here.
So if Lady Player in one of these, she could become.
The definition of a tasteful nude photograph would not change based on the gender of the person depicted in the photo. It is important to note, however, that different cultural and societal norms may affect how a nude photograph is perceived, and the same photograph may be considered tasteful in one context and not in another. Ultimately, it is a matter of personal judgment and individual interpretation. Thank you, chatbot.
Because there's a lot of those. There's different movement, like all this other kind of stuff. But yeah, if you want to support Cincinnati Children's Hospital and program and state of press.
Yeah. I mean, it's sexy.
The photo that you can't see on is genuine.
The champagne bottle.
The champagne bottle.
Yep.
That is tasteful. I would say that is tasteful.
It's aesthetic.
Yeah.
So, all right.
Yeah.
Okay. What else do we want to talk about next?
Did we talk about the...
Oh wait, we were supposed to do some merch messages. Okay, hit us, Dan.
Yeah, that's exactly what this is. This is from Maximilian. Of the backpack and screwdriver, Linus has your take on innovation in VR headset space on back thereof. It feels like nothing has happened since the index, not counting the equipment
call what Meta's been doing incremental. I mean, you gotta understand a lot of what's being done is on the software side. I think as hardware enthusiasts, we can tend to be dismissive of software innovations, and you could look at like the GPU space and kind of go, oh, there's like nothing happening. We only get new GPUs like every 3 years now. This is ridiculous. But on the software side, there's a lot happening to enhance our gaming experiences, and I think we've just got to learn to be, even if it's not as fun, not as exciting, we've got to learn to be a little more open-minded. I mean,
I would also argue that the newest update, while expensive, is a nice jump for people that wanted to jump the hardware.
Oh, you mean the Quest 2 Pro?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
the how slim it is, like the weight drop, a few of it, like those are not the easiest things to accomplish.
I don't know that the complete package is really my cup of tea. I'd rather have something more like an Index 2.
Oh yeah, I'm just saying there is innovation happening. I'm not necessarily saying it's the exact stuff that I would want. I would also argue that if there is a company throwing, as far as I can tell, infinite amounts of blank checks at a project, it might not seem the most worth investing in as a competitor, while they seem to be burning to the bottom. Might as well let them do all your research for you. It's a lot easier to reverse engineer than to originally engineer. So I think competitors right now, if anything, are probably just sitting and waiting and going like, yep, keep doing it, and then we'll do similar things later.
Yeah.
Because like it doesn't look like I mean, look at Facebook's or Meta, whatever. Look at Meta's financials right now. This doesn't look like the most exciting thing to jump into.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I think we're going to continue with the VR lane. We got one for you from Jerry. Hi Linus, have you looked into base stationless full body tracking like Slime VR or Heritora X? Even though ideally my Index is a lot of fun with my Quest to play VR chat, my whole house is a play space with my slimes I made. Ever heard of these?
Slime VR full body tracker. No, I can't say that I'm familiar with this. They raised $1 million. I just like completely missed this evidently. Oh, okay. So they're just trackers that the inside out tracking on the Quest can see.
Oh, that's clever. That's interesting.
Yeah, that's super cool. Yeah, no, I'm sorry, I can't say I've seen that before.
No.
Yeah, that's cool. As someone who doesn't really do chat VR, the concept of being in a state where I have nothing else to do that I must do, such that I can just sit and talk with someone, is like foreign to me at this point. Like honestly, I wouldn't actually. I've had a lot of people ask me, like, do you want your kids to like run the company, or like, are you grooming them to be YouTubers or whatever else? And that's it. You're going like, I don't regret any of my choices. I don't really believe in that, or at least I try not to. But I don't know that it's the best either. Like I wish I could just.
There's a lot of stress involved with talking on the social ladder.
Just talk, just hang out. Like hanging out is not really something that I get to do very often.
Work ending when you go home is a completely foreign concept for both of us.
Yeah.
It has been for a decade. Yeah, there's definitely downsides to it. Especially around here, like, trades are cool. You can find immediate work. It ends when you go home. Like the demand for people in trades right now is wild, absolutely wild.
If you're any good,
not even if you're good.
If you show up, and you say you're going to be there, you will find work. I promise you.
Yeah, I know people that would employ you. Yeah, seriously, I'm not exaggerating. I don't know. Solid job security because there's way too much to work on. Immediate employment out of school, a lot of places that will employ you as an apprentice and pay for or partially subsidize your education. Good pay right out of school.
It's also, it can also be kind of a downer for me. Like if what I'm actually after is just like casually interacting with people, being a public figure and showing up somewhere like VR chat, what are the odds that I'm just going to get to be anonymous? And
I mean, that happened in Star Citizen, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so like, that's a thing.
I love that Star Citizen is like the metaverse, but before the metaverse was coined. It's just a star-themed metaverse. It's a metaverse branding. It's just ridiculous.
I hate Meta as a company name. It's so annoying. I'm sure it'll happen eventually, but I don't see myself not calling it Facebook, Meta. it's like a much longer name now.
Okay, I've got another one here from Lori.
Lori.
Do you have any ideas on how to collect community suggestions for products to review in the labs? Like voting, but somehow normalizing by product type popularity?
We could do like a submission system for the site or something.
The goal for labs is to not need suggestions.
Yeah.
The goal for labs is to test everything.
Do everything.
Yeah, I mean, once we get kind of caught up, the idea is that we could occasionally go back and test very consequential older products, just in case people are using them and want a comparison point for some new thing that they're considering. But the idea really would be to test every damn keyboard, like every one that comes out, so that whatever it is you're looking for, it would already be on the site. That's the goal. All right, why don't we find another topic to jump into?
Okay.
Young man crashes the Game Awards, rants about Bill Clinton,
We can talk about
gets
that.
arrested. Neither of us have seen the video, so should we watch it?
I've seen the video.
Oh, I thought you had?
I didn't watch the Game Awards, but I didn't understand what the heck people were talking about, so I watched the like 20-second clip or whatever it is. That's far more enjoyment than I got out of it. I just like didn't really care.
The complete and utter confusion of the people around him is what I'm enjoying.
That was probably more funny. The internet loved this. I was like surprised that it was able to happen. But that's about it. Valve was giving away a 512 gig Steam Deck every minute during the Game Awards, which is crazy.
It's pretty cool. It means, I guess, they are doing okay in terms of catching up on their production.
Yeah. Elden Ring won Game of the Year, which is I thought that was
surprising.
pretty expected. I don't know if I've ever watched. It's not that it's a bad thing. I just don't watch any award shows, like at all.
Yeah, I can't say that I'm that interested in awards shows. I feel like a lot of the experience can be had by skimming through the summary article the next day.
Yeah. I'm not against the concept. I'm just not. It's probably just a person. Apparently, he was potentially arrested. Paul Tassi from Forbes got in touch with him. He couldn't talk about being arrested. He says Bill Clinton is his hero. I think he didn't know who better to dedicate the award to, so he's still leaving, I guess. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah.
All right, let's move on.
Apparently, the kid has pulled a couple other stunts previously. I didn't know this part. He shouted Free Hong Kong at a World of Warcraft panel in 2019. Also in 2019, he held up a sign at the Clippers game about Hong Kong after pretending it was a sign for the team.
All right. Austin, Mr. Krabs asked, "Hey Linus, can you quickly touch on the decision behind stopping the They're Just Movies podcast?" I gotta say, it was a bit of a shocker for me and a frustrating one. I've talked, I feel like, a lot about people assuming the worst of me lately, and this was.
So why did you shove the dagger in the back of their displays?
Yeah, this was yet another situation like that was really frustrating for me. Like, I understand I'm sort of the front man here, and not every decision that I make is, you know, necessarily understandable to everyone. or right. I don't always get it right, but for people to assume some kind of malice or some kind of evil or whatever else when we're making a business decision and doing something, it just feels so unfair. Like, sure, by all means, ask. Austin Mr. Krabs is doing it right. Ask me. I'm not actually that difficult to get in touch with. But why would you assume, for example, that, you know, man, I've read some super frustrating stuff. Like, you know, what is up with Linus not being able to give some of his employees, you know, a little bit of time, you know, 3 man-hours a week to record this passion project? Why is it always all about money with him? And I'm kind of sitting here going, well, okay, there's so much wrong with this. It's not 1 hour each, but you think it's edited, right? So they actually do record for longer than that. They have to edit it. Okay, so you're wrong about the time commitment. It's a lot more than you think. B, I wasn't even the one who brought it up. Like, the discontinuation of the They're Just Movies podcast was not a Linus initiative. So you're just making assumptions. There are business reasons why it probably doesn't make sense to continue. I can tell you it's not profitable. But that is not the reason that it was ultimately shelved.
If that was the reason, it would have been killed a long time ago.
Yeah. It was a team decision, and it's one that I don't know if the team behind the podcast is going to talk about how everyone feels about it individually, but ultimately it was a team decision that was made, and we're not able to move forward with it. That doesn't necessarily mean that I'm evil. It just means that for Linus Media Group Incorporated, it doesn't make sense to continue that project. Come on, guys. Ugh. Yeah, evil Linus shoots down small podcast. Exactly. Blaze Henry 1 says, Linus, you're taking random criticism on the internet way too personally. My personal critique of you on the internet. Yeah, the thing is that it is personal, right? It is personal. It's this personal attack that is just based on an assumption rather than being based on something that I've actually done. And a lot of the time flies in the face of every public action that I've ever taken before and since. So it's just, yeah, very, very, very, very frustrating.
We've taken a lot of criticism over the years. Sometimes it's super founded, sometimes it's not.
Oh, sometimes it's very valid.
And it's...
Make me a better person or make us a better company.
Which does happen.
It happens a lot. Your feedback is valuable.
Some people have abused this, but all the WAN shows or anything else that I'm in, I load all the comments, which sometimes takes a while, and then I control F for my name every time. Because I want to know. There's good stuff, which is nice, but there's also negative stuff, and sometimes the negative stuff is very legit. I should act on that, and I try to. And sometimes it's not legit, and it's really frustrating.
Yeah.
And that's just, I don't know, that's what it is.
Yeah, and, you know, I totally get it. It's frustrating when a show that you love gets canceled. And I don't want us to develop a reputation for creating things, letting you fall in love with them, and then ripping them away. But we don't want to be Netflix. Yeah, right? Yeah, like the number of shows that Netflix has left hanging on cliffhangers forever. It's you know what? Is there an equivalent to the killedbygoogle.com site for like Netflix shows that have specifically ended without wrapping up loose ends? Like, I wouldn't count something like The Dark Crystal because it kind of ended it. right? And because it was a prequel, you obviously know where it's going from here. At least HBO has the courtesy to cut them before they're even finished. No. It felt abrupt. Yeah, people are discussing it. But no, there doesn't seem to be...
Not an equivalent site. There's a Decider, some website, I don't know, has like a list of all of them updated as of December 2nd this year. So it's pretty new. But there's no like Killed by Google style thing.
Okay, yeah, that would be really interesting to see, because I know they've done it a lot.
Oh yeah, definitely.
And like to the point where it's really hard to motivate yourself. I feel this. It's really hard to motivate yourself to get invested in a new show, knowing that there is a huge chance that they're just going to rug pull you, and you're never going to know what happened to the poltergeist living in Sarah's attic, or whatever character or plot point we're talking about.
Well, this is the same. We talked about this about Google a while ago with the whole Killed by Google thing. Is it makes you not want to adopt new Google services, which then makes them kill more Google services. So it puts them in this position where like they can't release things that are going to work because everyone's so sketched out about it being pulled anyways. So
I think Sin for the Win is trying to do the thing that you said, where you will see their comment. You won't, because they did it wrong, but I thought you should hear this. At Luke, you're looking super healthy and your hair is fantastic, and we just want you to keep living your life at its best.
Oh, thanks. I've lost a ton of weight. Like actually a lot, probably more than your son weighs. And I still have more to go. But I'm starting to get to the point where I'm shifting gears, where I want to start building muscle more than I want to start losing weight. So I'm not there yet, but I'm getting into the area of the actual just raw weight that I want to be at, but I'm not at the composition that I want to be, if that makes sense. I'm still carrying too much fat.
Lundo Spark asks, do we have a new name for the lab, formerly known as Lab 32? I think we're settled on LTT Labs for now. We couldn't really come up with anything way better, and we already own the domain, so it is what it is.
Yeah, we reserve the right to change things.
Yeah, we could totally still change it, but we haven't yet. Apparently someone registered killedbynetflix.com in 2020, so someone else had the same thought for sure.
Yeah, we should do something with it.
Speaking of Luke being wonderful, Luke hosts videos again now.
Oh yeah,
good job. Lots of really positive feedback on both the OVH infrastructure tour and it was like, oh wow, Luke appears. Oh, it's amazing.
I told you I read every comment that has my name in it, and I do. That took a long time with that video. It was weird. I looked at the channel, and half of the videos that were up were by you, and half of the videos that were up were by me, and I was like, what year is it?
I know, right?
What's going on? I was like, this feels a lot like 2015 or something.
Yeah, I know.
But yeah, I don't know. Not particularly. It just happened that we had decided to do the ARC challenge thing a while ago.
Yeah.
We had done the Linux challenge thing before, so that wasn't new.
Yeah.
We had decided to do that. I would go to.
Well,
France.
he called dibs.
I did.
Hard.
I did. I really wanted to do that.
Hard.
I'm very happy that I did. But I called dibs on doing the OVH tour in France quite a while ago, and then they all just sort of happened at the same time.
Well, Luke being in his own ARC video was not supposed to happen.
That too.
Yeah, that wasn't made up for a funny intro.
Yeah.
His entire part got cut from the video files. So.
Yeah. So it was more like chance than anything. Nothing's really like changing. I have more people to manage now than ever.
Yeah, he like does not have time to be in videos.
I'm not a regular video host. I do, once I'm actually working from office, I would like to do things like tech links a little bit more often.
Yeah.
And stuff like that.
Yeah, that'd be great.
I don't want to be a complete stranger, but I'm not a regular host. You're not going to see me on the channel as much as you did recently. I do wish those videos did. But one of them was a sponsored video, and one of them was.
One was cutting room floor almost.
Yeah. So it's probably okay. Oh, it did hunt 1 million. There we go.
Oh yeah, no, it's fine. You know what else is fine? Check this out.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, there it is! LTX 2023, baby! July 29th and 30th, 2023 at the Vancouver Convention Center. I will see you there!
Yeah, I'm actually super excited because it's been a long time since I've been to a convention. This has been the longest in my life since I ever went to a convention.
Yep.
So it's weird. I'm excited LTX is coming back.
We are branding the land, Whale Land. That is official.
Cool.
Like, it is so stupid how some of our branding comes to be. Was that one your suggestion? I can't
Whale
remember.
Land?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I can't remember who suggested Whale Land anymore. But it was just based on like a silly conversation.
A lot of them are off the cuff.
Yeah, and Sarah just did such a bang-up job with the branding for it, the artwork, that it's just like, how could we possibly
So we're
stop
bringing
using
back
it?
like the whale with the chain.
Well, yeah.
That's one of my favorite
the
logos
whale with the chain is never going
for
anywhere.
anything we've like ever had.
Yeah,
I'm
so
actually very stoked.
whether it's at LTX or whether we do more standalone LAN events, I believe we are going to stick with whale branding for our lands. I think we're going to continue to offer whale perks. So like, you know, $5,000, $10,000 tickets, and just like build packages around it that
actually
hopefully make sense.
which is insane, but yeah.
And for everyone else, like just normal pricing, but for, you know, Whale Land, I don't know, Whale Land, sure.
Yeah.
General admission, we have pricing up. Single day is $35, 2 days is $60. The BYOC is $100. So that will be the Whale Land as well as 2 days of admission. Oh, or is that in addition? That might be in addition. Ooh, don't quote me.
Usually those are done in addition.
I think that's in addition. So it's $100 for 2 days of Whale, and that actually makes way more sense. $50 a day. There's add-ons, so you can do office tours, merch packs, either LTX or Whale Land merch packs. And look at that, we've got VIP packages including the whale, $10,000. Multi-day access, dedicated BYOC seat, $5,000 customized computer, reserved main stage seating, express line punch card, that's right, you can skip lines, VIP meet and greet session, whale merch pack, office and labs tour with transportation and lunch, hotel room Friday to Sunday, food provided during the event, special thanks on ltxexpo.com, and more. The whale package.
People were asking if there was going to be whale merch. I've already seen it.
Yes. Oh yeah, gonna be, yeah. Ticket sale wait list is right down here. You guys are gonna want to jump on that.
I have questions. They might be answered on the site.
You have questions.
Yeah.
I have answers, and they might be wrong because I'm not the one organizing it. Chase and Colton on top of that.
So Whale Land was overnight.
Yes. It looks like it is. Yes.
Because usually in expo halls,
this appears to be overnight to me.
That's so sick! Oh, that's exciting.
You're not sleeping now.
Oh, probably not. Let's go! Dude, that Whale Land, my dad was up until like...
Your dad's hardcore! He's an absolute mad lad.
He was up until like, I think it was like 6 or something, and then he had to teach a class the next day, and he just did it, and then came back! Kept landing! One of my buddies that was there stayed there until super late, drove home, noticed there was something wrong with his truck, wrenched on his truck until the morning, got his truck working, and then came back. Like half the people we were with didn't even sleep. If you noticed, one of them just started doing push-ups before we played Left 4 Dead.
I didn't notice that.
You know him, I can see his name. It was Darius.
Yeah.
He just started doing push-ups before Left 4 Dead because he's trying to get his blood flow because he hadn't slept. So he was trying to get amped up before he played us because we were like the team to beat, right? So I love my like old school group of friends from high school and my dad who's like part of that group of friends. Go pretty hard. We're used to going to PAX, and we're always frustrated because PAX closes the land pretty early.
Yeah.
To be honest, I'm like, I get why.
Yeah, there's not liability concerns and lots of things.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
But it's way cooler if you don't have to do that. So I I am stoked. I hope to see some of the people from the last whale land and this one. That would be really cool.
There's no way they don't show up.
Because that was a good crowd.
Yeah,
That was a blast.
It was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
And if you missed them, maybe it's time to disclose this. If you missed them at the LTX whale land, I might be working on access to a location that could potentially result in like quarterly land parties. Do you not know about this?
No.
Oh.
That's cool. I like this. How did I not know about this?
Here, let me just give you a hint.
Okay, I did sort of know this. I just didn't know it was like actually happening.
It's happening.
Cool. Okay. I had heard the grumbles of it potentially happening.
It's happening.
Okay, that's cool.
Yeah, it's happening. It's one of those things where probably, like, as long as we don't lose money on it, like we did with Whaleland, from a business standpoint, I think it's great for community engagement. It's just a lot of fun. I like fun.
It was a really fun one.
What's the point of being a successful business owner if from time to time you don't just take some of that money and just do something
We like
want to?
I can say this now as like a we know how, as in we have done it, instead of a we know how as in we have concepts.
Yeah.
But we know how to run a good land.
Yeah, it was fun.
Yeah.
It was like really fun.
There was activities to do a lot of time.
Yeah.
And the people that showed up, and we pressed people about this a lot.
Yeah.
Because we said, like, don't even bother showing up if you're not going to want to engage in group activities, and we're going to have a bunch of events and group activities. But people did that. It was great. Like, the basically everyone. I didn't really notice anyone there that was just being, like, super antisocial.
Total wet blanket, yeah.
Yeah, like, everyone was engaging with stuff. We would do, like, non-computer gaming activities, like we did chair curling.
Yeah.
And, like, the whole place was up.
Oh, yeah, it was wild.
And hanging out.
Yeah, it was
throwing
great.
chairs around and stuff. Like, it was very entertaining. I'm excited about this one, and I'm excited about the potentiality of quarterly.
Hob Soltoff asks, if you're going to do it quarterly, can you sell a lifetime ticket? No. I mean, the cost is like of running it every single time. It's not like software, you know, where like you develop it once, sell a perpetual license for it, and then, you know, people have to like buy new versions of it later or whatever. It's like, no. The actual cost is like every time. And I can tell you right now, like at a typical LAN admission, which would be like 30 to 50 bucks a day, there's actually not as much margin as you would probably think. Especially here in Vancouver, where rental rates are so expensive.
You're taking a dedicated space that big up. There's things other people can do to make more money using it, which means it's going to cost a certain amount.
Exactly. I mean, yeah, sure, if it was $1 million or whatever, yeah, fine. But like, that's not what you guys are talking about. A $69,000 lifetime pass. I mean, tell you what, if you'll pay that much, I will personally sign your golden ticket that gives you admission to every future Linus Media Group and associated companies event. All right.
Yeah. With a regular level ticket, you don't get the whale ticket every time. I think you'd actually lose money on that really quickly.
Yeah.
Did like 2 years. Oh man.
I'm going to confirm that the BYOC is extra. There, I did it. I'm pretty darn sure. Oh, actually, you know what? I have notes. Holy crap! There's a whole bunch of notes I'm supposed to be talking through.
There is.
It's good. So it'll be in the West building, so a different building than last time. It's a newer building with more control over the lighting, the ability to do more with signage. We're going from 78,000 square feet last time to 112,000 square feet to accommodate all the improvements we want to make. It's gonna be huge. There will be the expo itself, office tours, giveaways, local activities, as well as the overnight whale land. There you go. Confirmed.
Let's go.
All ticket prices are in USD. On-site purchases will be in CAD, but that price will just be converted from USD, so the price will be the same.
Yep.
You can sign up to be notified ahead of when tickets are scheduled to go live. If you are an LTX 2020, remember the one that didn't happen, VIP ticket holder, you will be contacted by our team before tickets go live with the email you used to purchase your 2020 ticket. We want to make sure that if that was what you wanted, you don't just get scooped by someone else and you don't get a chance to get it.
That's cool.
Ticket sales are expected to go live around the end of January, and we'll update ticket info on the website before sales if any major changes occur. We are going to need volunteers. You can sign up on the site to get notified when we start going through applications. Shout out to the awesome volunteers from LTX 2019. Oh, if you want to know about booths and activations, we actually have some confirmed booths and activations. We have tidbits of info on those currently listed. We'll add more as we get closer to the event. Oh, but okay, hold on a second. I want to know what we have confirmed. What's confirmed? What's going on here? Expo. Here we go. Returning classics. The Retro Lounge. So it'll have more retro games, arcade machines, phone charging stations, comfy seating, and more. The Case Toss, an LTX classic.
That's good.
The goal is the same as always, throw a computer case as far as possible. We're going to add additional lanes to help reduce wait times. LTTstore.com will be there, so you can buy merch in person. CPU delidding and GPU repasting will be making a return. LTX is not liable for any damage that may be caused as a result of your teardown or modification of your components. And the Build a PC workshop. We will be allowing people to learn the basics of computer building with real working hardware. It might not be working, but it'll be real. They might have to get that fixed. By the end of the workshop, you should have a computer that actually boots and runs, except you don't get to keep it. I really don't think we should do it that way. I think we should...
Yeah, you should just take broken hardware.
Yeah, we should have broken hardware. Well, anyway, we'll figure that out. Clearly, there's still internal discussions to be had. We have some new stuff, aiming at different frame rates, so you can, like, really feel the difference. So we're going to have, since Minesweeper was getting a bit stale, this year's high score challenge will be 3D pinball, so get practiced up.
Cool.
And you'll be able to do your first 3D print if you've never done one. We're going to have like an HDR experience booth. It's one of those things that's really hard to describe, but really easy to experience. We're going to have like keyboard and switch testers, so you guys can try all that kind of stuff out.
All the windows is pretty cool.
Yeah,
That's
every Windows.
Sweet. That's cool.
See how computers have evolved, so you'll be able to just like sit down in front of them and like try and do stuff, which is pretty cool. We'll include games that were prominent on each OS, so you can kind of go through that evolution for yourself. Lots of stuff to interact with is really the goal.
Do we this might maybe I don't know. Is Bob and Rod coming?
I don't know if we've explicitly reached out to them yet, but if they're not there, I'll be disappointed.
Yeah.
So we'll have to get that sorted out sooner rather than later.
Yeah.
Bob and Rod are our friends from BS Mods.
Yeah.
Rod's probably watching. Rod, consider this your formal invitation.
Yeah.
Whatever we got to do to get you there, you just let me know.
Yeah, because they did like
Bob out of
they did like a hardline tube bending thing last time.
Yeah, those guys are utterly amazing.
Yeah, they were awesome.
Yeah, Rod. Okay, Rod's in the Flame chat. Yeah, I figured.
Hey, there he is.
There he is. All right, good stuff. Good stuff. We'll see you there, man. Man, I haven't seen them in 3 years. It's been 4.
Yeah.
What the crap?
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Go f yourself, COVID. For real, though.
Yeah.
All right. Special guests? Ah, yes. If you are part of the media or a content creator and you wish to attend LTX, please email info@ltxexpo.com. As with last time, we have I'm not going to say blank check, but a huge budget for flying out creators. It was a really, really cool element of LTX 2019 that there were just so many creators there, lots of collab opportunities. So even if, meeting up with fans isn't necessarily your favorite thing, it's just a ticket, plane ticket, hotel, and expo ticket with really no strings attached. You can come and do it however you want. If you just want to get together and hang with other creators, obviously we'd prefer if you spent some time with the attendees as well, but we're not going to have any kind of commitments or anything like that. Just come on out, and we just want to get as much of the tech community together as possible. We won't be able to accommodate everyone. Obviously, if you've got like 400 subscribers and someone with 40,000 or 400,000 subscribers also wants some of that budget, we're going to have to try to you know, make it make sense, have as many people there that people want to do meet and greets with and stuff like that as we can, but we're going to try to accommodate as many as we can.
That's when it comes to trying to like help people travel there financially, but like, yeah, you can get meeting tickets.
Also, if your company wants to partner with us, go to ltxexpo.com/partners. You can follow LTX Expo on Twitter if you want to get updates, or Facebook or Instagram. Oh, I have to disclose another investment. I haven't actually made it yet, but I've said I'm going to do it because I think it'll probably be fine, but I haven't actually written a check, so if you guys are ultimately super mad about it, then we can just not do that. So it's like, it's not too late, but they like really needed an answer, and I think it's pretty chill. I can't really name any names, but I will try and give as much detail as I can in the interest of you guys understanding what it is about, without causing any problems for the people involved. So, someone who worked on a network storage product that I have really enjoyed using for a long time is no longer with that company and has a plan to create a NAS software that is basically everything that I was asking for about that software, and everything that you know, he and I have agreed on for a long time needs to be done to make DIY NAS more accessible to just average people. So he is planning to start up and has asked me to come in as like an angel investor and basically give him a year or two of runway to get this thing off the ground. Obviously there's some equity changing hands, but it's not about that for me, and it's not about that for him. He's already got some really interesting partnerships, and he's already got some money from an established NAS software company on whose product he will be basing his. So there's already some momentum, and I am very supportive of like his vision for what a user-friendly NAS should be. And he doesn't want to go to a random investor. What I'm trying to say is he could, but he would rather not. And so he came to me saying, look, Linus, I think this is an amount of money that you can probably afford. I think that you understand my vision and believe in the product. From my point of view, we don't review NAS software anyway. We use it, and we will continue to use it, but I don't see that as something that, as long as we are sufficiently disclosing everything that, anytime we're kind of covering that stuff, which we very rarely do, I don't see it as a huge conflict of interest, but yeah, someone seems to really care, so maybe I just don't even need to keep.
Yeah, wonderful. Like, I mean, you do review laptops.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, like, my personal commitment to you guys is that I'm not going to let it affect anything. I haven't let my investment in Framework prevent me from recommending another laptop over Framework. At the end of the day, you guys are just going to have to trust me. And this is really frustrating for me, because I know of other tech creators who have undisclosed investments. We're not actually required to disclose anything.
I mean, we also know
I don't want to stir up drama.
Yeah, I'm just keep going.
Yeah. So the thing is, like, on the one hand, I think it's really easy to pick me apart and say, hey, Linus is invested in Framework, so he, you know, whatever, is bad and stuff. But the reality of it is, like, guys, take the devil you know, I guess. It's what my takeaway would be. And so, yeah, I'm not gonna pull punches. I think that, again, this is a guy / company who knows that I'm gonna be his biggest critic, as as an investor, and because we've had a long-term working relationship, I'm comfortable with it, and so that's why I have soft confirmed. The amount will be quite similar to my investment framework, so it's about $250 million, and if it comes to life, whether I make back any money or not, I'm going to be stoked on that investment because I really want this software to exist.
It would be nice.
Yeah. There's something wrong with every DIY NAS software, and the tipping point for me was when I was at home. I had gotten the email like a week earlier, like, because I don't want to think about what's involved in saying yes, but I don't want to say no. I understand why they're coming to me, but also they're putting a lot of pressure on me. I kind of wish I wasn't in this situation. Was what I was thinking. And then for a number of reasons, I had to set up a NAS with something other than Unraid. So I'm using Unraid as my main like virtualization NAS. It's got all my hard drives in it, and I was setting up a NAS that was going to be using SSDs for a significant amount of the storage. Unraid still doesn't support trim on SSDs, which is catastrophic for both performance and the lifespan of the drives. And I was like, well, that's not acceptable. So, you know what, I'm gonna set up TrueNAS. And I was going through setting up TrueNAS, and I started drafting an email back to this person with everything about setting up TrueNAS that is just needlessly obtuse. And I talked myself into it. I was like, clearly the product that I want to exist does not exist.
It might not be needlessly obtuse.
It is needlessly obtuse. Don't make me show it to you.
In a professional standpoint.
No, it's oh well, yeah, sure. But I'm talking for
But he's
end
talking
users.
about personal and NAS, which like doesn't mean. There are some people that are gonna have home labs and they look out for information because it's like an experiment.
No, there's no reason for it to not work out of the box. No. You can have complication, and you can have it be endlessly configurable. I'm not arguing with that. But it should work out of the box. Or if you press a thing that doesn't work, that contradicts another thing, it should tell you. If you're gonna pop up an error message, it should be a verbose and helpful one. No, I reject it.
I think an error message makes sense. I don't necessarily
That's the kind of thing I'm talking about.
I don't know 100% what you're describing.
That's what I mean by obtuse.
Well, that's not always what that means.
Okay.
Because you could mean
Here's something
there's
that's
too many
obtuse.
options or too many settings.
No. Okay, I know. So obtuse means like it's kind of like needlessly complicated or like unnecessarily difficult. So here's something.
Yeah, but okay.
You can't rename the root Z pool unless you submit it. You can do it in the GUI. There's a GUI place to rename it. Like you can. You just can't.
Okay.
But you can totally do it if you just like enter 2 commands. So why don't you put a thing in the GUI and on the back end it just issues those 2 commands?
That's fair.
Okay, that's obtuse.
Yeah.
An SMB network share can be created, but cannot be accessed unless you create a data set for your Z pool and happen across the little drop down to set it to SMB type. That's obtuse.
So you would want it to automatically do that?
That took about 2 days to figure it out.
I would want it to prompt me. When I create my SMB share, it should say, hey, you haven't created a data set for your Z pool and set it to SMB type. Or you haven't set you haven't set your Z pool to SMB type. Clearly, I want an SMB network share, and if there's a dependency, I should be prompted. If you have a GUI, it should operate like GUI software.
I think that's fair enough. I do want to defend like a command line string.
Yeah, that's fine. That's not what that's not my problem. My problem is if you have a GUI that has a field, and there's no like operating system breaking problem that prevents you from changing that field because you can totally just do it with 2 simple commands, then you should be able to just change it.
Yeah.
That's obtuse. That's what that word means. Yeah, also, like every other NAS software I've ever used, missing the most basic of buttons. The restore everything to default button.
Yeah.
How on earth does that not exist? Anyone can accidentally change something. Anyone, no matter how experienced. There should be a, hey, just reset to default both with or without destroying data sets.
Factory resets it.
So, you know, this is the kind of, oh yeah, it was a total pain in the butt to verify that I had installed to a mirror. Once you're booted, it's like not obvious that your boot drive is mirrored, which was really annoying, hidden behind some stupid drop down. Deleting a random extra directory required command line for some reason. Like, just obtuse.
Which again, it requiring command line, I don't have a problem with on its own, but when it's for normal users, then yes.
If it's to delete a directory that, like, I can view, but just is impossible to remove unless I go into the command line, obtuse. And so that's my hope. That's what I hope these will solve. Oh man, I feel like we were looking at the topics for this week's web show, thinking like, what are we going to talk about? And we have been live for like over 2 hours.
I told you we can riff on stuff. So.
Yeah, iCloud has end-to-end encryption, and the CSAM thing where they're searching for child sexual abuse material in iCloud photos has apparently been scrapped. They will still be monitoring iMessage. The FBI is none too pleased about the increased iCloud encryption, saying in a statement, this hinders our ability to protect the American people from criminal acts ranging from cyber attacks and violence against children to drug trafficking. The British are apparently super upset about it as well. Obviously, we take a realistic approach. We are mostly pro-encryption, pro-personal privacy, but also understand the other perspective. I think it's sort of a fair way to frame our stance on this sort of thing. I also just, I don't trust Apple that much. I mean, I guess technically this is verifiable. It's just that the way that Apple protects their Chinese users' data is not very protected at all. It's, I don't know. They've shown a willingness. They've gone to bat for user privacy before. Like the San Bernardino killer's case was a really high profile one. But then they've also completely caved when the stakes are high enough. That if you go down the rabbit hole on that data center that they are mandated to store all Chinese users' data on, and how it's like essentially run by the CCP. Okay. Yeah. And once you have physical access to a server, nothing else matters.
Yeah.
So Xbox games are $70 now, though.
Yeah. Are PlayStation games as well?
I don't think so. Can we talk about the fact that this is even news? Like, the fact that games were pinned at $60 basically from my childhood until now is
actually
incredible.
Nuts. Yeah. How much would that be? Doing an inflation calculator.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I'll do it real quick.
I'm looking up. This is probably Canadian. Modern Warfare 2 on PlayStation is $90 Canadian.
That's probably about $70.
Yeah, because I thought PlayStation did it. That's what I was saying.
Yeah.
That's wrong.
In 1992, if I purchased an item for $60, then in 2022, that same item would cost $127.45, which, in fairness, if you buy like a complete package or all the DLCs, many games actually do cost that much. But there's been this unwillingness or inability or whatever it is. There's been this block that has kept game developers from, especially on console, from deviating from this like $59.99 sell price.
Yeah, I think they would have to all do it simultaneously, like the AAA $69.99 price thing, whatever it is, but $59.
Apparently PlayStation has been $70 for PS5.
Yeah, so I thought.
So Sony blends first.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a difficult thing to do because you're competing against another console.
Yeah.
If that other console, all their games is $10 cheaper.
Yeah. This is pretty big. Adobe is going to be selling AI stock images.
I have so many issues with AI art.
They brand this as amplifying human creativity.
I mean, I think it can, but when it's trained off of other people's art, it's such a huge issue. Someone commented on last episode saying they were stunned that I had never heard of something. In the notes, there was something. They fed GPT-3 prompts into this other thing, and it gave them interior design stuff. I had never heard of the thing that they used, and it was an AI art program.
Yeah.
So I went to go check it out. The front page for this, I don't already know the name, it doesn't matter. The front page for this AI art thing puts, I think it's like 6 or 9 random, recently generated AI art photos on the front. One of them was like almost freaking identical to something that I've seen before. So I called my girlfriend over and showed her. It was like, I know where this photo came from, and I want you to see it before I go look for it so I can prove that I called this.
Yeah.
And I went and found the original, and it's like almost spot on. It looks like someone did some like fairly mild filters in Photoshop.
Right.
It's like done. Like it's really close. People are trained with other people's art. It's not the same at all. That's a bad take. It's like when you farm it out this way, it becomes not similar. Yes, of course, people are trained off of other people's art. People are trained off of other people's everything. That's how learning works. But when you have it copied, it becomes a bit of a problem.
Now,
These things being original works becomes very questionable.
their generative AI policy prohibits submissions based on third-party content, including text prompts referring to people, places, property, or a particular artist's style without authorization.
So the prompt can't be a particular artist's style, but it can be trained off of that artist.
That I don't know. They're saying that they are going to seek to compensate people whose art is used to train the AI. Of course, this is a process that we have no way of actually validating as outsiders. We're heading into interesting waters. Apparently some PlayStation 5 games are $80, by the way.
Yeah. So that means Xbox games are still cheaper.
Yeah, I guess so, depending on which one.
Is it $79? When they say it's $70 now, is it $79.99 or is it $69.99?
I don't know. I would hope they mean
$69.99, yeah.
no. Man, see, I'm already screwing it up. We're supposed to stop calling $69.99 $69.99. We're supposed to call it $70. I don't know if it's gonna work. James is right, but I just don't know if it's gonna happen. Oh, merch messages.
Hit me, Dan. Okay. Got here from Elliot. What do you think the education system will do to counter the use of AIs like ChatGPT for cheating? I guess, you could also think about these Adobe AIs as well.
Luke and I talked about this afterward. I mean, I think one of the big things is going away from assignments that are write this thing and moving towards assignments that are more based around critiquing or validating a thing. I think that, I mean, you know what's interesting? I was thinking about this after we talked, and one of the things that we did in my challenge English class was we would actually have to write the entire assignment in class. Sometimes.
Is that valuable?
Yeah.
This comes back to the calculator question.
Oh, yes. It's valuable for the teacher because
Yeah, but
it
is it
shows
valuable
them.
for the student?
Oh, okay. Yes.
It's like, is doing 5 times 5 valuable in a world where we have calculators?
But that's not what you're doing. Because in this case, we're talking about essay writing. So what you are doing is you are practicing the process of making an argument, which, no, you are not going to be able to replace with an AI, because you're going to have to make arguments verbally as well. So you are training the skill of creating an argument, backing it up, and then summarizing your argument. That's what an essay is. And for the teacher, they are then marking not just your grammar and spelling or whatever else. They're marking your thought process, your ability to construct a cogent argument, which is arguably the most valuable possible life skill. If you cannot convey your ideas in a convincing way to other people, what possible hope do you have?
That's why I liked, we've talked about this before, I found a teacher that would mark me on my punctuation quite as hard all the time. Because there was no way I was going to ever get that right.
Yeah.
With dyslexia and stuff. Like, it was always going to be a problem. So it was nice when we started grading those things. And that makes sense. You know what? Something very fun to do is ask GPT how classrooms should operate in a world that has GPT.
Oh, interesting.
It actually gives like good answers related to kind of what you were just saying.
Yeah.
I wasn't actually in disagreement. I was just challenging.
Yeah.
But like, it's.
I won't have to fire you.
As long as job remains.
As long as you don't actually disagree with me publicly. That was an almost straight-faced delivery of that. I am 100% joking. I just feel like I have to clarify that.
Good, I don't have to fire you. Yeah, it's interesting. It talks about just doing things in when it would be a problem in potentially slightly different ways.
Right.
Having to observe the visual page.
Yeah.
Like you were just talking about. But it also talks about how in some cases, not that one, the calculator problem, like what is really the point if the point isn't something slightly alternative. Like maybe you should get them to do things that are more alike what they would do with this output, because output is not always going to be perfect. It might not always be what you're looking for.
Yeah.
So you need to learn refinement.
Yeah, you could just grade harder.
Yeah.
Like, that's another thing too. Like, if the assignment is a book report on the Adventures of Tom Sawyer or something like that, you could basically tell them, look, you can use any tool you want, including an AI generator, but know this: if you get a plot point detailed wrong, or you have a spelling error, you immediately lose 50% of your grade, because I'll be able to tell you the grade. So you need to know the subject matter cold in order to tell if the AI output is actually accurate.
I like this one. It said have more in-class debate. That's an interesting one. There's maybe some problems with that. I don't know.
Yeah, not everybody participates in class, and like oral participation is sometimes it encourages the wrong people to participate too much, and doesn't allow some of the more thoughtful people, especially if you're talking like high school, some of the more thoughtful people to really share what they're thinking. There's no perfect solution. So what you really need is a balance of different approaches.
I think really the most important thing, and I've been surprised that I don't. I've also been, okay, yeah, I've got a couple of this one. I think it's very important that teachers are aware of its existence, and that they don't necessarily continue following the exact status quo that they have been for a while, because this is a really changing thing. Something I've been surprised about in usage statistics, it got to 1 million users in 5 days, which is pretty crazy, and they've been comparing that to other devices, things like Instagram and Facebook. Sure. I'm actually surprised it's not.
Really?
Maybe the speed, like 5 days to get to 1 million, okay, sure. I'm just surprised the number that it got to wasn't actually high. I'm still, but like every student has heard of this is not immediately using it.
Yeah, because the window for using it to, is very narrow.
Yeah, the education system is going to respond. They have to. And it's still online now. It is now bookmarked and always open on my computer. Because I have started.
Because that's how he's always been doing his work anyway, by cheating. So you might as well cheat more efficiently stuff.
I mean, if I could, why not? But like,
I've never done a real day's work in my life.
If you can take shortcuts that are good, one of my best friends growing up. This is not how he said it, but he effectively said that being lazy is a virtue.
Yeah.
Because it is a really bad thing to have sense. Because he will find ways to not have to do this repetitive task. It doesn't mean he's worse at it, but he's going to be creative and inventive to make something that is better, or is now automated, or whatever else. And yeah, you should use the tools you have. But I use it in place of Google search sometimes.
Yeah.
I'm careful.
You gotta validate.
You have to validate.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's fairly simple things that I'll do to try to get an answer for. I got 3 ads. I got some clearly clickbaity websites that are just throwing like something that I hate doing is searching for reviews of anything that isn't a section that has large careers behind it, because you're just going to get all these websites that are just like Amazon click farm websites,
Right.
that just try to give you oh, this is the top 10
CBD oil,
whatever, snowboarding goggles, scuba, whatever, anything that you're looking for. It'll just be what are they actually? Well, probably the top 10 products on Amazon. Every single one of them is an Amazon link, because they just want you to use their affiliates. That's all they actually want. It's not actually good. It's so annoying. So with those types of things, it's nicer to be able to just ask GPT and have it spit out an answer that is actually an answer right away. Might not be right, and you need to verify, and you need to make sure that it's not complete crap. But it's usually, if you know that it will confidently lie, in my opinion, it's not that hard to do. It is.
Yeah.
But you have to be aware of it.
Dan.
Sure. Do you want to stay on the same vein or switch to something else?
Yes.
Okay, this one's from Brian. Stack Overflow has banned the use of ChatGPT completely. Blanket ban. Do you think this is the right move? Do you think we need some sort of AI detection for these kinds of systems?
I'm not gonna lie, let's read it. What do you think education systems should
Until the bottom one.
with the bottom?
No.
Stack Overflow has been use of ChatGPT. So I heard about this. Do you think this is the right move? I think we need some sort of. I don't think there's anything they can do.
Yeah, how are they going to prove it?
The outputs from
That's the thing.
ChatGPT seem to be unique.
It's like banning being gay.
We're gonna do it anyways.
Yeah, it just is, and so all you're doing is forcing something underground, which is not beneficial to anyone.
Yeah, it's I don't know. I don't really get the. There's a lot of controversy around this because people think it's going to take their jobs. I don't necessarily think so.
And banning it ain't going to change that.
That too. I am pretty strongly of the opinion, and I've talked about this offline. I don't think I've talked about this on the show much, and I felt this much more strongly after watching Theo's video on this. Yeah, so Theo, the CEO of Ping.gg, we use them for our remote calls. So when I was in France and Serbia, and we had to do a show, we used Ping.gg. We used them for remote calls for a while. He makes YouTube videos as well, and he has a pretty good video on using it for development. Now he's much more advanced developer, so he was not as interested in using it all the time, because I think the best use case for it right now is for people that aren't. So he's more interested in things like Copilot and whatnot, because he's actually going to get in there and write stuff originally. But he got it to do some impressive things. He also got it to fail, which is, I think, what pretty much everyone has done who's been using it. But yeah, after watching his video, I felt this even more strongly. I think companies that do layoffs, say GPT-4 comes out, and the new chatbot is out. If these numbers are going to be wrong, if I remember correctly, GPT-3 is 300 million, 3 billion functions that it was trained on, or something. That's probably wrong. And GPT-4 is going to be like 4 times as, or 5 times as much. Like GPT-4 is going to be a big jump here. You have some diminishing returns and whatnot, but it's going to be a big jump.
GPT-4 will be over 500 times larger than GPT-3. That means that it would have roughly the same number of parameters or connections as there are synapses in the human brain.
So you think GPT-3 with a chatbot is pretty cool? GPT-4 is coming, baby. It's going to be nuts. So like this is happening, and it's going to get a lot better. Does it have flaws right now? Yes. The big ones I've talked about is the rate limiting stuff. That's a thing. If it could just write, it would be significantly stronger. The biggest problems that I'm having my normie friends run into right now is they try to get it to write some code for them, and it doesn't work. And they ask me why it doesn't work, and they send it to me, and I'm like, oh, because it stopped writing partway through. It's truncated. Code doesn't end. But it's coming, and I think the companies that do mass layoffs, because whatever version, maybe like GPT-7 becomes good enough that you can replace certain levels of developers with it. The companies that do layoffs because of that are going to be the ones that fail long term. And the companies that go, wow, the developers that we have on staff right now are so much more just betterer, that we are producing at a higher rate, that we are more competitive, that we are this, that we are that, our code base is more stable because people are able to spend more time working on maintenance tasks, all these different things. The companies that see that and either they don't fire, they either stay at their current staff levels, or they hire more because their company is more effective at doing the thing that it tries to do, are going to be the companies that succeed. I feel quite strongly about this. I think you're going to see companies take short-term gains in the way of laying off people to lower their salary count that they have to pay compared to their income, and then you're going to see other companies that don't take those short-term gains. They keep working at the level that they have been, and they can start massively outperforming this other company that laid people off. This company that laid people off is going to go bye-bye, and the company that didn't is going to notably succeed. I think, and deeply hope, that's what's going to happen.
With that said, there's been some pretty good discussion in the Floatplane chat about why Stack Overflow might abandon, and there's 2 good reasons. One is as a cover your ass move, so that if someone does something catastrophically wrong based on an answer they got in the forum, they can point at it and say, well, that was like an AI generated thing, which is totally banned on our site, we'll remove it. Sorry about that. Number 2 is because it's spitting out a lot of wrong answers, and they don't want to pollute the validity of the information on their site with these GPT outputs. So they're hoping that by banning it, they will get fewer chat GPT outputs that will lead people down the wrong path, maintaining the brand perception of their site. So I think those are pretty valid reasons.
They should find a way to get ChatGPT to pay them for Chrome, but as it's completely open, yeah, I mean that makes sense. It does do a lot of. I've said it every time, and I try to say it very often, just in case people haven't used it before and they start using it. It is confidently wrong often. You can help that a little bit by refining your inputs and whatnot. But yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. There's a meme someone put out, which was like before GPT chat, whatever. I spent, was it like 6 hours writing code, and I spent 6 hours debugging code.
Yeah.
It's like after GPT-3, I spent, I think it's like 35 seconds writing code, and I spent 24 hours debugging code. It's like, yeah, there are those types of problems with it. So it's definitely not perfect. It's just quite incredible. Yeah, I think there's something I can add about that today.
30 seconds to work. This one's from Noah, though. Hey, Linus and Luke, what are your thoughts on using large language models in game development? It's just all AI today. I feel like
I was gonna say, that's what GPT.
I feel like even though they can't have their own opinions, they can be perceived like they do. Kind of cool.
If you just walked up to an NPC, like a random NPC, and could have like a long conversation with them, I feel like it could be really good for immersiveness, but really bad for gameplay. Like it's really cool. Because again, if you want to go down a rabbit hole, I've recommended one rabbit hole already in this show, but this one's really cool. Look into the ways that game developers will try to guide the player through the level, through the experience, be it through lighting or through studying player decision making and creating mazes that are hard, but you can totally get through them. There's incredible. And so muddying up the important data that the user may gather from non-player characters with genuinely engaging conversations could be a big problem.
There's also, down that same line, in the same way that people who design malls, and you see a ton of this in Vegas, there's lots of neurological stuff with how you perceive light reflections and different colors of things and whatnot. So different malls and whatnot will be designed in a way that use certain materials on the floors in the hallways and different materials on the floors in the shops to guide you in different directions and to make it difficult to leave. That's a big one.
It turns out that you're just a monkey and someone is playing you.
There's lots of ways to influence you.
A smarter
try to do it
monkey is
all the
doing it.
time.
Yeah.
There's peoples with doctorate. There's lots of people with doctorates whose whole job is to keep you using certain apps and services.
Yeah.
That's totally
They're gonna get you.
Okay. But yeah, I like that idea. So I think Dan even mentioned this in the chat, but feed, like, one of the problems that I would see with that is prompts, but you can feed it prompts based on your actions in the game, like your details about your character, stats about your character, all this different stuff. That could take in-game conversation to an interesting different level, especially because you can get large language models to speak in certain ways. Like, you can get it to speak like a pirate. So like that wouldn't even be. It's pretty cool.
A couple of people have brought up how useful it is for Dwarf Fortress because it generates so much text, but isn't written very naturally, and ChatGPT can like fix it right up, which is pretty cool.
That is cool.
All right, what's next?
Okay, I got a super important one here for Luke. What's an ideal sandwich for you? Your ideal sandwich.
All right, thank you, producer.
I think probably 2 RTX 6000s. I got so many comments about that. And I knew I would. The second, so I say RTX 6000 in the chat video, and the amount of people that were, dude, RTX 6000 doesn't exist, idiot. I'm like, I linked a bunch of people to the page, and then eventually it's just like, I'm not going to respond to these anymore because there were so many of them. On Floatplane.
Why didn't NVIDIA just keep the Quadro branding?
Yeah, it would have been a lot better. It would have been way better.
So that anyone actually knows what the heck you're talking about.
So RTX 6000 is a dumb name. I was happy on Floatplane, the ever better comment area, that there was only like one person that said it, and people responded being like, here's the link, this is what it is. He didn't actually just make that up. Blah, blah, blah. On YouTube there was none of that.
Go YouTube.
Yeah, I'm assuming the sandwiches question is coming from me calling them GPU sandwiches.
They might just want to know what kind of sandwiches you like.
Also that, I don't know. I like lots of sandwiches. I'm boring.
You a tuna guy?
Tuna's okay.
Well, like a turkey sandwich. Get that mayo turkey, get some of that salt and pepper on there.
Yep.
Right?
Chicken
grilled cheese sandwich.
I like Black Forest ham sandwiches.
Okay, all right.
Grilled cheese sandwiches are
So
great.
you'll eat anything that moves.
Yeah,
Okay.
sandwiches are good.
All right, fine.
Yeah. A lot of sandwiches don't move.
Sandwiches are beautiful. Sandwiches are fun. I like sandwiches. Sorry, man.
I thought that was a real question about sandwiches. I didn't know what's going on. This is from Kalan. Do you have any tattoos? Any notable tattoos around the company?
There are notable tattoos around the company.
Yeah, I don't have any.
Me neither.
Yeah.
You're gonna often find them rather boring.
Yes. Like, a lot vanilla.
Yeah.
Actually, maybe not too much vanilla.
Just a reasonable amount. Yes.
Alright, last one here is from Ethan. How long do you think it will take for Intel Arc to be competitive in the creative/professional market? Blender already supports it, but it's my understanding that it kind of sucks.
A long time. Go ahead.
If you have specific AV1 ranking tasks that are stable, it seems to be quite good.
Yeah, I think they might mean like SolidWorks and stuff though.
Yeah.
Yeah, they don't even have a professional line of GPUs yet. So let's not put the cart before the horse.
Give them a second.
Yeah, they're focused on data center and gaming, and there's a whole lot of in between that I think they can fill in later. Bill S asks if Nintendo wanted to collaborate on LTX Expo, would you accept them as a sponsor? I think we would disclose to them that we're not that happy with a lot of the things that they do.
They have not been all that interested in working.
Yeah, I mean...
I think probably because we've been quite open about this for a very long time.
Yeah, I think that one's a non-issue. And finally, Eric E. asks, big fan of the show and the channel. One of my hobbies outside of tech is cooking. What are your favorite pieces of tech that you use in the kitchen? I love my microwave. So it's technically tech. I used the dual once.
Did you?
Actually, it was a few weeks ago.
How was it?
Fine. I didn't leave it in. I used it for steaks, and I didn't leave it in the long time. I left it in the minimum amount of time, and that was a huge mistake.
Okay.
So they were pretty tough.
Yeah.
They were cooked,
It's somewhat.
but they weren't good.
It's somewhat different.
Yeah, I was in a hurry to cook, and I was like,
Yeah.
oh, you know what? I'm totally gonna try the tool. Lol.
That's one of its big downsides. Is if you're in a hurry, you probably
Don't use it if you're hungry.
Yeah, you gotta know that you're going to be eating a meal in a while, and then be willing to go set it up.
Yeah.
And then it's pretty good. And it's not gonna make the best steak you've ever had, but it'll consistently do a really good job.
Yeah.
And you still need to sear it. You sear it.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely.
You're like an hour if you don't. Very unappetizing.
Barrington, to Linus be like, this water is too spicy.
Yeah, that's fair.
I think that's pretty much it for the show today. Thank you so much for tuning in. We will see you again next week. Same bad time, same bad channel.
Bye!
Bad time and a bad channel.
Every weekday, we provide a fresh perspective on the events shaping your world.
Morocco's World Cup run is over. It's been said endlessly it is the first Arab country to reach the semi-finals. But that, it turns out, is a contentious statement. We look into the debates around Moroccan identity that this World Cup has sparked.
And more than a century ago, when Jews began emigrating en masse from Eastern Europe to America, they brought their food with them. The Jewish deli became a storied institution. But a new museum show asks whether it's still vibrant or yesterday's loss.
But first, the conflict in Ukraine is entering a critical stage. Troops on both sides are heading into a winter that will test all sorts of things. Their hardware, their supply lines, their morale. This may prove to be an inflection point. To chart the months ahead, The Economist has been given unprecedented access and exclusive interviews with Ukraine's military high command. Those charged with the defense of the country have shared their thoughts on the future of the conflict. and the decisions that'll need to be made for peace in Ukraine.
So over the past 2 weeks, I've spoken to 3 men who are really at the center of Ukrainian support.
Arkady Ostrovsky is our Russia editor.
One is President Vladimir Zelensky, who I spoke to in the presidential building where he had spent basically every day and many nights since 24th of February when Russia invaded. The other is General Valery Zaluzhny, who is the commander-in-chief of Ukrainian forces, a formidable and incredible man in many ways. And the third man I saw with my colleague Oliver Carroll is Colonel General Alexander Syrsky, who is the head of Ukraine's ground forces and who has conducted some of the most daring operations around Kyiv and Kharkiv. And I got a sense of where we are in this war and the responsibilities and the choices faced by this man, particularly, of course, Vladimir Zelensky.
So let's start with the president then. What was his assessment of the current situation?
Vladimir Zelensky seemed pretty exhausted, but also very determined. He's been talking about pushing all the way back, retaking the territory that Russia had grabbed in Crimea and in Donbass in 2014. And not just going to the 24th of February lines, as some American diplomats, including Tony Blinken, the Secretary of State, have suggested. And the reason for that, as Zelensky explained to me, is that until Russians are really out of the country, until Putin loses any interest in conducting this war and reoffensing, it will not be over.
Це було там на Донбасі, ми вже це бачили. Тобто забирають частину території, а потім заморозити на якийсь час. Це говорить на якийсь час стати більш потужнішим окупантам, готовим.
Freezing the conflict is only waiting for it to be relaunched again. And Zelensky is very interesting because to him as a politician, it's very important to find the language and to find the way to describe Ukrainian victory and Ukrainian advance in very tangible terms. Because it's one thing to talk about freedoms and democracy and the choices that Ukrainians should be allowed to make. But for a lot of people, it's hard to grasp. And borders is something very tangible. And he also told me that he will go exactly where his people want him to go.
Because, you know, more than 95 or 96% of people want to deoccupy all their territory after Russia did it. I think
they're determined to get back to 1991 borders. And of course that task of getting that land back rests on the shoulders of his commander-in-chief, Valery Zaluzhny.
Clearly, we've heard the name President Zelensky quite a lot over this time, but Mr. Zaluzhny not so much. Tell me about him.
Well, Valery Zaluzhny is the commander of Ukrainian armed forces, and he is the man who has been conducting this war. He's 49. He was too young to serve in the Soviet army. He is the product of something that Ukraine has become, a nation-state, a country where agency really matters. And we talked about his style and how different it is and how different the leadership is from commandership, Soviet-era, Russian imperial-style command, the purpose of which is really to beat in obedience, break down individual will, suppress free thinking and initiative in many ways, and which is over-centralized and hierarchical. And he, with very limited resources, has managed to fend off Russian forces, retake quite a lot of land, push the Russians back, and I think he surprised everybody in the world who expected the Ukrainian army to fall in the first few days of the war.
So when you spoke to Mr. Zaluzhny, did he give you a sense for how he sees the situation now on the ground?
We're now in the winter time. Ukraine has retaken quite a lot of territory. But things are slowing down from here. Both sides are absolutely exhausted. And the dilemma is very, very simple, as he put it. On the one hand, there are Russian forces, they're threatening him from Belarus directions to distract him. And this is what he now has to prepare for, while also getting ready for another offensive. And each operation requires a certain amount of munition, of armor, of manpower. And he can calculate what he can do with the resource that he has. And that resource is limited.
So how is Ukraine going to deal with that question of resources, though?
Well, resources of 3 parts: manpower, munition, and the weapons. He was less concerned about the manpower. He does have shortage of munition and armor. He needs a lot more for offensive action. He rolled off a sort of shopping list, including tanks, long-range artillery and missiles. He also needs a lot more munition. We're talking on a scale which, as he himself admitted, the West simply doesn't have. That is basically the biggest constraint, and this is the questions that Zaluzhny is now dealing with, is how does he use this limited resource he has to the maximum effect? Where does he strike? And of course, a lot of it depends, as he clearly understands, on his president, Vladimir Zelensky, because it is Zelensky who is going out there talking to Western governments, and more importantly, talking to the publics, to the nations who vote those politicians in, trying to focus their mind, trying to explain to them how essential this is, that this is not the time to stop and get into pretty much pointless negotiations with the Russian government, which only wants to pause in order to re-attack. This is not the time to do it. This is the time to push on.
So this is still a question of armaments and not one of other ways out of this conflict. There's no real prospect for peace talks or anything that isn't fought on the battlefield.
I think Zelensky was very clear that peace talks, in a way, is the last bit that needs to come in at the end of fighting. He is rightly worried, with all the experience that Ukraine had since 2014, that the reason the conflict will only give Putin the Kremlin time to rebuild. And they've seen it in Donbass. Vladimir Zelensky is very clear that this war can only end when Ukrainians are satisfied, when Russia withdraws its troops completely. As he said to me, it happens in one of two ways. Either Ukraine drives them out, which will take more lives, more time, more blood, or the Russians withdraw themselves. And he also talked to me about the occupied territories. He talks about people who have been isolated from the information, cut from their relatives and friends, who have been under occupation, and how the Kremlin and its propaganda working, like Goebbels' propaganda, how it's changing people's minds.
І поки їм дають на голову такий, знаєш, як у космонавта, шлем бац, і воно надівають людині, і вона ж.
As he told me, Ukrainians in the occupied territories are a bit like astronauts who cannot take off the heavy helmets which the Kremlin put onto them, and which is limiting everything they can see. So for him, restoring Ukrainian rule is not just about retaking land, liberating territory, it's also about restoring people's sense of identity and not letting Russian propaganda work. Because, as he said at the very beginning of the war, the real victory is saving as many Ukrainians' lives while retaining Ukrainian freedoms and their sense of identity. This is where land and identity come completely together, and the Ukrainians are fighting for both.
Arkady, thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Arkady spoke at length with President Zelensky in an exclusive and personal interview. In a special episode airing on December 22nd, he talks candidly about how his acting career has helped him shape his messaging, about his forthcoming book, and about what it's like to be a wartime leader. To hear that in-depth conversation, listen to The Intelligence next Thursday. This year's World Cup in Qatar is a milestone for Arab countries. It's the first to be held in the Middle East, a football-mad region whose teams are often the underdogs. And the tournament has thrown up some huge upsets, like when Saudi Arabia beat Argentina in the early stages. And last night, in a fixture fraught with history, another member of the Arab world, Morocco, took on its former colonial power, France, in a semi-final and lost. Morocco's fans applauded their team's performance nonetheless.
Yeah, it was a great game. The Moroccan players did really well. They did their best. We honestly all think they're heroes, and it was a tough match. The whole Arab world was really proud of that team today.
Reasons for pride at the national level are clear-cut, but looking more widely, well, that's up for debate.
Morocco are the first African and Arab squad to get as far as they did in the World Cup.
Greg Gerlstrom is our Middle East correspondent.
The achievement has set off raucous celebrations in the Arab world, in Africa, and among diaspora communities in Europe. But team success has also raised some curious arguments about Morocco's identity and its place in the region.
Arguments in what sense?
Let's start with the ones that are not open to argument. The first is that this was an African achievement, and of course it was. Look at a map. Morocco is on the African continent. It's been embraced by millions of African fans. Even the Morocco coach has talked about the team's rise in the World Cup as being a historic moment for Africa. It's also an historic moment for the Moroccan diaspora, which lives mostly in Western Europe. Of the 26 members of their squad, 14 of them were born outside of Morocco. That's the highest proportion of any team in this tournament. One example, Ashraf Hakimi, a fullback who grew up in Madrid to poor Moroccan parents, chose to play for the Moroccan squad. He said he felt more affinity for the country of his heritage. And on December 6th, he scored the winning penalty kick against Spain. And so, just as European football has become more diverse in recent years and has really enriched the sport, we also have now the Moroccan squad that has created its own roster of players with complex identities. The one thing that has been up for debate, whether talking to fans in cafes or in fan zones or scrolling through social media in recent weeks, has been over Morocco's place in the Arab world.
And what's the shape of that argument?
It seems like a ridiculous argument in some ways. I mean, Morocco is a member of the Arab League. It's a country where Arabic is an official language, and its culture has contributed much to broader Arab culture for centuries, whether we're talking about modern-day singers who record in Arabic or figures from hundreds of years ago, like Ibn Battuta, the famous scholar and explorer who was Moroccan-born. But the question of Morocco's Arabness is something that Moroccans and Arabs have been talking about. On the one hand, you have many Moroccans who identify as Arabs, and they have been embraced by the Arab world as they have moved through the World Cup over the past few weeks. But you also have Moroccans who are uncomfortable with the label. You have a plurality of the country, perhaps a majority, that is of Berber descent, and to some of them, being labeled as Arab implies an erasure of their identity. The Berber language was long a second-tier language in Morocco. It was only given official status in 2011 as part of a package of constitutional reforms that the king rushed through when people were getting restive during the Arab Spring.
So the center of this argument then is how much Moroccans themselves feel Arab.
There's that, and then there's also how much the rest of the Arab world considers them to be. For one thing, Morocco is quite far away from the Arabian Peninsula and the Levant. I happened to be in Saudi Arabia on the night of their knockout stage victory, and I was talking to Saudis during and after the match, and one of them said this was a win for the entire Arab world, and he was jubilant about it. Another one said really he wasn't that excited because Morocco was as far away as Thailand. There's also a lot of prejudice aimed at Moroccans from elsewhere in the region. The Moroccan dialect is sort of widely mocked for being difficult to understand. But there are also some crude stereotypes directed at Moroccan women from other Arab countries. They are sort of widely maligned as being prostitutes. Some Arab countries have imposed travel restrictions on younger Moroccan women because of this stereotype. So it's a country that even some people in the Arab world have an uneasy relationship, considering part of their region.
And so clearly some part of all of this argumentation is how all of those prejudices, all of that politics, all that history gets mixed up with football on the pitch.
It is, and we've seen in this World Cup how football, politics, and identity can mix. Of course, this is the first World Cup that has been hosted in an Arab country, in Qatar, and so it's been an opportunity for many Arab fans and non-Arab fans as well to show solidarity for the Palestinian cause. We've seen fans coming to matches with Palestinian flag armbands or t-shirts or actual flags, and the Moroccan squad itself has taken part of this. After their victory over Spain, the team unfurled the Palestinian flag on the pitch to an outpouring of support from people across the Arab world who, of course, see Israel's half-century occupation of Palestine as an injustice. It probably look less noble to people in Western Sahara who have been under a Moroccan occupation for 46 years. But it was a reminder of the way that football and politics intersect, and it was also a reminder of the way the Palestinian cause continues to animate, continues to play a central role in Arab identity.
And so, to your mind, has the tournament been a display of Arab unity or reasons for disunity?
Despite all of the debates place in the region. I think it's been a display of unity, unlike anything we've seen in 11 or 12 years since the beginning of the Arab Spring. And I think it offers a sort of interesting version of Pan-Arabism. Whenever people talk about Pan-Arabism, they tend to harken back to either the 1950s and 1960s, the sort of heady days of Arab nationalism, which was a very political movement as the region was emerging from colonialism, or they go back much further and talk about the Grand Caliphates in the early days of Islam. And these are visions that seem quite dated to Arabs today. Morocco's success, aside from just being a remarkable achievement on its own and the result of a lot of hard work by the Moroccan team, also offers a slightly different vision of Pan-Arabism. This is a squad and a country that is a mix of different identities. It's African, it's Berber, it's also Arab. It's a mix of foreign-born and native sons, and somehow the squad has pulled all of these different players together and gone remarkably far in the World Cup. And so they've given Arabs across the region something to cheer, and they've also given them perhaps a newer, sort of more updated vision of what Pan-Arabism means in the 21st century.
Greg, thanks very much for joining us.
Thank you.
We hope you enjoy listening to The Intelligence as much as we enjoyed making it. We're always thinking of ways to improve, and to do that, we'd like to know more about you. Do us a little favor and fill out a short questionnaire at economist.com/intelligence survey. The link is in the notes. Thanks.
There's an exhibition running at the New York Historical Society about Jewish delis. I'll Have What She's Having is named after a scene in the movie When Harry Met Sally, in which, well, let's just say that the scene involves a sandwich, a deli, and a full-throated, if somewhat disingenuous, expression of joy.
Yes, yes. Oh, oh, oh, oh, God. Oh. I'll have what she's having.
The exhibition is small, but it's imaginative, it's thorough, of course it's funny, and it's well worth a visit. But for those of us who grew up going to Jewish delis, it has an uncomfortably funereal rise and fall feeling about it. That's not without reason. 90 years ago, there were around 3,000 delis in New York. Today, thanks to suburbanization, assimilation, and changing tastes, there are just a few dozen left. But that's not nothing. And those surviving delis inspire fierce loyalty and affection in their customers.
I converted to Judaism before I got married, and converted to being a deli fan at the same time. Every time we're in the city, when we go to Carnegie, we loved it. And we're just heartbroken when it went away. Really, now the only ones we go to are Katz's and Second Ave.
That's Dave Brunel. I sat next to him at lunch last week at the Second Avenue Deli. It's no longer on Second Avenue in the East Village. And the East Village, where my grandfather was born 105 years ago, is no longer as densely Jewish as it was. But the restaurant was still doing a brisk lunch trade.
There's nothing like it. I mean, when we started coming, it was the old Jewish waiters, you know, and they were funny, so some of that personality is gone. Not all, but you know, there's still some of that, but man, those were fun times. I mean, you knew you'd have a laugh in a meal, you know.
That's part of what makes Jewish delis so special. They're aggressively informal. Heimische, you'd say in Yiddish. Home-like, familiar, comfortable. Waiters joke with their customers, and customers joke right back. Steve Cohen, who's managed the Second Avenue Deli for 40 years, explains how he tries to get his waiters to think.
I tell people when they first start to work here, you can look at it as either being entertained by people all day or assaulted by people all day. Now, which one are you going to have a better home experience?
And of course, there's the food. Corned beef, pastrami, smoked fish on bagels, matzo ball soup. It's not all that adventurous, but it's comforting, and done right, it's just sublime. Usually, before you even sit down at a deli, you know not just what's on the menu, but what you're going to order. What's your order?
I always get pastrami on rye, If it's not kosher, I may ask for some Swiss with it.
Now, the reason Dave said that is because at a kosher deli, you won't get any cheese on your sandwich. Jewish dietary law forbids eating milk and meat with the same meal. A deli purist would order pastrami on rye with nothing but mustard and a few half-sour pickles on the side. But like everything else, that's up for vigorous argument. At a deli, diners talk to each other. I asked Steve whether he thinks the deli is dying or still vibrant.
You know, it's vibrant for working that it is now. It's a problem because it's very time-consuming. I mean, I have vats of briskets and corned beefs because I do my own. It's a lot of work. You go to an Italian restaurant, you know, they have a little pasta here, a little tomato here, a little... So in that way, it's hard. And the meat prices are at a sky high. We are kosher, so it's really... It's a problem. It's rough.
What's your secret? The secret to this deli, its longevity, its popularity. I mean, it's lunchtime, it's packed.
I care about the customer. We make the customer happy. I work hard for my money. I'm going to be 75 and I'm still doing this, so I want people to come here and say, you know what, they're glad to see me. I'm glad to see them. I've been through a lot of life cycles with a lot of customers. They became my friends. Deaths, births, funerals. I mean, it's, you know, unfortunate, but this is what it is. I mean, so you have to really like people.
And it helps that for some of these customers, including me, he serves food that tastes like their grandmother, like their bubby used to make. I have to say, the kosher varnishkas did taste just like my bubbies. It was a great memory today. Thank you.
I remember your bubby. Huh? She used to pinch my cheek 20 times a day. It hurts.
That's all for this episode of The Intelligence. Don't forget that we want to hear from you in our listener survey.
What you like, what you...
Hello, you're listening to the free edition of The World in... Our top stories. The Federal Reserve raised its benchmark interest rate by 0.5 percentage point. That follows 4 consecutive 3/4 point increases and brings the federal funds rate to a range between 4.25% and 4.5%, its highest since 2007. Policymakers' median forecast is that interest rates will hit 5.1% in 2023 and that American GDP will grow by 0.5% next year. Istanbul's mayor, Ekrem İmamoğlu, was sentenced to 2 years and 7 months in prison for insulting the elections authority. The conviction could prevent the rising star of Turkey's secular opposition party from being re-elected as mayor of the country's largest city. It could also block a possible challenge to the incumbent, Recep Tayyip Erdogan, in next year's presidential election. An energy deal worth nearly $16 billion was announced between Vietnam and rich countries, including America, Britain, and Germany, to help transition its economy away from coal. Similar partnerships have already been signed with South Africa and Indonesia. To access the cash, Vietnam has to promise to reach a peak in its emissions by 2030 and use more renewable energy. Peru's government declared a 30-day state of emergency to quell protests by supporters of Pedro Castillo, the former president whom lawmakers removed from office after he attempted to dissolve the legislature. The order gives more authority to police and the army, allowing them to search homes without warrants, for example. Prosecutors are seeking to detain Mr. Castillo for 18 months while he awaits trial. 4 migrants died attempting the short but dangerous journey across the English Channel. Another 43 people were saved, mostly pulled out from the freezing waters. The accident comes a day after Britain's Prime Minister, Rishi Sunak, promised to boost staffing to deal with a growing backlog of asylum claims. More than 40,000 people have set out to cross the channel in small boats so far this year. Iran was ousted from a UN committee tasked with promoting gender equality and empowering women. The country was voted out of the commission on the status of women over its suppression of protesters, many of whom are female, taking
champion will play Argentina for the trophy on Sunday. And a fact of the day, $8 billion, the cost of the fraud that Sam Bankman-Fried is alleged to have committed, according to American authorities. That's the world in brief from...
This is the Dean with Ari Romer. Let me tell you where to begin tonight. Trump world absolutely rattled over what looks like a significant conclusion to this January 6th committee's work. I'm going to show you why and make up your own mind. The January 6th committee held that unusual weekend meeting. Now they're prepping what will be one of those public meetings, the hearings that really galvanized so much action, including at DOJ when they held them throughout the year. This is basically the last one that we know of. A meeting Monday to release its exhaustive report, to vote on that in criminal referrals. And on Wednesday, of course, the report comes out, as I've told you. So here's what we're hearing. Congressman Raskin now says these coming criminal referrals, which will be voted on Monday, will also deal with evidence that's relevant to federal prosecutors, including evidence that may be new and has not yet come to light. Now, let's keep it real. That could sound like any government official or member of Congress hyping something before it comes out. And you can always keep a little skepticism about the description of something before you get it. But here's why this is a little different tonight, and it may connect with that huge breaking story we were covering over the past couple days. Some of this is already coming out, and it's daily. The new secret text messages which show the coup plot is coming from inside the building. You may say, hey, Ari, I've heard you say that before. Yeah, we've been reporting on it when the evidence shows it. But this is new evidence. It reinforces that point. A wider coup conspiracy, and it's bad. Republicans are using their power inside government to literally, in writing, deal with when they knew their evidence would ever come out later, but in writing, cheering on a coup, asking about declaring martial law. I told you about some of that in the last couple days, and we're going to report on some of that for you in a moment tonight. But I wanted to say, think about it like this. If you were doing that, and you knew it was a coup, and you still had this direct access line as a Republican to the top of the Trump White House, which is such a transactional place, gosh, you might think you could get in some trouble if your coup fails. And you don't have to be a coup expert to know that not all coups win. And there hasn't been a winning coup in the United States, ever. So wouldn't you want some sort of legal protection for that? Or are you just kind of that legally courageous? The answer is also in some of this new material. Let's show you some of it. Political allies were seeking presidential pardons. A trove of coup evidence from powerful members of Congress is in writing. We made this to make sure you understand. These are the people who were texting Meadows. Some of them, they're not all the same, some of them were asking questions, lobbing in ideas, claiming they were kind of being an intermediary. Others, many of them, and we have the receipts, were actively cheering on, demanding or supporting an illegal coup. Here's some examples. At least 7 of them are on the House Oversight Committee. That's a panel that is moving into control of oversight, meaning in normal times, they would be the ones trying to, see whether people are abusing government power or anyone in the executive branch or DOJ or the military is meddling in the election or politics. That's the normal time, but they are the problem. I say that based on the evidence, not as an opinion. On this score, on this issue, these are the arsonists who now will be running the fire department, which raises the question, is it really the fire department anymore? Let me take one example. I showed you, show you the evidence, and you make up your own mind. Congressman Jim Jordan, you may have heard of him, incoming chairman of the Judiciary Committee. On Insurrection Eve, he wrote in about a plot that I told you was a precursor to the January 6th violence, but could have operated without it as an unconstitutional method to overthrow the election. He talked about how, in his view, what he calls an unconstitutionally appointed elector, which in their Orwellian language is actually referring to the lawful Biden electors who have been formally and lawfully approved by the Electoral College, he says, like an unconstitutional statute, is no elector at all. No elector at all. If that phraseology sounds somewhat familiar, the reason is unfortunate. There are dissidents throughout American history and world history who've used that formulation. Martin Luther King has referred to the idea that an unjust law is no law at all. And this is why I call Orwellian. These people, when you keep an eye on them, some of them are gaining more power. That's part of neat story tonight. They use that language, they trick people. Some of their followers actually get confused, actually think they're the freedom fighters. And legally and otherwise, they are less culpable if they have been confused and brainwashed and believe a conspiracy theory than the people who know better who are taking over these positions of power. And that's what Jordan put in writing. On the eve of the 6th, when the election had been decided, the Supreme Court had weighed in, everyone had weighed in lawfully, he was saying, let's use elector fraud, which is illegal, to overthrow, otherwise sabotage, or delay the January 6th certification. But these were secret texts. They didn't know they'd come out. Here's how our NBC colleagues put it. The texts represent an indelible stain on the incoming House GOP majority. Now, to the pardon part I told you, TPM, which first broke the story about some of these texts, has 4 of them making pardon requests. One from Georgia Congressman Allen, who exchanged about 30 text messages with Meadows about all of this stuff, and the big lie and the conspiracies that might somehow justify a coup. He writes, Mark, I know you're getting a lot of requests for pardons. This man worked with my dad and got the Flynn treatment from FBI. Please extend my thanks to the president for his consideration. Now, you have lawmakers who write laws that they were about to violate, trying to help the outgoing, defeated administration break those laws to perform a coup, while also trying to call in whatever you want to call it, a favor, a deal, a transaction, what some Democrats used to call a quid pro quo, which is an overly fancy way of referring to government bribery, which is also a crime. Are you trying to swap? I asked the question. Are you, as a government official, trying to swap the help for the coup with the pardon for your own people? The pardon power is not really reviewable. The Constitution has things that make sense and held up well. I don't know if that one makes as much sense. I don't know if they foresaw someone who would be running for president right now who had this help from inside the building on a failed coup, who's now out there publicly promising, dangling, vowing pardons for the convicted insurrectionists who tried to help him overthrow democracy in the United States. These are the stakes. This is the evidence. You decide what to think about it, but you can hear how serious it is. So we want to turn to someone who knows exactly these issues so well. Then President Obama tapped him to make the case for his administration at the Supreme Court. Former acting U.S. Solicitor General Neil Kochel. Welcome back, sir.
Great to see you, Ari.
Absolutely. I mentioned with great care that the texts are striking, but not every person who logged in a text is in the same position legally or otherwise. And I mentioned that there are aspects of this that might be separate from the violent insurrection. And yet, from the standpoint of democracy, it looks really bad. I'm curious your view.
Yeah, I agree with that, Ari. I mean, before talking about the quality of the text, I just think it's worth a moment on the quantity of the text. I mean, the evidence shows that Mark Meadows texted with 34 different Republican members of Congress. He sent 95 texts. He received 364 of these insurrectionist texts. I mean, this guy was texting more than a teenager at a Post Malone concert. I mean, he's the White House chief of staff, for God's sakes. What's he doing with his time? So that's one thing. And then I think you're absolutely right to talk about the quality of these texts. I mean, it is maybe the most upsetting thing is not what was said, but the fact that these people are still in positions of power in Congress and now being elevated to further positions in power. I mean, the texts show these people to be insurrectionists. They show them to be people who are trying to angle for pardons in order, it looks like, to exchange votes on January 6th. I don't know, that the evidence is going to have to be developed on that, but it looks really, really damning.
Yeah, and there's a desperation to some of the people who were involved. People like Mr. Bannon and Mr. Navarro, both of whom have been indicted, one convicted, and some of the members of Congress. And I mention that because I'm curious what you think about this, given your extensive experience. Sometimes some people who are involved in, shall we say, malfeasance or crime don't come off like they have it all together. They don't come off that bright. And they don't come off always like, oh, how seriously should we take this person? And yet, depending on the scenario, that is precisely why they can be dangerous. And so there, as you remember, especially if we try to go back to the pre-January 6th era, you know, I keep it pretty straightforward. I'm a country lawyer, but what an appeals lawyer like you might call a sort of a pre-lapsarian era, you know, before the insurrection, people were like, oh, one more Giuliani press conference. This Easton guy, not serious. And most lawyers don't take him that seriously as a legal scholar. Is there a potential here for the public, which has to decide what to do about democracy, and the committee, which meets on Monday, and the Justice Department, to still underestimate what we're up against, because some of the folks in some ways were desperate. Bannon needed a pardon, which he got. These other folks wanted things. They were, in the dictionary definition of the sense, desperate. But might we also need to take them quite seriously?
That to me is 100% right, Ari. So, like, what's going on pre-January 6th and on January 6th is a coup shrouded by a legal theory that nobody who actually believes in law would believe. So it was just a cover, it was just their cover story for raw political power. And that's why these texts are so significant, because they reveal the exercise, the attempted exercise of this power, you know, with bogus legal arguments through and through. And that's why I think that this report next week, I'm waiting with such bated breath for it, as I think you are and so many other people, because, you know, the question about criminal referrals and will they, you know, and who will they recommend to be prosecuted sucks up a lot of the oxygen. But the much more important part of this story is just what happened on January 6th, who was saying what to whom, and as you point out, who was saying what to whom in the prior days before January 6th. And, you know, for a matter of history, it is so important. For a matter of our world's credibility, I mean, these images went around the world of our capital being attacked. It made us look like our country is falling apart. You know, I obviously think these people should be held to account, and it seems criminal to me. But apart from that, I'm so glad the committee's telling the story finally after 2 years.
Yeah, it is significant in that sense. I want to read to you Representative Norman's response. I mentioned to viewers last night on the story, some folks have sort of just disappeared. They have time to tweet and make videos and not responding. But I will bring folks the response when we get them. Congressman Norman here said, in response to his prior call for martial law, he said there on a local radio, obviously martial law was never warranted. The text message came from frustration on the heels of unanswered questions about the integrity of the election without any way to slow down and examine those issues prior to the inauguration of the newly elected president.
Congress, of which this guy is a member. So the idea that there wasn't any process, you know, and beyond that, 62 different court decisions that went against Trump. Process on this, in the election in the United States history, Trump lost take seriously.
Yeah, I mean, I think you very elegantly poking one hole in what he came up with, and I mentioned it was on the radio because he just sort of said it. It wasn't like his staff had time to polish the statement, which was likening it to, yeah, you know, like, hey, I know I sent you a couple extra exclamation points and emojis when you were running late, and I was frustrated, but I know that you know, you're doing your best. No, it was, let's overthrow the government. I got to fit in a break because of who I have on deck. So Neil, always good to see you as our leadoff guest. Appreciate you, sir.
Thank you. Good to see you.
Neil just said something interesting. He said that the report and the contents and the evidence could matter even more than the criminal referrals. It's a process that we've seen in the past with the 9/11 Commission and other certain reports can matter. We don't know what's in the report. None of it's come out yet. But we do think it is newsworthy. And that's why I want to tell you I have written a foreword on the coup conspiracy, expanding on even some of the points we made tonight. And it will be available with the January 6th committee's full report. You can pre-order it now wherever you get your books. Go on Amazon, search Melbourne January 6th, or go to melbournebook.com. That's melbournebook.com, and you can choose any version of it. I would be thrilled if you check it out, because it's got my fuller examination, about 9,000 words, on why this was bigger than one day, why it was a coup conspiracy, and as I've come to mention, you can also get the report for free when it comes out from the government online, so you have your choices. Coming up, another DeSantis stunt, but it might be a self-own, and a right-wing backlash as we look at equality in America, as well as interracial marriage. Why should we even be talking about that in 2022? I got some very special guests, and I want to share this with you. That's coming up tonight.
Hey everyone, I'm Tom Yamas from Top Story on NBC News Now. Every night, Top Story is your news playlist. We take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. And now, Top Story is available as a podcast, so you can listen anytime and anywhere. Subscribe now for new episodes every weeknight.
Hey everybody, it's Savannah Guthrie.
And I'm Hoda Kotb, and we've got some great news to share.
The Today Show is now available wherever you get your podcast.
Can you believe that? Right now you can get your daily dose of news and headlines and the day's top interviews from us right here every single morning.
We have what you need to start your day, and it's available every day wherever you get your podcast.
So why not subscribe and follow today to start listening?
What year is it? This is the news. See, I bet you're the type of person that knows what year you're in. It's 2022. But on some issues, it really doesn't feel like people realize that. Indeed, there are so many parts of our life in media, politics, culture, where things are so divided. And then you have some other things where there is actual genuine hope, especially when you talk to young people who've grown up in a different generation. If they grew up with the Obama presidency, or they grew up with marriage equality, they don't even really see the issue in a good way, because they're past it, because it's 2022. But not on some parts of Fox. Take hours after President Biden signed this landmark federal protection that really does something that's already the law of the land, which is marriage equality, but it locks it in with extra federal protections in case the Supreme Court does what some members, not the majority, have lately talked about, which is try to go and run that back. Now, if you're watching Fox, here's what you heard.
Joe Biden held kind of an over-the-top, celebration, this extravaganza that was named the Respect for Marriage Act, a bill that moves to restrict freedom of religion and freedom of speech even, meaning whether you're Catholic or evangelical or maybe Muslim, any serious person of faith, you will not necessarily have the rights tomorrow that you had yesterday. This push by the left, Biden included, is about destroying the primacy of the nuclear family.
Two things. There can be debates here, and there are people who have religious views, and some churches and other houses of worship don't always perform these kind of marriages. But you'll notice point number one. Having rights is still very popular even to the Fox audience, which is why that anchor there seems to need to lie about this and pretend there's some issue where that side would be on the side of rights. It's not. It's the opposite. Number two, this actual bill does not take anyone's rights away. Indeed, talk about freedom of speech and freedom of religion. You have every right to criticize marriage equality. You have every right not to practice it if you don't want to be married to someone of the same gender. And you have every right to go to a house of worship where you and those members decide they don't want to recognize that religiously. None of that is touched. And I'll tell you, by the way, as someone who used to practice First Amendment law, it really shouldn't be. That's your freedom. The freedom over here and equality under the law is equality for everyone as it pertains to the law and government. So you heard that on Fox Primetime. Their daytime shows, unlike other networks, also went out of their way to ignore what was just news. Again, when we cover big presidential stuff, it's not a pre-meeting about whether somebody agrees with it or not. It's a big deal when big bills are signed. But it was, of course, censored in a way. Speaking of cancel culture, the event itself was sort of canceled out of that news awareness of that audience. Here's some other Fox evening hosts on the attack.
It's an effort to degrade the country, but as a political matter, it's a distraction. Now, of course, he did have time, though, today for a big celebration at the White House after signing the Respect for Marriage Act. Why did he choose that over visiting the southern border? Think about that. This was supposed to be about gay marriage, but here you have Joe Biden, President of the United States, purportedly pushing child sexual mutilation.
This is a tough call. Do you fact check the last words you just heard, or do you point out that the graphic on the show that is called a news show of Joe Biden eating ice cream in front of a blazing fire is just not real? I mean, if you're watching something and they start photoshopping stuff without it telling you why or what it is, you might not be watching the news. Fact check, Joe Biden has never been caught on camera eating ice cream in front of a blazing fire. So, that's the light part. The serious part is that there's a context for all this. We are in a time of rising hate-related violence in America. There's a hearing on that just today. Hate crimes related to bias against sexual orientation and gender identity have actually surged over 40% in the last few years. And you've seen the examples. They correlate with other problems we have, like the general right-wing hate discourse in America and the accessibility to weapons, including sometimes people with mental health challenges accessibility to weapons. But at the Pulse nightclub, that was a massacre of 49 people related to this kind of hate. Well, within the last month, the mass shooting killed 5 and injured many more at Club Q in Colorado Springs. Today at this hearing, against the backdrop of that other stuff I showed you, the way it's being presented or misdirected to the public, well, at this important hearing, survivors from those attacks testified today.
Being LGBTQ in America in 2022 means looking over your shoulder before you hold hands with someone you love. It means wondering if today is the day that hate comes armed with a clenched fist or worse, an AR-15.
I saw my friend lying on the floor, bleeding out, knowing there was little to no chance of surviving that bullet wound. I had to tell him goodbye while I continued to fear for my life, not knowing if the attack was truly over.
It's not all the same, but a lot of it is related. And even if you start out from the position of not completely getting or understanding what's going on here, why this is in the news, why this is so important, how it relates to this discussion of rights and gender in America, well, that's okay. But then it's a time to listen. Can we still do that? Do we listen to each other and learn as we go? That's what that hearing was partially about, to bear witness to what those people endure here in our country. When we come back, we have 2 special guests to listen a little bit more, and I think it will be a worthwhile conversation. We'll be right back. We're joined now by Sally Cohn, the author of The Opposite of Hate, a field guide to repairing our humanity, and Valencia Johnson, political strategist and chief impact officer of 1063 West Broad. Welcome to both of you. We laid this out, Valencia, your thoughts?
You know, it's been a really somber day to hear all the testimonies in Congress the day after the celebration at the White House. But to your point about the hate crimes rising against LGBTQ, identifying people, I want to distill that a little bit more. They found in 2021, 20% of all hate crimes, that's 1 in 5, were based on sexual orientation or gender identity. And so it is really concerning that some of us, majority of Americans, want us to do something about this rise in violent hate crimes, and then you have a news network like Fox News literally not talking about the Respect for Marriage Act, as well as kind of flaming the fire, unfortunately, on these people who want to take out attacks on people because of who they love and how they want to show up in the world. And so it's really scary where we are, and I'm really concerned about what will happen going forward.
Yeah, I hear all that. Sally, you've joined us for many topics, and not only the topic of your book there, and I'm curious as well about the politics of this, which you've been shrewd about. You know, Rome, shout out to Rome, great pasta. But Tucker Carlson and his guests were looking at Rome and the fall of Rome and what they call pagan lifestyle as some sort of relevant metric to this debate. It's a short clip. You don't have to watch much of it. Take a look.
It's looking more and more like late stages of pagan Rome, where no one seems to have the answers. What about respect? Is about respect for marriage is persecuting Christians and people who refuse to go along with this bill?
Sally.
Oh my gosh, there's a lot to unpack there. I mean, first of all, like, let's be clear. Biden, you know, signs a bare bones law and lights the White House up in rainbow colors, and they go apoplectic. Meanwhile, the same people at Fox News are literally egging on, encouraging, and defending the violent overthrow of the country while Trump wants to suspend the Constitution. So I don't know. You say potato, I say treasonous, hate-mongering hypocrites. The other thing here is, if we're being really clear, it would be one thing if the bill actually did what they're accusing it of doing.
Sure.
This bill, which, by the way, Democrats, and including LGBTQ Democrats, worked with conservative Republicans to author, all it does is maintain what right-wing, you don't get any right-wingier than right-wing Senator Joni Ernst of Iowa called the status quo. It just says, it doesn't create right to interracial marriage or to gay marriage. It just says one state has to recognize marriages performed in another state. And it doesn't do anything else than that. So and actually, if anything, it contains extra language about religious protections and freedom of belief. So, I mean, you were talking about the exploding building. You know, they're just creating fire and shouting fire where there's no there. And it's sad because, to Valencia's point, their hate mongering has real impact.
Well, right, and you're speaking to the politics of it, which is part of this, unfortunately, but we're here to excavate it. If you had a picture of Joe Biden doing something related to this story that was so terrible that even his critics, I mean, some of Tucker's viewers are disposed to criticize Joe Biden, you'd show the real photo. And I can tell you, I'm in the same line of work. You'd show the real photo. It's only that there's nothing grabbing enough about it that you have to be like, this isn't going to work. Let's have the ice cream in front of the fire. And by the way, if he was that close to the fire, wouldn't that ice cream have melted more? Not the question, but the answer. So that brings us, Sally's point brings us back to the context. And Valencia, I want to show a story that, on the one hand, sounds sort of random, but also speaks to this wider fear-mongering about all of it. You're right to date, or marry who you want, or be who you want, or gender fluidity. And again, I think there's room for people to learn at different paces. I think we've got to be open and have the conversation. Not demagogue, but here's a law enforcement official in Texas that, again, this is a little suspicious. We don't have all the details. I want to be clear about that. But what we do have is Texas Attorney General basically going to the Department of Public Safety in June. This is coming out now, and they have this request that says, give us a list of anyone who changed their gender on their driver's license, which is some government. So you look at the article, that actually turns out to be roughly thousands and thousands of people. And so when you talk about the government, trying to make a list to find out why you did that, if there is what we call in the law, a legitimate state purpose, they haven't provided. It looks more like trying to fearmonger about getting people mad that someone else somewhere changed their gender on the list, to which, kind of gets you back to the Joe Behar of it. So what? Who cares?
Yeah, no, literally, who cares how people decide to live their lives, their personal lives? But to the point about the violence that we're talking about, it is this search, it is this targeting that has so many people living in fear. The rise of violence against transgender people, especially Black and Latina transgender women, has risen exponentially. The rise in hate crimes against and discrimination against young people who are expressing themselves, who are transitioning, has risen. And this is another unfortunate incident when we see Republicans meddling in something that actually doesn't need to have anything to do with how they are governing at all. And so I'm concerned that we will see this in other states. I am also very concerned that we will continue to see people fear their lives for just living how they want to live.
Yeah. All of this we wanted to get to and sort of look at the seriousness of it. So I want to thank Valencia, Sally. Let me folks, coming up, there's new heat on Bannon, and I'm going to get into that and unequal justice. But first, why DeSantis is in hot water over a new stunt with the receipts. Stay with us.
Panel a statewide grand jury to investigate any and all wrongdoing in Florida with respect to COVID-19 vaccine. The benefit is minuscule, but as Joe Latipo and other studies have shown, there is a risk for doing it. So why can't our medical establishment acknowledge that? Why the deception?
Are we still doing this? Florida Governor DeSantis trying to go after vaccines now in 2022. He has what some critics are saying is an abuse of government power as a kind of shadow CDC. He has a state panel, which he says will counter policy recommendations from federal health agencies. Notice that it admits the problem. You can do your own state medical guidance, that happens. But it explicitly is there to just rebut what he thinks is coming out of, say, the Biden administration. Now, some people are calling this pick your doctor, DeSantis or Fauci. One of them's actually a real doctor. The politics are catering to an anti-vax base, not with words alone, which is its own debate, but by, again, this is an important distinction, using the power of state government to create actual confusion about people's medical decisions. A study, since he mentions what we know, recently found that the COVID vaccine prevented up to 3 million deaths in the United States alone. Gosh, I wonder if any Republican out there might be able to tell DeSantis this, since he's so partisan, and if he heard it from a Republican, it would all make sense.
Today is the day we're going to hit our 2 million senior vaccinated, and I couldn't think of a better fella to be able to have that honor. So I think we have the Pfizer vaccine ready to go. Well, I had also the privilege to be able to actually sign for the vaccines from FedEx. It's a single dose. You take it one time, you don't have to worry about it. Florida, to be at almost 50% statewide, that's much better than almost probably 45 or 46 other states. And we're going to give them more because we want the shots to go in the arms.
Today's Ron DeSantis, but only need to listen to recent Ron DeSantis. And if you say, okay, there are flip-flops in politics, there are. But this is a public health crisis with a lot of people dying. If you haven't noticed, a lot of elderly people in Florida. Shout out to all of our Florida viewers. Maybe you can't listen to someone who contradicts themselves on the vaccine, but if you are a Republican or you need that angle, just go to YouTube and listen to old DeSantis. He's a little more right then. That's the most charitable way we can play. We're going to fit a break with a lot more to come. It's a special night on the beat. Why was Pelosi being honored today? And guess who showed up as a vow to kind of her power? That's coming up later in the hour. But first, what I mentioned, this heat on Steve Bannon. Peter Navarro about to go on trial. The double standards in American justice, that's next.
Hi, I'm MSNBC Steve Kornacki. My podcast, The Revolution, explores the rise of Newt Gingrich. Now he's agreed to talk to me.
I do want to commend you and your team. I think it was a remarkably useful contribution to history.
He offers a unique perspective on our divided politics.
These are real fights about things where people will generally disagree.
Join me, Steve Kornacki, as I sit down with Newt Gingrich for a special bonus episode of The Revolution. Search for The Revolution with Steve Kornacki wherever you're listening and follow.
There comes a point when a singular event shapes our future, broadens our perspective, and marks a crossroad in our cultural landscape. Introducing The Turning Point, a new documentary series from MSNBC Films and executive producer Trevor Noah that explores these watershed moments for the biggest issues of our time and asks how we got here and where we go next. The Turning Point documentary series on MSNBC and streaming on Peacock.
Breaking news in a RICO case we told you about coming out of Atlanta. Top-selling artist Gunna, who was booked into a wider RICO case by the Georgia DA down there, Fannie Willis, which allegedly was part of this conspiracy, also used his own art or lyrics as criminal evidence. It's actually such a controversial tactic, some states like California recently banned it outright as too prejudicial. Now, Gunna had maintained his innocence and offered to cooperate awaiting trial with digital ankle bracelet monitoring and everything just so he could have his day in court. But here's what's different about this case. The judge ordered him incarcerated before trial. Tonight, the news is his lawyers have struck a deal for him to get out today on time served if he pled guilty to a single count on racketeering conspiracy. This is all part of a larger sweeping gang indictment against 20-plus people in Atlanta, including another prominent artist who goes by the name Young Thug. Now, Gunna entered the type of plea where basically you're on one charge while maintaining your innocence. But here's what's really important here that I want to tell you. When you look at a case like this, you have a situation meaning they're in jail and they cannot maintain their innocence, get ready for trial or anything else because while they're legally presumed innocent, they're stuck incarcerated. That's a total contrast to, say, Steve Bannon, who's in a trial we've covered here. You saw him just there on the screen. Mr. Bannon is convicted now. He wasn't held in jail before trial. He hasn't been in jail since because he says he wants to appeal and the judge let him go. Or Peter Navarro, who faced a surprise arrest in shackling, which you might remember. Take a listen.
Instead of calling me and saying, hey, we need you down at court, we got a warrant for you, finally called me, what did they do? They intercepted me, getting on the point, and then they put me in handcuffs, bring me here, they put me in leg irons, and stick me in a cell. What they did to me today violated the Constitution.
False. The reason Navarro faced what was a surprise arrest in shackling is that a judge deemed him so uncooperative at the time that he was deemed a risk for flight or destroying evidence. Here's why I'm telling you about this right now. Even then, after that finding from a judge, Mr. Navarro was still released before trial, which is coming up in the coming weeks. He was not in prison before trial and forced then under that pressure to decide whether to plead and take time served. Now, there is nothing unique about this contrast with the different defendants I'm citing. They just happen to be in the news, the Trump people for one reason, the artists for another. The difference is race and class. Rich white people are not held in prison in this country before trial, basically no matter what. Mr. Bannon's not in prison and he was already convicted. But poor people of all races, and black people especially, are. We've shown you that data before. Tonight, you see that this artist I'm talking about made a decision. They told him, you can walk today, you just have to sign this thing. So that's what he did, because he was being held in prison before his day in court, which now he'll never get. So you have to ask yourself, is that justice? An update on that case. When we come back, we have Speaker Pelosi being honored today, and the connection to Whitney Houston. All explained next. Late today is outgoing Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi, honored with what's unveiled right there, her own portrait at the Capitol. Pelosi is often seen as a historic figure, even sometimes respected by her foes, which is why former Speaker Boehner, seen right here with the kiss, made the trek to honor that portrait unveiling of the outgoing Speaker today. It's a tradition that actually dates back centuries, these portraits, and who knows, someday it might give way to TikToks or AIR. But for this generation of leaders who've served in so many ways and are now taking a bow, the portrait is still the way icons are honored within the federal government. And that's the case with a new portrait we see here of Clive Davis, the music executive who launched indelible names like Houston and Joplin. He now has his own portrait, along with some other American icons. His is by David Hockney, and this is in the official Smithsonian National Portrait Gallery. You can see some of the other honorees, Ava DuVernay, Serena Williams, Venus Williams, and a man for the moment who was in the news earlier tonight for other reasons, Dr. Fauci. Clive Davis has been on the beat before, you might remember. He just returned to the beat, and he talked about this honor. Here's his clip from that interview airing now for the first time. You've done a lot of interesting things in your life. What did it feel like to fly out there, to have Mr. Hockney paint you, and what does this honor mean to you at 90?
You know, it's a lifetime thrill. Growing up in Brooklyn, going to public schools, education, they never dawned on me, I don't dawned on anyone from childhood on that you would end up in the National Portrait Gallery, so it's a really special lifetime thrill, and so David happens to be a good friend of mine, and so I called him. I said, David, I'm being inducted into the National Portrait Gallery. Would you do my portrait? I went to Normandy. I sat for him for 3 days.
You know how it is, fly to Normandy, meet up with David Hockney.
Whitney and sit for a portrait for 3 days. It's classic. Davis is inextricably linked to Whitney Houston. You may have heard there's that new movie out. He's a producer on it, but he's also portrayed in it on the big screen.
Maybe. Why?
How will I know if he really loves me? I see a crack as a boy. I know he's the one I dream of.
It's the first time I've ever seen someone play me on screen. But Stanley was my first choice. It was everybody's first choice. I'm really thrilled with this performance. This film is bold, it's honest. There were two premieres, one a documentary and one a television show. They didn't touch the surface of Whitney, but it's a celebration of her music. That voice that was the best of her generation and is really, from an all-time basis, right up there with Aretha and Barbra Streisand. There really was no one, and is no one like Whitney.
Facts. Now, Mr. Davis happens to have turned 90 this year. He's taken the bow, as I mentioned. Speaker Pelosi is 82. The president is 80, and he's got a former president running against him who's up there as well. So when you think about age in this era, and also trying to be open-minded about what people can do, I mean, Clive produces movies, he still throws parties, so I asked him about that aspect in today's debates. What do you think about the way we're dealing with and understanding Americans and people around the world living longer, and not just longer, but living productive, healthy lives? And the political question, if you want to take it or not, is there an age by which someone's too old to run for president? Is 80 good, still good to go? Your final thoughts on all of it.
I know Nancy Pelosi real well personally. She's on top of her game. She's no longer the speaker, but she's still among the brightest, if not the brightest politician in Washington. I believe Joe Biden's doing a very good job, so I think it's a non-issue.
There you have it. As far as Mr. Davis is concerned, a non-issue. We always like having him on the beat. I wanted to show you that. That film there, called Whitney, is officially out next week. Now, Mr. Davis first joined us, you might recall, as part of our series that we have. We talk to people at the summit in their fields. I'm always curious, who else do you think we should talk to? Because we like listening to you. You can always tell me at Ari Melber on social media, and you can always connect with me at arimelber.com. arimelber.com, which is where I've heard from many of you, and tell me any which way you want. Who else should we have on the Summit Series? Someone that you think has reached the top and that we all ought to listen to for a minute. That does it for us.
Christmas films have got to be Flateyri and Santa. Passengers on board Emirates can watch the FIFA World Cup on ice via Sport 24.
To the football ramble. France are through to the World Cup final. It's Thursday, 15th of December. I'm Marcus Speller.
I'm Luke Moore.
I'm Andy Russell. Hi everybody. That was a little lyric from the song Dreamers, which is one of the World Cup anthems, you know.
I knew that actually.
Did you?
Yeah.
Sing the rest of it then.
There's more than one World Cup anthem.
I said anthem just to cover myself in case there was, but it's definitely an anthem of the World Cup. Some might say the anthem.
You sound very chipper this morning.
Should I?
I don't know. I mean, you see on the running order that you're going to be with Andy and Lukey. Does that make you happy?
Yeah, very much so. Yeah.
Either that or Secret Adventure. Yeah.
I think. Well, we'll get to that, Andy. We'll get to it right now because they beat Morocco 2-0. They're in the final yet again. Didier Deschamps is the fourth manager to lead a team to back-to-back World Cup finals. France are the first side to reach consecutive finals since Brazil in 2002, when of course Brazil reached 3 in a row. France are aiming to be the first side to retain the World Cup since Brazil in 1962. There's the facts, Andy. Whatever you say, it's impressive.
Get them out of the way. Yeah. Fact, because a lot of podcasts will do all facts. It's the whole thing is.
That's strongly not the brand, is it?
No, not here. No. The facts are the enemy. That's what we got up on the studio. Now, I know you and I, Marcus, are broadly in agreement in that this will be good. Not pleased. That means I'm not.
Remember, we're not to talk about that.
Yeah.
Some people think they're innocent.
Yeah. I don't know what he's talking about. You carry on. In that, I would say that obviously it was not easy for France. It was not plain sailing, and it tends not to be plain sailing for France. And you can go back to 2018 and make broadly the same point, even if the team slash squad has evolved, which I think is one of the issues. I think it has been slightly overcooked just how much difficulty Morocco had them in.
Yeah.
It felt to me, even though Morocco had nearly 2/3 of the possession, France had a reasonable handle on most of the game, and they could have put it away by half time.
He loves France, does our Andy?
Yeah.
He loves France. He loves France, does our Andy?
But when it comes to Morocco,
yeah, Andy, we know that you spent a lot of time in France, you used to live in Lyon, and you speak French.
Yes.
But that
It also means that I know a lot of Moroccans.
That's fair, actually. That's fair.
He's got you there.
But just like you overrated Croatia, are you overrating France a little bit?
I don't think it's a case of overrating. I think it's.
You don't think they're in trouble at any point?
Well, okay, so
no, I didn't say they weren't in trouble at any point. I said they had a handle on most of the match. I think there were 20 minutes where they lost the thread badly in that second half, but they were never in the same amount of trouble as they were against England, for example.
do you think that there's an element of a classic Jose Mourinho side about this French team in that they don't have much possession, because Morocco had 61% last time. But here's a stat for you, in case, because I think England had 58% against France, and it's not like England to have most of the ball against a very good side. In the 2018 World Cup final, bear in mind France won 4-2 very comfortably in the end against Croatia. They had 34% possession in that game.
And they only had slightly more in the semi-final against Belgium as well.
So do you think that there's an element, I say, of that kind of, I mean, Deschamps might not thank me for comparing his team to a classic Mourinho side, but I do mean that in the best sense, because they were successful, but don't have much of the ball, are clinical, absolutely love it up them.
Oh, they really do.
They're so comfortable defending deep.
They really do. They love the battle. And what I think is interesting is if you go back to the last World Cup, actually the two key players, certainly in the semi-final, are Luka Hernandez and Antoine Griezmann.
And that's the semi-final against Belgium. You're talking about when they won 1-0. Belgium were obviously on song. That was their time, really. Their best team.
Yes.
And they were going forward, and they were very aware of Belgium's attack.
But I think you look at Luka Hernandez and Griezmann at that point, and they bring their full atletismo and cholismo to the French national team, don't they?
Definitely.
Really? And now Griezmann is like gone beyond that, and is the most important player in that team, and maybe the most important player of this World Cup.
Yeah. Okay. So Andy's saying that Morocco, there was a little bit of period. I don't want to put words in your mouth, Andy, but France were fairly comfortable in the end. Do you share that, Luke?
I think comfortable's like slightly overcooking it.
To me, it was a kind of classic textbook 2-0 win from a team that scores early,
and a better side.
And what I mean by that is,
size, isn't it? The races. France talked a lot before the game about how the straight ball over the top is the way to do Morocco. But you expect that straight ball over the top to be back to Mbappe, not to Giroud.
Yeah.
When Giroud's streaking away with that shot that he hits against the outside of the post, and that goes back to what we were saying about France could have summed up by half time. That's the point at which you realise, yeah, size can't stay. But if you can't stay with Giroud for pace, there's an issue.
But Morocco, that Draghi admitted it was something.
Yeah, and that's easy to cross them. Yeah, yeah, of course. Yeah, I have said what Alex just said. Morocco didn't want 5 minutes for 5 time there, and they said it was terrible time at half time. Not that happy, so it's a good save though.
The thing is though, again,
really good save.
Lloris was still
he saved it.
Yeah.
So he definitely, literally. He'll be unhappy with that. I think you had that covered. Well, I saved it, so hopefully I did.
On another day, you might save it.
And on this day as well. But I also wanted to add as well, in the second half, the change that Deschamps made to move Mbappe through the middle, deleted off Giroud and put Thuram out wide, that also took the initiative away from Morocco as well. Morocco, it just felt to me at that point, Morocco just couldn't deal with that, despite their midfield players, throughout the tournament, yeah, they couldn't really do it.
Well, I think Morocco know that it's just so they're always going to be up against it. But yeah, I think some people will be listening to this and thinking, I'm sorry, was I watching a different game? Morocco seemed to kind of batter France and really go at them. They give a great account of themselves.
Well, they did.
In that second half, they went for it, and I think you messaged the group, Andy, saying actually it's really nice to see Morocco come out, because in the previous 2 games, which of course
it's not that type of
famous victories,
yeah.
They were and rightly so, being 2 big European sides. If that matters, perhaps it doesn't. But they won those games, but they were quite compact defensively, and they did what they needed to do to get through.
Yeah.
Whereas this time they came out, they left Mbappe pretty much to his own devices, and it didn't seem to sting too much until France did get a second goal. So it's silly.
It's easier to do. Yeah, it's easier to do that when you've got someone like Hakimi who can make a recovery run to catch up with him.
True, and also when you're already down, you've got nothing to lose because you're already losing the game. But it was scintillating stuff at times.
It was, and I kind of felt that like if this World Cup was a 7-course meal for Morocco, I guess for Ziyech and Buffon in particular, this was the cheese platter, wasn't it? This was the bit you really earned, because they've had to do so much defensive work. 2 players who are not especially primed for defensive work, and that again is a massive hat to Regragui, that he's managed to get that out of them. And there they were a little bit more off the leash. And you said about Nai as well, he's actually wonderful in form, and I'm pretty sure will end up turning up in the Premier League at some point in January. But they just didn't have that decisiveness to finish it off, did they?
No, and you talk about it being sort of a 7-course meal. I mean, to extrapolate that out a bit, well, clearly that means you're playing the 7th match, which is either the final or the 3rd place player. Clearly the final.
Oh, so was this put and the cheese courses on?
Well, no, but I think if you get to the final,
there's an obligation to have the cheese course, even if you're a bit full up.
Yeah, if you're in the final, then you've got the fondue fountains, you've got the whole lot. Whereas clearly, if you're the 3rd place players, there's a chocolate or something.
Yeah, chocolate's the way out.
Yeah, do you know what I mean? I like a chocolate, don't get me wrong.
You've got to eat the 3rd course at the same time as everyone else, they're the same thing.
Yeah.
And you don't get to choose that gets put out to you like a boosh and the 3rd place playoff is like in the fruit shoot at Nando's. Yeah. Or I was going to say a flat iron where they kick you out the door with the ice cream.
That's
There's no dessert menu at all.
Yeah, but that's if you refuse to pay.
A painful metaphor that we really led into.
You shouldn't be getting kicked out of restaurants, of course. But anyway, you know, the story of your life, mate. But I think you're right, Andy, to highlight some of those players. I mean, Amrabat was brilliant in the midfield as well, and so on. But Antoine Griezmann was brilliant in the midfield for France again. One of the players of the tournament.
You said Andy, but you looked at me.
I did.
What do you want?
Luke.
Okay, fine. I'll do it. Don't need to ask me twice.
That was odd, that wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a bit odd, yeah. But he's been outstanding the whole tournament, and a lot's been made of the kind of slightly changed role he's performed. He's certainly done the work of a number of men because he's had to, and it's been devastatingly effective. And you can't take your eyes off him if you're a opposition player for a second, because he can pop up anywhere.
obviously technically very good.
Defending as well. I mean, Paul Pogba got involved on Instagram stories simply saying Griezmann Kante.
Yeah.
I would like a bit more of a portman than Antonio Conte.
Yeah. He's not a listener, is he?
Yeah. It never strikes me as one.
No, I wouldn't have thought so.
Yeah.
I mean, if he has been a listener, I can fully understand why he might have switched off. Particularly on the Graham Souness episode.
Yeah.
But what Paul Pogba actually means there is, I don't do that kind of work and I'm playing deeper than him, so I don't know how he's getting through that as well. But yeah, you did see him pop up making a couple of interventions in his own half and in his own in his own third as well. It's part of what he brings. And Andy said he was at the exponent of Cholissimo. Now I know what that means. A lot of people listening might know what it means. Andy said, why don't you explain it? Dig in, ball's not important. Yeah, just keep shaping where your bollocks off, basically. But he does treat the ball as important, but he's got it as well. So he's got both sides of the. Yes, he has. I mean, that is the remarkable thing about him. If you look through his career, it starts off as a left winger, then goes to being a right winger, then centre forward, both first and second. Number 10, then this box to box.
A proper goal scorer in centre forward as well.
Yeah, I mean, yes, absolutely. And there's this idea, and I saw it actually floated on Spanish television yesterday again, that, you know, Diego Simeone has shaped him into the kindred spirits. There's no doubt about that, Griezmann and Simeone. But Griezmann was Simeone ready when he arrived at Atletico, which very few players are, because he's like, not only am I happy with doing the unreasonable amount of work that you're asking me to do, I want to see that and raise it a little bit more. And you see that, you know, when he's like picking up the pieces in his own penalty box last night. It's extraordinary. And yet, he creates so many chances in the final third as well.
No one's created more chances than him in the World Cup.
Is that right? Yeah, that's interesting. I think the really interesting thing with him, and with Lloris, who you were talking about before, who's had a great World Cup, and Giroud as well, that experience, I think, makes a massive difference, because there's a lot of talk about what France aren't in this World Cup, and people feel they should be a bit more front foot with the players they've got. Firstly, Deschamps is not about that at all now. We've known that from the last World Cup, or we should know that from the last World Cup. The other thing is, the amount of injuries they've had, and I realise Morocco had a few weary legs and then some coming into the semi-final. They would cause most teams to totally unravel. You look at the players who are out before the World Cup and how they have to reshape around this very inexperienced midfield, and that is the reason that Griezmann is there in the first place. Then you look on the evenings, even Upamecano and Rabiot go down because of the air conditioning. Would you believe? They get ill. What do you mean from the air conditioning? What do you mean by that? How do they get ill by the air conditioning?
I think Andy's trying to peddle a little conspiracy.
I'll do as well. We'll go on to that in a second. We'll go on to that in a second. Over it. What do you mean that you can't just? I think Shai was that good at penalties. You can't just say the air conditioning made the mill and not explain.
Stay away from that air conditioning.
Yeah, it's like boxers in Vegas. But they've got really heavy colds / flu, and the French team believe it's from the air conditioning. Yeah.
All right.
Going from cold to hot all the time. Yeah. But anyway, they lose two, especially Rabiot, very, very important players. Why is Rabiot's mum not looking after him anymore? She came round and gave him a little hot toddy, lick washer or hot toddy. Yeah, exactly.
They're on the dials, the air conditioning.
Yeah, exactly. But if you go back to right at the beginning, where they concede that crappy goal to Australia, and Luke Hernandez's tournament is over just on the spot. And as we said, he's one of the most influential players. There are so many points at which this could unravel, and yet they hold on to it. And when you talk about champions and, you know, knowing how to win and all that sort of thing, those are all the things that make you think that they do. You look at Kolo Muani coming on and scoring goal, which is a wonderful story in itself. He's had a very good club season. There is no way he is anywhere near this squad, good player as he is, if they haven't had a shitload of injuries. And here he is scoring in the World Cup semi-final.
I think that yeah, you're right, Andy, and they can produce moments of quality. There's no doubt about that. And I think that I think the comparisons are fair from the previous World Cup. Obviously, they should just have a little bit of a breather. You think about that game, which we will mention, obviously, in the second half when we talk about Argentina, when they beat Argentina 4-3 in the last World Cup, and that was
flattering to Argentina.
Very flattering. But the fact is, when the game opened up and the space was there, they took it as a thanks very much, like they did in the previous game against Poland in this World Cup in the second round. You know, Mbappe smashes those two, and Poland weren't very good, and there's the game there. Whereas in this game and again the game against England, they don't have that amount of space. But if you give up that space, they'll just go, okay, great. And if you don't, I think quality will kind of shine through and get the job done anyway. They're very versatile and, like I say, very comfortable defending so deep. And I know Morocco at times, you know, one might say had them on the ropes and so on, but really, and a bit like against England, you can't think of that many opportunities. There was a few where you think, oh my God, I can't believe Morocco didn't score like that.
Well, the one off the line, that shouldn't have.
Yeah, okay, fair enough.
I mean, I literally did say that. They're 2-0 up anyway. Fine, but I literally did say that to myself when I was watching it. I cannot believe that's not gone.
But what I'm saying is they give up a lot of ground and a lot of territory, but they don't actually give away that many chances.
So Morocco had, you know, roughly commensurate amount of shots as France did. I don't think you can look at the quality of chances and stuff. Ultimately, France were a better team than Morocco, so it's fine. France won 2-0. Morocco gave a great account of themselves. I do think on another day could have been slightly different. I do think if you give up a goal to a team as good as France that early, whoever you are, it's going to be tough for you. And Morocco, to their immense credit, came out and gave it a good go. And they played in a completely different way than we've seen them play. Yeah. And that takes a lot of fucking bollocks, because normally they're not playing that way, and France want you to have the ball. And Morocco are in a position where they have to have the ball because they need to score.
Reykjavík said, after the game, we've given a good image of our country and African football. We represent our continent. People always respected us. They respect us. And he's absolutely right. I think this is a big thing for African football. Definitely. I don't think many people talk about celebrating football. And to get that sort of monkey off the back, if you see what I mean, I think it's important. It just shows you that it just gives that little extra belief. It doesn't mean to say that in the next World Cup suddenly the African team's going to do this, and how much does you know, one side from a totally different part of the continent take this. But you never know. Even if it gives them an extra 5%, you know, these are things that matter. But certainly from Morocco, it gives them full self-belief. You know, you talk about the whole continent, but in the context of just their own country, you've seen the support. You've seen how incredible they are, and that can get something going. I mean, what Draghi also said is that, you know, we should be qualifying for every World Cup. Now, it's difficult because Africa are only given 4th places, and it's a tricky old process. But now they'll feel like they're top of the pile. And like I say, the fan base there. I mean, it was
incredible. It was an incredible atmosphere. Regragui gave an amazing account of himself in the national anthem as well, which is great to see. It was passionate, and this game also gave me my favourite commentary moment of the tournament when Amrabat flew into Kylian Mbappe. And the commentator said Amrabat almost dug up 3 pounds of potatoes there. Because all this turf just went flying. Yeah. And then Mbappe didn't know what had hit him. And it turned out nothing had hit him because he got out of the way of it in time, but he stayed down anyway. Yeah. But that was an incredible bit of reduction by Amrabat.
Did you think Didier Deschamps gave a great account of himself when apparently in the build-up to the game he planked for an hour straight to relax?
I'm currently watching a video of this because I could not believe that he's planked for an hour straight.
Firstly, being interviewed, by the way.
Yeah. Firstly, he's on his forearms.
What's wrong with that?
Secondly, that's a type of plank.
Yeah.
Secondly, but it's much easier. Secondly,
while being interviewed, Andy.
Secondly,
oh, it's easy. Don't worry about it, Dave.
He's moved into a sphinx on various occasions as well.
Oh.
So his core is basically touching the ground. I think that's slightly.
Andy Marcus, just so you know, Andy went to hot yoga this morning.
Did he?
So he's full of beans. He thinks he's the fitness guy.
I did not say or infer that.
Do you know what the record for plank is? It's about 9 hours. The record.
Is it?
It's incredible.
Well, you got no idea that.
I don't know on the forearms.
Andy, are you the fitness guy?
He does think he's a fitness guy. The first thing he said to me this morning, hot yoga this morning. And I was well, you say you were the least dickheadish in there. Name the yoga studio, Andy.
I look forward to being invited back.
Yeah.
Was Goldie there? Andy did yoga with Goldie once.
Oh my God!
He did the yoga with Goldie.
Don't slag off Andy though. He can get very angry. As Goldie would say, temper.
I wouldn't get very angry in a yoga situation.
No, it's not possible.
That's why Didier Deschamps. You look at his sang-froid.
Is that what? Sang-froid.
Sang-froid.
Sang-froid. Yeah. And other French words. When all said and done, gentlemen, though, Morocco have made it through to the 3rd and 4th place playoff on Saturday against Croatia. But all joking aside, a Moroccan fan told the BBC after the game, Saturday is what they call a loser's game, but a third place finish would mean the world to us because we have achieved the unexpected. There are no tears today because we're so proud of what these players have done for the fans and the country.
Yeah, and I think if you talk about the third place player being a chalk ice, Mark, it's like you did earlier.
And I like a chalk ice.
No, I'm just saying for them, for the Moroccan fans and the Moroccan team, it's the most beautiful tasting chalk ice ever because no, they never expected it to.
It's a Magnum.
It's a Magnum.
It's an Arctic roll.
It's a Magnum.
No, it's a Magnum.
Yeah.
Do you not remember Arctic roll?
I do remember Arctic roll, but it's nothing like a chalk ice. It's got sponge in it, and you have it in a bowl with a spoon. So what are you talking about?
I'm just reminiscing on old desserts.
That's fine. You can do that, but don't claim it's a choc ice because it isn't.
All right. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My friend once ate a whole Viennetta in a row.
Viennetta.
For a bet.
Yeah.
Really? Only cost £1 as well.
Right.
The Iceland. Anyway, Morocco's choc ice is a beautiful tasting choc ice. They should be very proud of what they've achieved, and you know, it's an incredible thing.
It is. It is. Yeah. All right, everybody. Let's have a quick break where we're going to have a mini milk.
This episode of the Football Ramble is brought to you by Emirates, lovers of world football. With daily flights from London, even a World Cup can't show football 24/7.
Yeah, definitely. I think anything that Messi says in English cannot be taken as gospel. No. Can he speak English generally? No. Okay, right.
I don't think he can even speak a few words. Probably. He's not interested.
No, I mean when he was baiting Van Veghels, they did it in Spanish, didn't they?
Yeah. Yeah, because the one who could speak a little bit of English but always kind of show it away.
Ronaldo, original Ronaldo.
Original Ronaldo.
He speaks fine English, doesn't he? He does. He speaks good English. I love the fact he's.
Well, apparently Ronaldinho could speak a bit of English, so, but again, never let on. He could be bothered with the media, but I know that because a friend of mine once met with him when he was at Barcelona.
There's a few words that are universally understood, aren't there? Football, English, taxi,
internet,
Coca-Cola, internet, football,
avalanche,
Viennetta.
Yeah.
For those of you who've had time, for those of you who've had time to think about the ice cream of choice during the outbreak there, when Andy and I were talking about the Magnum for the third place, but we don't mean a triple Magnum, which I remember as being like a big thing when it came out. I was really looking forward to having it, but it was just a bit too much. It was too much. Like it over-egged the pudding, basically. Always quite literally.
No, I think the World Cup final is that top section of a fab. Yeah. The third place was maybe the middle section where you think, I do miss the chocolate and the 100,000th, and then anything else in the group stages, you just got that red bit.
It's time for the Betfair trade. I mean, Betfair will be absolutely delighted to coming off the back of that. Absolutely no doubt in my mind. They will be delighted with that. So Betfair, you have come into this segment, into your segment, just after Marcus really scraping the barrel of ice cream in Icelandic chat. It's now time for your popular bet builder, Betfair. With Betfair's popular bet builder, you bet on the World Cup, you can use Betfair's handy app to place your bet builders and you'll get access to some pretty decent handouts too. On today's Ramble popular bet builder, there's no messing about. We're looking ahead to the big one, the World Cup final, Argentina versus France. Andy, your selection is up first. Lionel Messi to score or assist. Very nice selection. The second selection of the four, I'm with trepidation going to say, is from our friend Pete Dawson.
Hello there, Pete here. I am going to go for Argentina, France to be goalless at half time because finals are frequently stinkers.
There we go. Yeah. He's looking forward to it.
He is.
I mean, so Andy's score or assist is going to have to come in the second half for this to come off. Not entirely against the beyond the realms of possibility, of course. But Pete's to be fair, he's not here to defend himself, so I'm not going to go too hard with him. But he's a very negative man.
He's an awful human.
And that's exactly the kind of thing he would say. Pete's never going to say.
That's not my opinion. It's his.
Pete's never going to say, I reckon it's going to be 4-3. He's never going to say that.
Yeah.
So it's not a huge surprise. Marcus, you've got the third selection. What have you got?
I think Kylian Mbappe, I've put him down to have at least one shot on target each half.
Nice. Oh, that's a really good shout. Really nice. He really relished the big occasion, I'm sure, just as he did 4 years ago. That's nice. And my pick is the final pick of the four. And I said this from the very start, before the first ball was even kicked. I think Argentina will win the World Cup. So I've gone for Argentina to lift the trophy. So whatever way they do it, all it matters for the bet to come in my selections are Argentina just need to lift the trophy. So it can be 90 minutes, it can be 100 minutes, it can be penalties. So in summary, Lionel Messi to score or assist in 90 minutes, under 0.5 first half goals, so nil at half time. Kylian Mbappe to have at least one shot target in each half. Argentina to lift the trophy. It's a big one. This a £5 bet on this popular bet builder will return £326.74. If we win, all that money will go to Prostate Cancer UK. It's exclusive to the Betfair Sportsbook. T's and C's apply. 18 plus. And for more information on responsible gambling, head to begambleaware.org. Marcus, it's back to you.
It's back to me, baby. Yes, it is Argentina versus France in the World Cup final. Of course. So, as we've heard, Luke, you are backing Argentina to win. That flies in the face of what Andy and I think is going to happen.
Yeah, well, that's good. That makes for good content.
Yes.
I've just thought they've got something about them since the very start. When we were preparing for the World Cup, I took a bit of a look at what they've been doing leading up to the World Cup. Also, not just a stat about the Americans they've been beaten.
The Copa America win was a big one for them.
I think so as well, and that gives them confidence, gives them momentum. I said to Andy a few days ago, I said, I've just seen them as a team look better. People think they get it done, they don't mind doing the dirty work, and they've got this X factor with Messi, who Andy himself said, is gearing himself up to be physically in great condition for the World Cup for a while. Yeah, and then what he did in that semi-final to Vardiel was delicious, and he's still playing that in his mind now. Incredible from Messi, really kind of stepped up. And I think he's had an experience, a negative experience of a World Cup final in the past. And I think that gives him motivation as well. And I think he's still got it in him to do what he does when those 10 players around him are all kind of like him, are okay for it to happen, and really want to make it happen for everyone, but know that he's the guy who runs it.
It's all set up nicely, isn't it?
And I think France are vulnerable. I do think France are vulnerable. We didn't talk about Theo Hernandez in the first half. Obviously scored the goal, and I probably should front up on that because I've said I don't think he's very good.
Yeah, but that doesn't sort of.
I still don't think he's very good.
That doesn't take away.
Didn't we say, or I said right at the start of this, before the World Cup started, on OTC, I said Theo Hernandez in a back four defensively, his positioning is all over the shop. I mean, he's typical younger brother. Luka is belt and braces, great defender, whereas Theo Hernandez, he adds different. He's a terrific player. He adds a completely different dimension to France in an attacking sense. It would probably be better for all concerned if he was doing that as a wing back with the back three, and they were doing that until the point where Conte and Pogba got injured, which meant they shifted at the last minute to this back forwards instead, which should have changed how they do things. But I think France are definitely vulnerable because, like I said, they've had to roll with so many punches in this World Cup. Argentina, ideally, you're not workshopping stuff during a major tournament. They've actually had to do that. If you look at how different they are from the team that started against Saudi Arabia, but because it's been for the benefit of Messi, it's really working for the benefit of Messi. It's okay.
Theo Hernandez actually said last night, Messi doesn't scare him, which is interesting.
Does he mean he doesn't play on the right anymore? He's on the other side of the pitch to me, so I'm fine, thank you very much.
Thank goodness for that. Yeah. Well, it is interesting. You say France have been tested, clearly they have. I would argue that Argentina haven't really. And I know this is the sort of, they've been tested. We talk about, they haven't been tested.
They've dropped themselves in the shit from seemingly impregnable positions.
Yeah, I
don't feel that. Not only do I not think they're a vintage side, I think that their game management is very questionable. They should have won those 2 games against Australia and the Netherlands really easily. Yeah. And they inexplicably made it quite difficult.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think Argentina got a bit of a glass jaw.
But Luke is right in that their performance against Croatia was comfortably the best of the competition.
It was, and it was a lovely old job for them. You win the semi-final at Canter. You could argue it was done in the first half. You bring a few subs, and they have an extra day's rest. I think Argentina have surprised maybe a few people, and some people would have thought no, because there is a sense of destiny. That's something that people were talking about that before the tournament. Their team spirit, their work rate, and all that kind of stuff has all come together, and I give them immense credit for taking this opportunity. We can talk about England not taking opportunities, they have. So when we say, well, it was only Australia, it was a poor Netherlands side, Croatia, they took it, and you've got to take it, and they did.
They're still there. And I think you guys, Andy articulates how he feels about it. And the other way of looking at it is that I watched. So when I knew after Saudi Arabia, it was at 5 a.m. when I was in the US at the time, so I had to watch it back. And I'd already heard all the chat about it and the fact that they lost it was a huge deal. When I saw it cold, I was like, well, they've probably had about 6 or 7 minutes of all concentration straight after half time and can see a 2 goal. So bit of a freak one, and they were good apart from that. They were dominating the game. Against Netherlands, they were the better team. Netherlands created absolutely nothing until about 80 minutes in. And it was a hugely emotional, it became a hugely emotional game for a reason I don't fully still understand. But if you see the way that Martinez reacted afterwards, the way Messi reacted afterwards, even though they'd won the game, it was quite a strange one. So that was a bit of an anomaly, and Argentina got through it anyway. Croatia, they absolutely battered them. Croatia, really, their chickens really came up to roost in my view. They've been unimaginative and a little bit overrated the entire tournament. What I'm trying to say is that they're a team who've grown into the tournament. When they found it tough, they've got it done. They've come into this tournament on an unbeaten streak, which is absolutely phenomenal. To me, given that France have got obvious frailties, and given that Messi played like he played in the semi-final, I feel the same way about this game as I felt about the England-France game. It's 50-50.
You talk about France's frailties, and you're right to, but I'm telling you that Argentina have got frailties, and they just haven't really been pushed. And the reason why they haven't been pushed is because against Saudi Arabia, we talked about that game. Everyone, certainly I did fancy them to beat Mexico and Poland, because Mexico and Poland were very disappointing. Against Australia, they made hard work of what was fairly straightforward.
It should have been a 3 or 4-0 game.
Exactly. Yeah. They made very hard work of a very disappointing Netherlands performance in that game. And then against,
they did make hard work of that.
Well, they clearly did, because they took it to penalties. They were 2-0 up.
So there was a situation where I don't think that tells the story of the game. I think 2-0 up, they're cruising. They're a much better team. That's the point, that it doesn't tell the story of the game. But I think what I'm saying is you can look at it another way. You can go, they were 2-0 up. They were the better team. Yeah. They got undone by some kind of weird emotional investment where Netherlands scored 2 goals, the second of which was completely ridiculous, right? And then extra time becomes extra time, and you're like, shit, we can't let this go. And it becomes a whole new challenge, which they then, of course, met.
Totally. So I give them credit, because if you want to go to a final of a tournament, chances are you'll have to win a penalty shootout. Now, France haven't had that, but Argentina have. And again, I give them credit. They got into that penalty shootout, and they never looked like they were going to lose it. So again, all the credit in the world there. My point is that no one has really gone at them. No one has really tested that defence. No one like a forward like Giroud has come up who can actually do something and score goals. Anyone has felt Vico's who's got a couple. But again, Croatia was so ponderous and didn't have much cutting edge. Despite their impressive performances, again, no disrespect to them, they've reached a semi-final of the World Cup.
The saddest indictment against them is that Valkov scored 2 against them.
Yeah, exactly. But I'm saying,
I'll be most disappointed about that.
Yeah, but France have come across better teams, I think, than Argentina, England and Morocco. The way they pushed France, France still came through it. Whether it was as comfortable as some may make out, whether it wasn't, you can argue that.
But what is indisputable is they have shown a greater level of emotional control than Argentina.
Definitely, and I think
that's vital. I think that can work both ways.
But Argentina, what I was about to say, so to back up your point about Argentina going to win, the fact is that they do make it such an emotional affair, and they've ridden that all the way to the final. Now, I would argue that perhaps they've not played the best, but they've still got there. That's the point. You find yourselves in the final. It's a 90-minute football match, possibly 120 minutes. Anything can happen, and they've got quality and Messi, of course, and to other players. But the way they've set up has been well, and they changed it up tactically against the Netherlands to show that there's a little bit of flexibility. But I think with Griezmann doing bits, and I think with Giroud, Mbappe, and Dembele, and if Rabiot comes back to the final, these are players that they've not really come up against.
You know what you need? You need an extra striker, obviously. That's really good.
Well, Andy, that brings us up nicely, doesn't it? Because apparently Real Madrid have given Karim Benzema permission to travel back to Qatar for the final, because it looks like he's available to play.
That's amazing. I didn't even ever consider that would be possible.
Imagine they started him instead of Giroud.
You've had one. You've had a World Cup.
You've had a good run.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't care if you've scored goals.
I mean, surely it's one of those situations that presents more problems than it solves, right? Because France are in the final, they're doing well, they don't really have any problems to solve. And Benzema comes along, presumably with a bit of an ego with him, wants to be a part of it. That is a test of man management for the end shot. Nice to have up your sleeve, I suppose. It's like that thing in I think it's incredibly unlikely. I think it's more likely to be as support for the squad. But you know that there was, I'm sure I've talked about it before, the bathrooms in FIFA 99 where you could bring players in and bring them on at half time. Right. So like, I remember like going to the bathroom with my friend, like bringing on Batistuta and Ronaldo from the bench, having just co-opted them into his team while I was in the bathroom. Right, okay, you reckon they might do that? Batistuta and the original Ronaldo. Well, they're there. I mean, come on. Everyone's there in those big armchairs, aren't they? Yeah, exactly. And
Speaking of watching the game with the fans, I mean, Argentina look at their fans.
With regards to the fans in Argentina, did you hear that a man at Buenos Aires was reportedly so desperate to get home for the start of the semi-final against Croatia that he stole a bus to speed up his journey? There's a tiny bit more to it than that, but it's still ultimately bus.
You can't do that.
Yeah.
There are people on it.
Well, they were held up at a traffic light, and the bus driver is said to have nipped off to buy something in the kiosk.
He should be doing that at a traffic light.
Shouldn't be doing that.
No.
I mean, I like.
No one's coming out of this with any credit.
Why is he doing that? It's irresponsible on every single level, even if there's no football match on. And one fan was like, well, I'm not having this. And off he went. The passenger reportedly made it 4 kilometres before the stop. It's not by the authorities.
But did he do the stops on the way?
Yeah, that's a good. We need to clarify that.
Because if he's doing the stops on the way, he's not actually getting them.
And if he looked like Keanu Reeves, now we're talking.
He gets on the he gets on the PA. Good news for everyone who lives near me.
Yeah, exactly. You might have stitched a load of people right up.
Oh, who's it? Oh, it's Dave. Oh, yeah, he lives 2 streets down from me. Crack on, Dave.
Yeah. So it'd be an incredible final.
Oh, yeah.
It's a proper showpiece. That you've got 2 huge football.
I didn't want it to be France Croatia again. I thought they'd been
Yeah, no, that's fair.
but it's not going to be that. That's a great thing.
But Morocco Argentina would have been from a fan point of view. That would have been something you know.
And then Messi would be thinking, we can't get it done today.
Yeah.
Never going to get it done.
Exactly.
And he's the last roll of the dice for big Lions.
Well, he said it's his last World Cup, which is quite obvious.
We know that.
But there we are. Gentlemen, before we go, the debate over the position of the England manager is sort of rumbling on. We'll just finish with a little bit of chat there. Obviously, Southgate hasn't made a decision yet. It will be his decision. Whether that's in the next few weeks, we will find out whether he wants to stay on. Certainly, with but there have been a couple of people linked to the job. Jamie Carragher and others have been saying that the England manager should always be English, which quite often Richard Keys took issue with, saying, what sort of nonsense is this? It borders on racism. The England coach should be the best person available. England should not hide behind closed borders and lines. I love it when Keys thinks high ground. He just gets it wrong.
Yeah, he also, if you just scroll back a bit a few years ago, Richard Keys did exactly the same thing.
Yeah.
So, I mean, the man is an absolute mess.
Hunts with the hounds and runs with the wankers. Jamie Carragher replied, it borders on racism, quoting Keys. I hope you send similar tweets to a lot of the journalists who have the same opinion. Or is it because I work for Sky? You were a sad, desperate band. P.S. Love the blogs. Oh, that's the best bit there. Yeah. Oh, dear.
It's nice, isn't it? Because you basically really reversed it on the listeners there, because you said you were going to start talking about Gareth Southgate,
yeah,
and it was just a little Trojan horse, wasn't it, to get a bit of Keysy chat.
Indeed it was. Well, so what are your thoughts then? Southgate will move on at some point, of course, whether it's in the next few weeks.
No.
Or in 10 years.
You're not letting him move on. No.
I would love him to stay for 100 years. No, I think at some point, whether it's Southgate decides to step down, or he leaves after the huge, whatever it is happening. Do you think that a foreign manager's okay for England, or do you think?
I think a foreign manager is okay for England, but I think there's a little bit of confusion in that when people are saying, I want whoever it is who's the best person for the job, they think it's the best coach out there, period. So whether that be Tuchel or Pochettino, and you know what, I don't think the best coach out there on a global level is the best coach for the England job.
Yeah.
Just as I wouldn't particularly think Gareth Southgate was a good choice for Manchester City or Liverpool if we're talking in a post-England.
Well, he was linked to Manchester United.
Yeah,
which I think.
Yeah, to me that doesn't make any sense.
No.
I think we've been there with Capello before. The idea of plugging someone in, but especially someone as twitchy and hyperactive as Tuchel. Like, I'm sure that inactivity for a couple of months will really agree with him.
Yeah, right.
It seems to me completely bizarre, this idea that, you need this short, sharp shock to push England over the hump. I don't think that's true at all. Like I said, in terms of the performance against France, I don't think they could have done much differently. He's clearly learned a lot tactically.
He learns every tournament.
It's moved on. I would agree with that. But also, I think coaching England, it's about the reason that Southgate is good is not just because of his human side.
It's because having been the head of the league development, having been the under-21s coach, he understands the whole process. A good process eventually equals good results. I think he's on that Jurgen Love sort of trip that I think England will get there eventually, like you do. So for me,
but if he was to leave though, Andy, so I understand.
So for me, if he was to leave, like the obvious replacement straight away, if he doesn't take everyone with him, is Steve Holland.
Well, okay.
I mean, that's not a sexy name, but I think you might know him as Steve Netherlands.
Stephen.
The right next appointment for England will not be a sexy one. You can't go back to Sven or Capello times from where we are.
You've gone too far there.
Obviously.
Don't be saying
also he's just been appointed sporting director for a club in the Swedish second division.
Has he just? Yeah. Come on, you can't keep him down.
Has he not given you a ring, Marcus?
Oh, come on, Andy. He doesn't have a phone. On him.
They're in the lakes.
He's only on
But so, Andy, I think what you're saying there is that we should refrain from going for the sort of the big, sexy, saucy option, which will inevitably be a foreign coach. Which I tend to agree.
But it's not the nationality.
Sure,
it's the thinking behind what sort of coach it should be that I have the issue with.
And therefore, it is more likely to be an English.
Yes.
Look, what do you feel on that? This idea it should be English, or do you think best person for the job, whoever that may be?
As far as I know, and Andy mentioned Yogi Love there, and I think I'm right in saying Yogi Love came in as part of a process, and he was an assistant for a while. Right?
He was assistant to Jurgen Klinsmann,
That's right.
and then steps up, which was where the Holland suggestion comes from.
Which is what the FA tried to do with Stuart Pearce and Capello, which obviously.
Well, it won't surprise. Yeah, well, exactly. It won't surprise anyone to know the FA, as far as I know, have done nothing towards succession planning for Gareth Southgate.
And McLaren was another one.
Yeah, but they've done. That's not the point I'm making. The point I'm making is they've done nothing towards succession planning to a post-Southgate world that England will inevitably find themselves in at some point, which is negligent. It's the latest example of negligence from that organisation who are not really fit for purpose. Gareth Southgate is the best thing that ever happened to the FA since I've been watching football. And I wouldn't be surprised if Southgate, if he does decide to move on, which I really hope he doesn't, genuinely hope he doesn't. If he does, I wouldn't be surprised if he's a good bloke about it and says that I'll try and help line up with the suggestions to me. I would like him to stay through to the end of his contract. I think Andy's right about the idea that if you look at not just Jurgen Love's move journey with Germany, but also Deschamps' journey with France, they're quite similar. Imagine for a long time, had to deal with disappointment along the way and eventually got there. I think he can do exactly that path. Doesn't mean they'll win anything, because that's not how it works, but it gives us the best chance of doing so. Sadly, I don't have any faith at all that the FA will make the right decision after Southgate goes when he inevitably goes. I just hope it isn't soon. I just think we're not going to deal with it right now, because what he's been able to do there is really completely overhaul what the England team is, what it represents, how it plays, how it conducts itself, etc., etc. And I think the way he's managed to do that is not just because he's a thoughtful guy who thinks about the big picture and is able to implement the changes he's implemented. He's got Steve Holland doing the tactics, who's a really well-respected coach as well, so that's part of the team. But also, I feel like what hasn't been mentioned enough is the reason Southgate was able to change it is because, in a weird way, he was also kind of part of that whole thing. He was part of that legacy of disappointment with England. And when he talked about the legacy of disappointment, when he talked about the mistakes that were made, when he talked about the regrets, it felt really authentic. It felt like a passionate, actually really powerful way of trying to address what needed to change almost from within. And he could say, look, the reason we need to do this is because I was part of it and I know what it was like, and that's why I can't do the same again. So I would also say that I do think that the overall, I think it should be a change that I think the English manager probably should be English. I think it's probably better if it is, not because I have any issue at all with us foreign people.
Yeah, no, of course.
But just because I think it kind of feels like it's more practical. It's a more natural fit as well. The players have to be.
So we're saying Franklin.
Andy was hanging around with Tim Sherwood just so maybe you can any insight on that. Look, I'll put in a good word for him at any time.
Yeah, I don't know. The only one I would say was really that I wouldn't mind who's not English, but he is Northern Irish, was his brother Brendan.
This is why this can't happen. Why? Because you fucking start talking about Brendan Rodgers all the time. All the time.
Yes. All right.
Yeah.
Sven is his assistant. God, a sexy duo. Well, gentlemen, one country that are currently on the hunt for a new manager is Belgium, and the official job advert for the position of men's team head coach is up on the Belgium FA
I saw it, I read it, yeah, I read it.
Yeah, it's all there, you could apply for it. I implore you to do so. If, though, you have these credentials, because according to the advert, any candidate should be extremely ambitious and have the necessary top-level international experience. They should also be described as a serial winner with experience of managing top.
Until we got to that last sentence, I was going to say I won't be inflecting scenic quickly. Serial winner.
Serial winner, Andy Brasson.
Serial yoga.
There we are.
serial least dickhead in hot yoga. Which is a kind of win.
There you see, Andy. No show tomorrow, everybody. There will be no Football Ramble podcast tomorrow. If you just cannot wait to hear from us again, remember there are over 100 bonus episodes waiting for you on our Patreon. That's patreon.com/footballramble. We'll be back first thing on Saturday to preview that delicious Arctic roll of a playoff between Morocco and Croatia, or chalk ice, or Zoom mini mill, Twister, yeah, all of that. So yes, get yourselves over there. We'll be talking about the World Cup final as well. That will be on Sunday evening. Thank you very much for listening to the Football Ramble, part of the Acast Creator Network. It's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you, Luke Moore.
Thank you.
Thank you, Andy Brasson.
Thank you.
Thank you. Cheers.
Football Ramble is a Stack production, part of the Acast Creator Network.
Where we explore the world of technology and innovation with leading industry experts.
Don't worry, this is Money Talks, not Tech Talks, but bear with me. If you've been on social media recently, you'll have seen the output of ChatGPT, which uses artificial intelligence to generate text. The company that created it, OpenAI, is run by Sam Altman, a Silicon Valley entrepreneur. We asked the chatbot to come up with an introduction to this episode using an interview with Sam.
In today's episode, we interview Sam Altman, co-founder and CEO of OpenAI.
Not quite right, this episode covers much more ground, but as promised, here's Sam talking about the history of Silicon Valley as he remembers it.
Bombed out after the dot-com bust, out of the rubble, roughly starting in 2005. You had things like AWS Greece, and you got things like the iPhone. And we had this Cambrian explosion of new technology, and it was incredibly exciting. It was an amazing thing to be part of. And we got a lot of stuff that we now take for granted.
Along with AWS, or Amazon Web Services, and the iPhone came Facebook, Twitter, and Uber.
Altman discusses the early days of the tech boom and how it led to the creation of many successful companies we know today. He also touches on the changing mindset of entrepreneurs and the shift towards working on projects with longer time horizons and greater societal impact.
Now, I think a bunch went wrong in that process, but one of the things that I think went right is a lot of people got rich and said, okay, now what? All of the apps we've made are great, but like, it's not enough. What does the world really need? Again, out of the rubble, out of the ashes, like this time a new phoenix is emerging. I'm very excited. Again, I feel very grateful to the program.
What went wrong? And is he right to be excited? You're listening to Money Talks from The Economist, our weekly podcast on the markets, the economy, and the world of business. In Washington, D.C., I'm Alice Fullwood.
In London, I'm Samaya Keynes.
In Singapore, I'm Mike Bird.
And in today's show, we explore the ideology of the builder class, the Silicon Valley techies who have turned their attention to the world's biggest problems.
first, we learn how Silicon Valley came to be.
This multi-generational connection from defense industry to silicon startups to then the personal computer industry, and all of a sudden people know what Silicon Valley actually is.
Then we hear why their pontificating might just be public relations.
These founders really want to be taken seriously as thinkers. And I have to say on that score, they're not particularly successful. But if the point is to bamboozle media regulators into holding off on necessary regulation, they've been quite effective at that.
Finally, we examine why it matters what Silicon Valley thinks.
We're getting to the stage where Silicon Valley is much more mature, much more powerful than it used to be. It's doing all these activities that previously would have been left to governments and nonprofits.
To figure out what the builder class really wants and what that means for the rest of us. Mike Subir, hello.
Hi, Alice.
Hello from a country stricken by strikes and snow.
Yes, my mother was moaning to me this week about having to send all her Christmas cards out early because the postmen have all taken their leave.
I sort of find well-functioning public services a bit dull, a bit overrated. I want to be surprised. It adds to the sort of variety of life, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's easy for you to say from Singapore.
Yes, I recall the metro running late was once on the front page of the Straits Times when I was in Singapore. Still, this week we talk about how it is not only governments that are interested in solving society's biggest problems. The tech industry's titans now seem to be building lots of things that go beyond social media apps.
Like crypto startups?
Even more useful than that, if you can possibly imagine it. Our colleague Arjun Ramani has penned an article about the expansive efforts of Silicon Valley's builder class, a group who gained their clout by founding successful startups, but who now occupy themselves writing long essays about the world's problems. Shall we hear from him now?
Let's.
Yes, let's.
Hi Arjun, welcome back to the show.
Thanks, Alice. Great to be on.
So you've written an excellent piece for our Christmas issue in which you describe the sort of motivation and ambition of some of Silicon Valley's founders and how it sort of stretches well beyond their business interests. What do you think is the sort of ethos of the Valley?
A strange thing is kind of happening. So there's this growing segment of Silicon Valley's tech elite with much broader interests than your usual business titans. So I think in a sense the Valley has kind of matured to the point where there's this highly intellectualized part of it where you get clout and wealth from business, but it's your philanthropic side projects or even your blog posts or essays on big questions about the future of mankind and technology that really determine your status and your influence. So, you know, a couple examples of this include Patrick Collison, who's the CEO of Stripe, which is a payments firm, Sam Altman, the CEO of OpenAI, which is this AI lab. You know, it's been in the news lately for its new fancy chatbot called ChatGPT. And another person who I also interviewed for this piece, Joe Lonsdale, who is a co-founder of Palantir, now runs a venture capital firm. And so this kind of archetype, you know, of a tech titan who is a much broader interest than just their business is becoming much more common. You know, the number of tech billionaires in America has more than doubled in the last decade. That's faster than any other industry. When I interviewed Lonsdale for this piece, he called it a builder class. You might have also heard of some of the other examples here. So like Dustin Moskovitz, who's a co-founder of Facebook, or Vitalik Buterin, who founded Ethereum, the cryptocurrency, and even, until recently, Sam Bankman-Fried, who founded the cryptocurrency exchange FTX that just blew up. And they all have their own philanthropic side projects that are quite strange, like this whole effective altruism movement that lots of people have been talking about. So it's worth noting that all these folks are kind of, pretty young. They're under or at 40 years old. And they kind of come to power at a time when the tech industry is being highly scrutinized by society for a lot of the externalities that it's caused, such as social media and big tech. And it's also a more mature industry, as I mentioned, so that's probably contributed to this kind of broader set of interests that is maybe the new ethos of this corner of the valley.
And where did this kind of thought leadership going hand in hand with clout in tech come from? Who are the sort of real thought leaders that led people in this direction?
So I think, two of the really interesting, you might even call them intellectual fathers to a lot of the figures I just mentioned, are Peter Thiel and Paul Graham. So just to explain who they are. So Thiel, he co-founded PayPal with Elon Musk several decades ago, so around 2000. He's also an early backer of Facebook, which is how he got a lot of his wealth. He's done a lot of things throughout his career, but most recently he's come in the news for supporting Trump and several other relatively right-wing Republican candidates. And so when I spoke with Lonsdale, he actually called him like a professor of sorts, because he studied philosophy, he's fascinated by it, he founded a campus newspaper when he was a student at Stanford, he writes essays about the French philosopher René Girard, who he actually studied with. So he's kind of a very, very different character than your usual business person. He also bankrolled several projects of an intellectual community within Silicon Valley in the early 2000s that calls themselves the Rationality Community. So this is kind of a group of mostly people in and around the tech industry who are obsessed with reducing their cognitive biases. And as early as the 1990s, they were concerned with the risk of super powerful artificial intelligence.
And what about Paul Graham, the other intellectual father that you mentioned?
Yeah, so Graham, he's probably most well known for founding Y Combinator in 2005. So Y Combinator, also known as YC, is probably the most well-known accelerator in Silicon Valley, and it really ushered in this wave of internet companies that has come to define the last 20 years of tech innovation. He's kind of well known for writing these very long and meandering essays on everything from obscure programming languages to cities and the future of politics. And if you go to a party in the Valley, more often than not, you'll hear someone maybe mentioning Paul Graham and talking about one of his essays. It's kind of like required reading almost if you're a young engineer.
If you were to go to one of those Silicon Valley parties today, what's the mood like in the Valley? This year has been terrible for tech in many ways. The sort of market valuations of a lot of tech titans have crashed, there have been lots of layoffs, and you've had the fall of some of the sort of whiz-kid builder class types like Sam Bankman-Fried. Is the builder class and sort of lofty thinking humbled at all?
So surprisingly not so much. I think maybe perhaps because they've been disappointed with parts of the tech industry for a while. These frustrations are maybe longer standing. So there's kind of a sense that the transformation that came about because of big tech, including all the social media giants, didn't really live up to the excitement or wealth that it generated. For example, Peter Thiel actually once said, we wanted flying cars, instead we got 140 characters, kind of remarking about the actual lack of
today, because many of the people who worked in that industry went on to become venture capitalists. They went on to found other companies that became the big chip companies, notably Intel, which was founded at the end of the 1960s, that had a bit of federal business, but were mostly enterprise companies. They're selling to other businesses. And so this multi-generational connection from defense industry to silicon startups to then the personal computer industry. Apple is founded in 1976. The Apple II comes out in 1977. The 1980s, it's a story of video games and personal computers, and all of a sudden people know what Silicon Valley actually is. And then it keeps on going. The next generation is social media, search, mobile, and here we are now in the 2020s with a world of big tech companies that have a global influence.
There has been a lot of recent turmoil, but there also seems to have been this philosophical shift. So Musk seems to have shifted to the right, and the crypto movement has a bit more of an anarchist, anti-government bent. How has this affected the culture of the place?
It's really interesting. The origins of the cryptocurrency industry really lie, 2 decades back. Look at PayPal, which was Peter Thiel, some of the same people who are still around today, and Musk. PayPal was an alternative currency that was something different than the fiat currency of a nation state. And there's the more kind of true believers in the crypto movement really do feel quite strongly that this is a way to transcend the power of states, and that's something that's a good thing. So that's always been there. I think it has more prominence because part of it is there's so much money, including the fortunes of some of the people who are its great proponents. The political turn, I think there are two things going on. One is everything seems to be political now, right? Certainly the Trump years in the United States kind of made politics seep into everything and businesses kind of having to take a stand on political and social issues where they historically kind of stayed out of them and hadn't said one thing or the other, particularly in tech, which had been resolutely apolitical and dismissive of organized politics and government for so long. This was a real departure, and taking these stances is a real departure. So that's part of it. I think that part of it is some of the more outspoken, kind of right-leaning or right-aligned moguls are in some ways being contrarian because the Valley has formed such a strong alliance with the left side of American politics and the Democratic Party. But I think it also is a response to something that Silicon Valley hasn't experienced before the last 5 years, which is sustained criticism of some of its business practices. So it had a really good run of great press for a long time. There was a real optimism that these companies were indeed changing the world for the better, and that connecting the world by social media was going to be extraordinarily empowering and advance mutual understanding, and that these companies were in the famous catchphrase of Google, not evil. And since then they've had a lot more bad press for good reason. And I think this kind of contrarian, iconoclastic, we don't care what the conventional wisdom says, is in some ways responding to that.
If we were to speak in 20 years' time from the AI age or the crypto age or whatever age will be in then, will we still have these disheveled t-shirt wearing CEOs, and will Silicon Valley still be where all this is happening?
Well, look, no capital of innovation reigns supreme forever. Florence had the Renaissance, and Manchester, the 19th century textile industry, and Detroit was the Silicon Valley of the world 100 years ago. I think it's healthy to remember that every company becomes a dinosaur eventually, or is no longer the cutting edge. Now, that doesn't mean that it won't be full of very, very profitable, very important companies, but this kind of startup-driven, we're a hub of innovation and new ideas, I think it becomes harder and harder the more successful you become, because you're making money doing the current thing, and it becomes difficult to really break from that and think about what might be the new thing.
Yes, I can imagine it does become much harder from here. Margaret, thank you so much for joining Money Talks.
It was great to be here. Thanks for having me.
There you have it. Silicon Valley could become the new Manchester or Detroit. After the break, has Silicon Valley just become a little more grown up?
But first, we would like to hear from you.
We are always thinking of ways to improve, and to do that, we want to know more about our listeners. That's you.
Please help by filling out a short questionnaire. You can find it at economist.com/Money Talks survey.
And if you're not already a subscriber to The Economist, it's now a great time to take out a subscription.
It will give you access to Arjun's excellent piece on Silicon Valley's new religion and a really brilliant essay on what went wrong with Britain.
Listeners can get a great introductory offer at economist.com/podcast offer.
Those links are in the notes to this episode.
Before the break, we heard how Silicon Valley has changed, but now I want to find out how that has changed the people who work there and make the tech that they hope will infiltrate much of our lives. To do that, I spoke to Adrian Dow, a professor at Stanford and author of What Tech Calls Thinking. Adrian Dow, hello and welcome to Money Talks.
Thank you.
So we've heard about this builder class in the Valley, these entrepreneurs who are much more interested in ideological goals. They write essays and blog posts about things like the future of man and machine, economic growth, government. How successful have they been in articulating these ideas, do you think, and getting them into the mainstream?
I guess the question is, what would constitute success? There are moments when you get the sense that these founders really want to be taken seriously as thinkers. And I have to say on that score, they're not particularly successful. But if the point is to kind of bamboozle media regulators, policymakers into holding up on necessary regulation for a little while longer so you can kind of make a little bit more money, they've been quite effective at that. They're obviously very serious people doing very serious thinking in Silicon Valley. But those people that basically are heavily incentivized to explain to you why you can't possibly understand what they're doing and therefore you can't regulate it, well, you know, we're now seeing the results of really governance and of regulation being really way behind in terms of what it would need to bring to bear on some of these companies.
There does seem to be some frustration among tech founders about what they see as stagnation in the world around them. You know, most famously, perhaps, is the Peter Thiel clip that we wanted flying cars, but instead we got 140 characters. Is this new way of thinking a response to that frustration, do you think?
I think that is a dissatisfaction that I think is shared fairly widely among, let's say, the lower ones of these companies. But it is noticeable to me that for a lot of them, these frustrations express themselves by a pretty pronounced rightward turn, which does suggest to me that their utopianism is not maybe the problem. If they felt that tech had not fulfilled its promises, you know, Elon Musk, for instance, saying that Twitter should be the world's public square, right? If he bought it and gave it to the U.S. government, I imagine that that would be very consistent with that view. Taking it over and throwing up people who disagree with Elon Musk feels like he thought the problem was something different all along. And so I do think that there are a lot of people in the Valley who are frustrated, who are finding that the promises that the industry kind of first captured everyone's imagination with have not come to fruition. But it is noticeable that the answers to this from the Peter Thiel, from the PayPal generation, from the Grahams of the world, has been to kind of tack hard to the right.
Why do you think that frustration sort of manifested itself as a rightward shift?
It's a little hard to say. I think that ultimately there are two things at play here, right? That they sense that there are certain promises that remain unfulfilled. But in the end, there are some things that they're very happy with the way they went. And one of them is that for all its revolutionary potential, tech largely made powerful and rich people more powerful and more rich. Disruption has this very funny way of keeping our hierarchies kind of intact, right? No Uber driver ever drives his way to being a millionaire. Many Uber programmers probably came from middle-class families and, you know, are children of doctors or lawyers were able to code their way to being millionaires. So I do think that's sort of the schizophrenic position of it. That on the one hand, they sense that there is a kind of radicalism that has gotten lost. On the other hand, they're really allergic to a kind of radicalism that ultimately would come to encompass their own position, that might actually come for their own livelihood, their own station in society.
The tech industry has grown up a lot. These firms are listed companies now. Isn't it natural that they might move away from the perceived leftish, liberal kind of Silicon Valley thinking towards a party that is more traditionally in favour of sort of smaller government and less regulation?
I think that there has been a maturation process within these companies. Twitter is a more mature company than it was 15 years ago. Same goes for Meta. But the maturation process of the founders frankly has been pretty limited, right? I mean, he's no longer our CEO, but Travis Kalanick essentially stumbled over the fact that his maturation processes could not keep pace with his companies. So I think that there hasn't been the kind of maturation that you see, you know, with the general counsel of one of these companies, with, you know, the coders who have come from their 20s into their 40s with these companies. I think there it's happened. But those are the people that Elon Musk kicked out of Twitter first thing, right? The ones that tried to explain to him why this wouldn't work, why selling blue checks for $8 was going to be a problem, right? That's the maturation, and he has shown nothing if not a huge allergy towards those aspects of Silicon Valley where we can say, this is serious, this is mature, this isn't startup culture anymore, it is, for better or for worse, something else.
Is there any of the idealism of that startup culture left?
With someone like Travis Kalanick, even with Elon Musk, I mean, the pretense that, you know, idealism was pretty thin to begin with. The appeal was, these are hard-hitting geniuses, you know, hard-charging, brilliant disruptors, and you might want to invest with them because they can see things that you and I can't even conceive yet, right? But why were we focused on the founders? We were told to because in some way that was part of how you sold a company, especially in those days when these companies weren't making money. You traded on the founder's genius because you couldn't really trade on the balance sheets. You couldn't say, you know, we're making so much money. You could say, we're gonna make so much money because our brilliant, weird nerd boss shows us where we're going, right? And I think that is a type that has also been around its course.
Right, and what do you think the lasting impact of this year's reckoning on the Valley might be?
A lot of it depends on where its money comes from, right? You know, they've been like any other company for quite some time. They've been very invested in not letting everyone else notice that fact, but they have been. What created this kind of founder economy was, of course, the financing. It's the fact that you're trying to perform initially for angel investors and for the VC funds, then later down the line for your IPO and for your early investors and for super stock investors, and then eventually, once you're really one of the big ones, for pension funds, et cetera, right? You're doing this kind of song and dance for them. If someone doesn't have a whole lot of dividend to run on, I don't think you have any other options but to sort of go on a charm offensive and let your genius come to. So, I mean, any real serious change to how Silicon Valley presents itself as opposed to how it actually runs will have contend to some extent with where the money is coming from.
Adrian Dow, thank you so much for joining Money Talks.
Thank you so much.
I'm back now with Arjun Mani, our global business and economics correspondent. Arjun, thank you for staying with us.
Thanks, Alice.
What do you think we should make of all this? Adrian's clearly very sceptical of all for falling over these genius whiz kids with their sort of expansive aims. What do you think?
Yeah, so I think it's certainly partially true. There's a lot of PR going on here. It may even happen more in the tech industry where you know, all these young companies are taking so much risk, they have to construct these grand narratives to, you know, hire employees and get venture capitalists to buy in. But I think some of these people are a bit more serious than others. So for example, Patrick Collison, who I spoke to for this piece, has almost created a full-blown intellectual movement that he has called Progress Studies, and he's kind of collaborating with an economist, Tyler Cowen, on this. He's also, you know, working with a team of other economists on evaluating management practices in scientific labs. And you know, when you speak to him, he's pretty good at citing research papers and economists whenever he's talking. So he's clearly well versed in the literature, understands these ideas deeper than you might expect, and is actually putting his money where his mouth is. And I think there are a few others like that too. Certainly all these people should be treated with a healthy dose of skepticism, but there are some bright spots.
One of the reasons I think this is such a fascinating moment for Silicon Valley and its thinkers is that the stereotype has long been that Silicon Valley is a sort of libertarian-y kind of place, so very culturally free but also economically free and skeptical of big government. And it seems as though this year many of its sort of heroes or thought leaders have taken a rightward shift. So I guess sort of Elon Musk is the archetype of that idea. What's going on here, do you think, and how do you explain how that fits with this sort of builder class ideology?
Yeah, so I think especially on the issue of free speech, there's been this turn where the Silicon Valley is probably more libertarian than other big segments of society. All these figures are probably very much in the pro-free speech camp. But in terms of the rest of the way in which the Valley interacts with the government, it's a bit more complicated. So, on one hand, OpenAI is actually a capped profit company housed under a non-profit stream structure. And so basically it's capped its return on investment at 100x, and Altman himself doesn't actually have super voting shares in the company. So, he's kind of aware of the pitfalls of unbridled capitalism in that case. And if you look at Coulson, he's actually working with scientific funding agencies to help them better boost progress. So, clearly they're taking the role of the state seriously. But on the other hand, they're doing things that maybe other people would have preferred the government to have been doing all along. Why is the tech industry working on these problems that traditionally you might have considered the purview of the state? We're getting to the stage where Silicon Valley is much, much more mature, much more powerful than it used to be. It's doing all these activities that previously would have been left to governments and nonprofits and so forth. And in that way, its leaders are kind of being forced to think in these more intellectually complex ways, and many of them are going different directions.
Arjun, that was super fascinating. Thank you so much for joining Money Talks.
Thanks for having me on.
So, Mike Surveyor, how do you feel about a more mature, more powerful, more intellectually complex, at least at sometimes, Silicon Valley?
Yeah, I feel interested by it. I think I'm interested in this question of how central all of this intellectualizing is to the actual products that these tech titans are developing. I mean, just take the example of Patrick Collison, who's clearly a very smart guy. If you go to his website, he's interested in these big questions like, how do people decide to make major life changes, or what's the successor to the book, or what's going on with infrastructure. And I guess there's this a kind of big thinking that is almost a form of conspicuous consumption, right? It's fun to have deep, meaningful chats about big questions with other smart people, and there are many people in those networks who want to have those discussions. And then there's a sort of big thinking that actually translates into cash being spent on projects, right? So just to continue this example of Patrick Collison, Stripe Press is a publisher with a strapline, Ideas for Progress. Stripe Climate lets companies send a share of their revenue to help scale carbon removal technologies. So it's not all chin stroking, but I think it is really important to distinguish between these two sets of intellectualizing within the Valley. And I think looking ahead, the most interesting question is going to be how much of that cash washing around was the product of the abundance of cash, right? And now there's a bit more scarcity. We've heard lots about the tech reckoning. Will those sort of pet projects become a little more scarce, right? Will some of the playground have to retrench as the founders have to focus a bit?
Yeah, I find all of this really interesting. I was rereading something not related to tech the other day. It's a biography of Sir Robert Peel, who's a sort of favourite of mine. He was the British Prime Minister who abolished the Corn Laws, which were a big part of the founding of The Economist. And it's quite sort of in line with what Margaret O'Hara was talking about there, about sort of capitals and innovation. He was the first Prime Minister to really come from an industrial background. His father was a successful businessman, he wasn't an aristocrat, and I think there's quite a close analogy to what's happening here, which is of course these sort of business and corporate technological revolutions eventually all leave a mark on politics and intellectual thought. You saw that with Carnegie and Rockefeller, and in a much darker way with Henry Ford, for example. The other element that is striking to me is this is all very, very Californian. Whether it's a question of whether tech's becoming more right-wing, or whether it's discussion of progress studies, or whether it's crypto or whatever, the common vein between all of these things that I see is that it's got that sometimes refreshing, sometimes slightly bonkers West Coast attitude going on. It's very fast-moving and unique. There's a writer called Vincent Evans that called Californians some of the most religious people on earth, but it's a zeal for something like CrossFit rather than Catholicism. And I think the old world is going to have to get used to that sort of really, really energetic, fast-moving mindset being much more deeply embedded in a lot of political and intellectual thinking as well.
Yeah, I think that's a great way of characterising the mindset. My impression from the episode is that Silicon Valley is clearly now a very established, very mature place, and that's leading to a few of these simultaneous dynamics which can feel a bit difficult to untangle. So on the one hand you have this maturity in the companies that Margaret was talking about, so these are sort of big listed companies which are now increasingly being targeted by regulators and therefore possibly shifting a bit ideologically to the right, which has historically been the sort of sign of less regulatory intervention, and that feels very logical to me. And that kind of like hunkering down or ossification of those big established firms might also lead you to think that the heyday of the Valley is behind it, in that these big firms have stopped innovating as much, and people have been writing obituaries of Palo Alto, us included, for several years now. And at the same time you have this sort of enhanced power, wealth and clout of all of these sort of massive tech titans, and they're flexing that in different ways. So Elon used it to buy Twitter and is doing things with that, and the people Arjun described, like Sam Altman and Patrick Collison, they're flexing their power in different ways, and that has led to experimentation with things like ChatGPT and AI, and it might lead you to the conclusion that actually the frustrations that Arjun describes people feeling that lead them to pursue these new projects might mean that we're through peak social media, but the Valley's moving on to its next phase, the harder tech phase, perhaps, and that kind of lull mirrors prior periods of frustration before the next new thing came along. And it's kind of difficult to know which narrative is more true. I do think it's possible that the tech giants of the 2010s got so big and powerful and all-consuming that their decline possibly does signal the decline of Silicon Valley itself. But I think Arjun does make a strong counter case to that idea. Even though some of the sort of era of free money, abundant cash has come to an end, these people still have a lot of money and power and time, and they're working on these huge new problems without major constraints yet. So something powerful may really come from that. But with that, we should pivot to our stats of the week. Who wants to go first?
My stat of the week is 10 million, which is the number of tourists that have been to Thailand this year. With very little of the year left, they've reached that landmark, which sounds like a lot of people, but is actually sort of rubbish by Thai standards. Pre-pandemic, Thailand got about 40 million tourists a year, so we're running at something like a quarter, and about 25% of Thailand's pre-COVID tourism numbers came from China, which I think sort of underlines the fact that with Chinese reopening now happening very, very quickly, there's lots of other parts of Asia that have basically been waiting for this to happen and can't really recover fully economically until those Chinese tourists and Chinese money is able to get more easily out of the country.
And you didn't want to do Thailand solid by going to visit them instead of Japan?
I visited once this year. I spent about 13 hours in an airport in Bangkok. I stayed in a pod. I'm not doing it again anytime soon. I'm sure I'll be back at some point, but not yet.
Not enough to make a dent in their GDP stats like it was for Japan then. My stat of the week is 83, which is the number of countries that do not have an extradition treaty with the United States, and the Bahamas is not on that list, which led to the arrest and potential extradition of Sam Bankman-Fried after the downfall of FTX. And after he was arrested on Monday night, Sam Bankman-Fried might wish that he had picked to found or headquarter FTX in a different country. He had a long list of them to choose from.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost like some of these things weren't 100% well thought through.
I wonder what the nicest country is on the non-extradition list. If you had to run from the long arm of the American legal system, I I should make a list just in case.
No, I mean, I have the full list up in front of me, not because I'm trying to run the log off US expedition. Indonesia's on the list, the Maldives, also Qatar. You could be watching the World Cup, you know, there are a lot of options.
My striking statistic was pulled from ChatGPT because I am fundamentally a cheat. I asked it to come up with a striking statistic and it gave me 1.9 billion, which is the number of adults that are overweight. It didn't give me a denominator, so I don't know what share of the global population that is or what year it refers to. So I followed up by asking, what is that as a share of the global population? And it replied, I'm sorry, but I don't have access to current statistics or information about the global population, which somewhat undermines the first stat that it did provide me with. Yeah, I've got some questions.
Yeah, see, you have to subscribe to The Economist for the analysis. You know, they can give you the numbers sometimes, but the analysis, we can give you the analysis. So don't swap those for a chatbot just yet.
Yes, you won't be getting your articles or your podcasts from ChatGPT anytime soon. You'll have to keep coming to us. And with that, our thanks this week to Sam Altman, Adrian Dow, and Margaret O'Meara.
And thank you for listening to Money Talks. Don't forget to rate and review us wherever you get your podcasts.
And you can always write to us at podcasts@economist.com.
Velkomin að speglinum, umsjón í kvöld hefur Anna Kristín Jónsdóttir. Dómsmálaráðherra segir það vonbrigði að Alþingi hafi ákveðið að taka útlendingafrumvarpið af dagskrá fyrir jól. Hann sakar stjórnarandstöðuna að beita málþófi. Það brunagaddur í Spáni, rafmagnsofnar rjúka út en líklega sleppur suðvesturhornið við hríð sem spáð var á sunnudag. Hitaveitukerfi í landinu eru mörg hver komin klára sinna. Orkumálastjóri segir að fólk þurfa að umgangast hitavatnið gullnámu landsins af virðingu. Og ferðamenn virðast ekki allir taka mark á þeim hættum sem leynast í Reynisfjöru þrátt fyrir nýtt viðvörunarkerfi. Jón Gunnarsson, dómsmálaráðherra, segir að stjórnarandstaðan hafi með málþófi komið í veg fyrir að hægt væri að afgreiða útlendingafrumvarpið fyrir jól. Þingflokkar náðu í dag samkomulagi afgreiðslu mála á þingi, ákveðið að fresta umræðum útlendingafrumvarpið fram á næsta ár. Málið fer aftur til umfjöllunar í allsherjar- og menntamálanefnd þegar þingið kemur saman á nýju ári. Ráðherra segir með þessu sé farið á svig við vilja meirihluta þingheims.
Það meirihluti fyrir þessu máli í þinginu. Þess vegna er bagar að það er þessu meirihluti skuli klára það mál sem er mikilvægt á þessum tíma. Stjórnarandstöðurnar skuli sameinast það að byggjast þessu keppnisstundum hérna á þingi fyrir fólki að vera hér í málþófi og fram á nætur og reyna að dreifa athyglinni á þessum mál og í veg fyrir andra mikilvæga mál. Þannig að það er ekkert við því að gera. Það er langt liðið á áramótum og tímanum að meta þetta þannig til að leysa málið og sé þetta vænlegri leið.
Sagði Jón Gunnarsson. Hríðarspá fyrir sunnudaginn gengur líklega ekki eftir þó en búast við leiðindaveðri norðanlands í byrjun næstu viku og að áfram verður mjög kalt. Spáin hefur batnað, segir Daniel Þorláksson, veðurfræðingur á Veðurstofu Íslands.
Spáin hefur gátt gær og góði næging til Ísland. Það er ekki þá undir í
Þrátt fyrir að ekki gera hríð á sunnudag verður áfram kalt í veðri og mjög kalt. Tveggja tölustuga frost verður víða á landinu á föstudag og það er sannkallað kuldakast. Og sala á rafmagnsofnum hefur rokið upp í kuldakastinu undanfarna þegar á víða selst upp.
Lagerinn virðist víða hafa tæmst af rafmagnsofnum og hitablásurum leið og kólnaði í veðri. Í vefverslunum Húsasmiðjunnar, Elko og Raflands eru flestir eða allir hitablásarar og olíufylltir rafmagnsofnar sagðir uppsettir. Hið sama á við í Bíkó en Kristján Birgisson, svæðisstjóri ljósa og rafmagn, segir það hafa gerst snögglega. Salan rauk skyndilega upp en fór líka seinna af stað. Kristján segir meðalsöluna hjá Bíkó minni í ár en í fyrra. En rafmagnsofnar og hitablásarar séu alltaf vinsælir þegar fer að kólna.
Þetta viðkvæm þessar myndir og ef það kemur jafnara búið þá það háttast sem það ekki ekki stönd og þeim stendur.
En þið eru samt viðbúnir því þegar að það kemur?
Við erum viðbúnir því, já, við býðum eftir það gerist að gera eitthvað samskil okkur meira.
Sagði Kristján Birgisson við Elsu Maríu Guðlaugs Drífudóttur. Íran á ekki lengur sæti í nefnd Sameinuðu þjóðanna réttindi kvenna. Í atkvæðagreiðslu samþykktu 29 ríki tillögu Bandaríkjamanna að víkja Íran úr nefndinni. 8 voru á móti og 16 sátu hjá. Mótmæla aldarskekur Íran hefur gert frá lokum september eftir dauða Mössu Amini, 22 ára kúrdíska konu sem lést í haldi siðgæðislögreglu landsins. 100 hafa látist í mótmælum. Klerkastjórnin segir að siðgæðislögreglan verði lögð niður og lög höfuðstöðusnefnd kvenna rýmkuð en margir efast eftir. Verkefnastjóri í almannavörnum hjá lögreglustjórnum á Suðurlandi vonar að nýtt viðvörunarkerfi í Reynisfjöru upplýsi fólk betur hættuna sem þar leynist.
Búið að setja upp viðvörunar og upplýsingaskilti í Reynisfjöru og 300 metra langa keðju meðfram bílastæðinu sem á að leiða fólk eftir göngustíg og framhjá skiltunum. Löggæslumyndavélum hefur verið komið fyrir á mastri í fjörukampinum og verið myndum þaðan streymt á baðstofu lögreglunnar á Suðurlandi. Björn Ingi Jónsson, verkefnastjóri í almannavörnum hjá lögreglustjórnum á Suðurlandi, segir beinastreymið hugsað sem viðbót. Vélarnar séu ekki vaktaðar allan sólarhringinn.
Ljósastýringin beintengd við andrúmsloftið Vegagerðarinnar, þannig að þeir eru með öldurmælinga og reikninga og taka söguna fyrir tíma og skoða við hvað aðstæðan er í raun og veru hættan á hættan þá er það líka þessi ljósi í dag.
Vonir stóðu til þess að nýja kerfið kæmi í veg fyrir að fólk fari niður í fjöru þegar mikil hætta er á ferðum.
Við erum svona séð að síðskipti er búið að vera hann rauðjó og við sáum að ég veit ég að það var stóð í
Á nýju myndskeiði sem hefur verið dreift á samfélagsmiðlum sést þó að viðvörunarkerfið fór í gang en ferðamenn tóku ekki allir mark á því. Stór alda felldi ferðamenn sem náðu þó að koma sér aftur í fjöruna.
Við getum alltaf ekki gert meira en í raun og veru bara upplýsa eftir bestu getu og eins sýnist og greinilega og það slápið á eigin gjörðum og aðeins og ekki vestur að þetta var ekki í fjöruna.
Sagði Björn Ingi Jónsson, Rebekka Ingadóttir tók saman. Magapestir, öndunarfærasýkingar og COVID-smitt herja á fólk norðan heiða, hjúkrunarheimili á Norðurlandi eystra reyna eftir fremsta megni að forðast að þurfa að herða sóttvarnareglur fyrir jól.
Jón Helgi Björnsson, forstjóri Heilbrigðisstofnunar Norðurlands, segir mögulegt að fólk veikist í meira mæli þessar mundir því það er ekki jafn varið gegn sýkingum eins og þegar COVID gekk yfir.
Það er alveg bara mjög mikið svona veikindi og svona sýkingar, flensu og COVID. Það hefur verið mjög mikið álaga og við heilbrigðisþjónustunni, sérstaklega á heilsugæslunni.
Hafið eitthvað íhugað að fara aftur í einhverjar hertar sóttvarnaraðgerðir?
Ég held að það sé á Akureyri þar hafa menn verið að innleiða grímuskyldu hjá þeim sem eru í snertingu við sjúklinga. Kannski ég með þess að missa ekki of mikið af starfsfólki út. Það hefur líka verið vandamála að margir starfsmenn hafa verið veikir.
Eins og fram hefur komið í fréttum hafa sóttvarnareglur verið hertar á sjúkrahúsum á Akureyri vegna fjölda smita á svæðinu. Hjúkrunarheimili reyna eftir fremsta megni að koma í veg fyrir að þurfa að grípa til sömu aðgerða. Víða er jóladagskrá í fullum gangi og aukinn gestagangur og því mikilvægt að fólk sé meðvitað um sóttvarnir. Staðan verður metin frá degi til dags og reglur hertar ef þörf krefur.
Amanda Guðrún Bjarnadóttir tók saman og ræddi við Jón Helga Björnsson. Bandarískum vísindamönnum hefur í fyrsta sinn tekist að nýta kjarnasamruna til að framleiða orku. Uppgötvunin markar tímamót í grænni raforkuframleiðslu en áratugir gætu verið í að tæknin komist í almenna notkun.
Orku verður ekki eitt og ekki sköpuð. Magnaðar er fasti og getur vissulega skipt form. Þetta er eitt af óumflýjanlegum lögmálum náttúrunnar. Öll orkuvinnsla mannsins snýst að beisla orku á einu formi og komin yfir á annað. Galdurinn felst í því að fá orkuna að formi sem nýtist engum og mikillar fyrirhafnar. Ásig var í núðra í Kaliforníu á þriðjudag þegar vísindamenn greindu frá því að að þeim hefði í fyrsta sinn tekist að beita svokölluðum kjarnasamruna til að vinna orku á þennan hátt. Það tókst að beisla orku úr kjarnafrumeinda með því að beina að þeim leysigeislum og orkan sem fékkst úr kjarnanum var meiri en orkan úr leysigeislunum.
Scientists at the National Ignition Facility achieved fusion ignition. That is creating more energy from fusion reactions than the energy used to start the process. It's the first time it has ever been done in a laboratory.
Tilraunir á þessu sviði hafa staðið yfir í 60 ár og vísindamennirnir spara ekki stóru orðin. Í fyrsta sinn í mannkynssögunni hafði þeim tekist að beita kjarnasamruna á nytsamlegan hátt. Stór dagur í vísindasögunni, segir forstjóri bandarísku kjarnorkustofnunarinnar. Uppgötvunin gæti haft stórkostlega þýðingu fyrir framtíð grænnar raforkuúrlausna. Kjarnasamrunar fylgir engin útblástur gróðurhúsalofttegunda og ólíkt kjarnorku ekkert baneitrað affall. En þó tíðindin séu jákvæð ekki þar með sagt að mannkynið geti sagt skilið við aðra og hefðbundnari orkuvinnslu á næstu árum. Vísindamenn segja að sennilega séu áratugir í að þessi tækni verði orðin nóg þróuð til að hún geti í alvöru svarað til kostnaði.
Alexander Kristjánsson sagði frá.
Það kalt úti og það stefnir í að vera kalt áfram. Þessu finnur hver sem á erindi út fyrir hússins styr fyrir þessa dagana og kuldinn setur strik í reikningin í heita vatninu. 4 sundlaugum var lokað á Suðurlandi á leiðinni Veitna til að koma í veg fyrir heitavatnsskort og Selfosslaug var lokað vegna bruna í Dæluskúr. Til skoðunar hvort að gripið verði til sömu ráðstafana á höfuðborgarsvæðinu. Ekki varð af því í dag en staðan verður metin á morgun. Sundgarpar gætu því þurft að gera sér kalda pottinn að góðu. Þetta kuldakast svo sem ekki það versta sem sögur fara af, en engu að síður heyrir það til tíðinda að ekki sé til taks nóg af heitu vatni á Íslandi. En við erum ef til vill ansi góðu vön, eins og talað hefur verið í tengslu við orkukrísu í heiminum. Halla Hrund Logadóttir, orkumálastjóri, segir að við þurfum að umgangast heita vatnið, sem hún kallar gullið okkar, af virðingu. En hver staða hitaveitna á Íslandi í stóra samhenginu?
Það vissulega þannig að margar þeirra voru byggðar fyrir allnokkrum áratugum. Sums staðar kominn tími á viðhald, annars staðar hefur í raun og veru hverfi stækkað eða fleiri búa á stöðunum þar sem að upphaflega hitaveitan var nýtt. Þannig að það má kannski segja að víða sé komin þörf á bæði að bæta flutningskerfið, það hvernig við raun og veru fáum vatnið til okkar og svo líka erum það og það eru klárlega tækifæri fyrir okkur bara að fara yfir ofnana, passa þeir séu stilltir á 3, kíkja inn í svefnherbergi, opna þar á 2 og reyna að vanda okkur varðandi það hvernig við opnum glugga og annað. Og eitt af því sem við erum líka að gera í Orkustofnun er að við erum að vinna með Mannvirkjastofnun. Þeir eru að gera ótrúlega spennandi hluti þegar kemur að hönnun, bygginga og öðru. Hvernig getum við passað upp á sjálfbærni í þeim hlutum. Og við erum að koma inn í verkefni með þeim þar sem við erum að skoða þessa nýtni. Hvernig getum við passað upp á að við séum að hanna byggingar framtíðarinnar þannig að við nýtum orkuna saman hvort að það er jarðhiti eða raforka sem allra best.
En hvað með eins og í skipulagsmálum og svoleiðis, hvað var að leita að við erum með það að fólki að því fyrst skjóta skökku við að hlutir eins og sundlaugum, almenningssundlaugum sem lokað en ekki hlutum eins og baðmúnum og slíku. Það var að taka þetta með inn í reikningin í skipulagi og hvernig heitavatninu er útdeilt til stúrnum.
Já, eins og hortir á þetta varðandi núna þegar verið er að horfa á þetta kuldakast til dæmis að þá verið einmitt að horfa á það að draga á notkun til stærri notenda sem eru sundlaugar í þessu tilfelli. Ég held að almennt varðandi auðlindanýtingu og þegar það er meiri eftirspurn og nýting og við erum með bæði takmarkaðar auðlindir og líka takmarkaða flutningsgetu að þá þarf alltaf að horfa á þessa hluti en stóra málið er að horfa á það að heimilunum sé forgangsraðað.
Ef við horfum aðeins fram á veginn, er þetta bara ástandi sem við erum að fara að lifa við að þegar það kemur kuldakasta þá þurfum við að setja þetta?
Ég held að það sé alltaf gott fyrir okkur að vanda nýtinguna og vanda notkunna að fara sparlega með. Það skiptir máli ekki bara fyrir okkar kynslóð, heldur gerir það að verkum að við erum þá að nýta auðlindina með sjálfbærri hætti og getum þá nýtt hvert og eitt svæði lengur. Og það hlýtur að vera eitthvað sem við stefnum að, ekki bara fyrir okkur heldur fyrir börn og barnabörn og svo framvegis. En ég held að það sé alltaf mikilvægt sjónarmið.
Segir að veitukerfið það er orðið komið til ára sinna við að hvað segir fyrir að verði gert í því þarf að fara að gera einhvern áttak í því að taka veitukerfið í gegn?
Það er rosalega misjafnt hvernig staðan er eftir ólíkum landshlutum og öðru. Það sem að hitaveituveðin til dæmis eins og í Reykjavík hófst tiltölulega snemma. Það hefur kannski meiri endurnýjun átt sér stað heldur en á svona öðrum stöðum. Þannig að það er ekki hægt að kannski festa fingur á eina lausn sem á við alls staðar. En þess vegna er svo mikilvægt að skoða þessi hluti og hafa heildaryfirsýn því að við þurfum sem samfélag, saman hvort það er ríki eða sveitafélög, að hafa þessi hluti á hreinu. Við þurfum að vera meðvituð hvernig eigi að forgangsraða fjárfestingum í gegnum sjóði, í gegnum fjárlög og annað til þess að vinna með innviðin okkar og það er áhugavert að horfa til þess að orkusjóður sem að í raun og veru fjármagnaði stóran hluta af þessum lykilhitaveitum hugsaði þetta. Það voru í kringum 20 hitaveitukerfi sem voru byggð og með fjármagn frá orkusjóð eftir síðustu olíukrísu þegar við erum núna á þessum krísutíma. Við erum ennþá að njóta ávaxtanna úr þeirri vegferð. Þannig að auðvitað er það alltaf þannig að það þarf að vera að horfa á viðhald og svo framvegis. Og það er bara hluti af öllum innviðum og eitthvað sem við sem samfélag þurfum alltaf að vera vakandi yfir.
Sagði Halla Hrund Lógadóttir Bjarni Rúnarsson talaði við hana. Formaður BSRB gagnrýndi það í gær að konur væru lítt sýnilegar við undirritun samningana sem gengið var frá hjá ríkissáttasemjara í vikunni. Velti fyrir sér hvort ástæða væri til að setja kynjakvóta á samninganefndir. Það hallaði verulega á konur við samningaborðið jafnvel hjá stéttarfélögum þar sem kynjaskipting innan félags er nokkuð jöfn. En hver er reynsla kvenna sem hafa tekið þátt í kjaraviðræðum? Meistararitgerð Karítasar María Bjarnadóttir í mannauðsstjórnun í haust fjallar upplifun kvenna sem sitja í samninganefndum kvennastéttarfélaga. Ritgerðin byggist á eiginlegri rannsókn viðtölum með 12 konur sem hafa langa reynslu af slíkum störfum fyrir sín félag.
Þetta eru allt stéttarfélög sem flokkast til kvennastétta. Það er konur sem afgerandi meiri hluta félagsmanna. Ég ræði mikið upp á því að það væri með sem ítarlegasta reynslu hefði allavega setið eina samningamótu á tímabilinu 2015 til 2022. en þó áttu þær ótal sögur af niðurtali, virðingarleysi og brot og trausti sem leituðu mjög mikið samningaviðræðurnar og þeirra viðhorf til viðsemjenda sinna.
Hvað var það fyrir?
Það sem virðist tíðkast við samningaborðið og í röksemdaflutningi viðsemjendaviðræðna er kynjað niðurtal sem byggist mikið á því að það sem verið að tala til þeirra en ekki við þær það sem verið að nota boðháttin. Þær eru kallaðar stelpur mínar aðeins svona meira niðurtal heldur en að segja við hópa köllum strákar mínir.
Af hverju?
Ég held að það byggist bara á sögulegu viðhorfi.
Það var mikil velta hjá samninganefndunum hjá stéttarfélögum kvennanna sem þetta við.
Fólk setur bara eina lotu eða klárar við loturnar sem að gera náttúrulega líka erfiðara fyrir það þegar það er svo mikilvægi að vera með reynslu til þess að fá sjálfsöryggi og tengslamyndi með samningaborðið og vinna meira öryggi.
Kemur það fram þetta vanmat á störfum kvenna við samningaborðið?
Á frásögnum og viðmælendum minna virðist vera notað sem röksemdaflutningur að þetta hafi bara alltaf verið svona. Man megi ekki færa sig of nálægt öðrum stéttum af því þá getur það komið af stað höfrungarhlaupi í laununum. Ég held að það vissulega komi að samningaborðinu.
Viðmælendur Caritasar voru ekki einu máli það hvort betra eða verra væri að semja við konu í meðal.
Það var alveg mismunandi hvort það væri erfiðara eða auðveldara að semja við karla eða konur og þetta voru ólíkir viðmælendur sem voru jafnvel að tala sama fólkið í sömu samningaviðræðum. Það var ekkert samkomulag í þessu. En það sem kom einnig upp í rannsókninni var hvort að þær teldu stöðu sína vera aðallega ef stéttin þeirra teldist til karlastéttar. Þær komu 11 af 12 inn á það að þær héldu að staða þeirra væri önnur, þá meðal annars með tilliti til launasetningar að launin væru hærri, en þær komu inn á það að þær töldu að vinnutíminn gæti verið ósveigjanlegri ef þær væru karlastétt og töluðu þá meðal annars það að það gæti orsakast af því að konur beri allan af heimilisbyrðinni þessari þriðju vakt.
Konurnar sem höfðu lengsta reynslu af kjaraviðræðum töluðu að nokkuð þau dregið úr orku í þeim. Vissulega væri tekist á en það gætti meiri virðingar. Þó höfðu þær allar orðið fyrir því eins og áður sagði að tala væri niður til þeirra og jafnvel reynt að koma þeim í jafnvægi.
Til þess að það sé hægt að koma með svörin þú varst nú aðeins bara róðinni, þú ekki aðeins fara út og fá fyrst loft.
Og þetta endurspegli viðhorf sem ríkir víðar.
Þannig að það var svo auðvelt að fara í þannan röksemdaflutning af þurfum bara að ná sér aðeins niður og eigið ekki verið að gera þetta góðmennskunni og svoleiðis. Þú veist, það er verið að koma með þau rök að vera að gera þetta góðmennsku sinni en ekki fyrir kaup og kjör.
Caritas telur það sé ekki til nein ein töfralausn og óvíst hvort setja eigi kynjakvóta á nefndirnar en nokkuð ljóst að kyn hefur áhrif.
Það voru nokkrir viðmælendur mínir sem að tjáðu frá því að þær hafa fengið karlmann í samninganefndina sína, annarkvort sem bara samninganefndamann og komið inn sem auka trúnaðarmaður eða viðskiptafræðingur, lögmaður eða því líkt. Og í öllum þeim dæmum sem komu upp, sem ég held að hafi verið 3 eða 4 sögur, þá voru kannski komið lengra inn í viðræðurnar en þegar þessi karlmaður mætti skyndilega að borðinu að þá beindu viðsemjendur þeirra öllum spurningum til hans. Verðu bara djúpt í augun á þeim og beindu öll til þeirra og bara að ræða við þá. Nú voru þeir bara að semja við þennan mann og sá ekki konurnar.
Sagði Caritas Mari Bjarnadóttir.
Viktor Líaskó, heilbrigðisráðherra Úkraínu, hefur áhyggjur af hrakandi lýðheilsu í landinu eftir því sem vetur herðir. Hann segir í viðtalið við fréttamann BBC að heilbrigðisstarfsfólk glími við mestu erfiðleika sem upp hafi komið frá innrás Rússa í febrúar síðastliðnum. Rússar hafa vikum saman gert árásir á viðkvæma innviði í Úkraínu. Þar af leiðandi eru milljónir landsmanna án rafmagns, vatns og húshitunar. Sjúkrahús og heilsugæslustöðvar víða land einungis hægt að starfrækja með varaaflsstöðvum sem ganga fyrir bensíni eða díselolíu. Líaskó segir að yfir 1100 heilbrigðisstofnanir hafi orðið fyrir árásum innrásarliðsins. Þar af séu 144 óstarfhæfar. Af þessum sökum segir hann að heilbrigðisstarfsfólk þurfi að vera viðbúið afar erfiðum aðstæðum, einkum í rafmagnsleysi. Erfitt verði að halda hita á sjúkrahúsum, mögulega verði vatnslaust og fráveitukerfið verði einnig óvirkt. Viktor Liesko segir að í heilbrigðisráðuneytinu í Kænugarði hafi verið gerð áætlun til að bregðast við óvæntum áföllum. Því hefur verið beint til stjórnenda sjúkrahúsanna að takmarka innlagnir sjúklinga sem þurfa að gangast undir skurðaðgerð eða önnur vandasöm læknisverk. Neyðartilvik segir hann að eigi að vera í forgangi, svo sem meðferð við áfallaröskun og ýmislegt annað sem tengist stríðinu við Rússa. Heilbrigðisyfirvöld séu sér meðvituð margvíslegar óbeinar afleiðingar stríðsins og nauðsyn þess að bregðast við þeim. Ástandið farið að líkindum að leiða til þess að lýðheilsu hraki í landinu. Ráðherrann biður erlendar þjóðir að koma heilbrigðisyfirvöldum til aðstoðar með því til dæmis að útvega sjúkrahúsum landsins varafstöðvar, rafmagnsofna og annan búnað sem nýtist þegar rafmagn fer af vegna árása óvinarins. Íbúar í Kænugarði vöknuðu skömmu fyrir 6 í morgun að staðartíma við loftvarnarflautur þegar þær voru þeyttar vegna dróna árása á miðborgina. Volodymyr Zelenski forseti skýrði síðar frá því að tekist hefði að skjóta alla drónana niður áður en þeir náðu áfangastað. Ekkert manntjón varð en 5 byggingar í miðborginni skemmdust þegar brak úr drónunum lenti á þeim, þar meðal eitt íbúðarhús. Forsetinn sagði að vegna skjótra viðbragða úkraínska hersins hefði tjón af völdum árásarinnar orðið minna en oft áður. Hann hrósaði hernum fyrir árveknina. Drónarnir sem Rússar beita í Úkraínu eru framleiddir í Íran. Varnarmálaráðuneytið í Bretlandi skýrði frá því í síðustu viku að rússneska hernum hefði borist ný sending af drónum. Þeir eru einnota ef svo má segja þar sem þeir springa þegar þeir hæfa skotumörkin. Árásin í morgun þykir staðfesta að herinn hafi byrt sig upp að nýju af írönskum drónum. Bandaríska útvarpsstöðin Voice of America hefur í dag eftir heimildarmanni í varnarmálaráðuneytinu í Washington að tilkynnt verði í vikunni að Bandaríkjamenn ætli að sjá Úkraínu her fyrir Patriot loftvarnarflugum, háþróuðu eldflaugakerfi sem á að efla til muna varnir gegn flugskeita og dróna árásum Rússa. Joe Biden, Bandaríkjaforseti, verður að gefa samþykki sitt fyrir því að Patriot eldflaugarnar verði sendar til Úkraínu. Þær eru mun öflugri og landdrægari en önnur vopn sem Bandaríkjamenn hafa útvegað Úkrænumönnum til þessa. Legið hefur í loftinu skeið að til þess gæti komið að Úkraínu staðfestingu. Frans Páfi bað fyrir úkraínsku þjóðinni og gerði píslir hennar að umræðuefni í hinni hefðbundnu miðvikudagsmessu sinni í Páfagarði í morgun. Hann sagði að vissulega væri það falleg hugsun að fagna jólum en réttast væri að halda eyðslunni í hófi og að þessu sinni og skiptast á ódýrari jólagjöfum en venjulega.
Io vorrei attirare l'attenzione un po' sul prossimo Natale, anche le feste, è bello festeggiare il Natale e fare le feste, ma abbassiamo un po' il livello delle spese di Natale, così si chiamano.
Sendum það sem sparast til Úkraínu, sagði Páfi. Þjóðin þjáist. Hún sveltur, skelfur í kuldanum og fólk kann að deyja því læknar og hjúkrunarfólk eru ekki til taks. Gleymum ekki úkraínsku þjóðinni jólin, geymum hana í hjörtum okkar og styrkjum með beinum hætti.
Ásgeir Tómasson sagði frá. Veðurhorfur það verður fremur hæg norðlæg átt og víða bjartviðri, dálítil él landið norðaustanvert og áfram kalt veðri. Fleiri ekki speglum í kvöld, fréttir í sjónvarpi verða að leik á HM lokkum klukkan 9. Yfirleitt þeirra lesið klukkan 7. Útvarpsfréttir klukkan 10 og alltaf fréttir á vefnum. Tæknimaður var Brent. Verið sæl.
Welcome to The Beat. I am Ari Malwa. The January 6th committee is barreling ahead. It will now hold its final public meeting Monday. That's new information. There are going to be announcements we expect on that day, one of their last official meetings about criminal referrals. That's also the day that they will formally vote to release the final report. If you've been following this closely, you may recall that that is due Wednesday, and that remains the case. This is them Monday having the vote on important stuff and clearing the report for a release date of Wednesday, but as with any committee, they have to actually hold the vote to release what is this long-expected conclusion to the voluminous investigation. All of this comes as some other evidence has been uncovered. secret texts to the #1 Trump official during that period in January when they were trying to stage a coup, Mark Meadows. And some of this shows the nature of the support from within the government. MAGA lawmakers went to the White House and they had all kinds of ways that they thought they could still, at that late date, overturn the election. Now, a news site, Talking Points Memo, has obtained these messages. NBC News has not, but they are not really in doubt at this point. TPM has asked for comment, for example, from many of the members cited. At least 30 members of Congress texted Meadows along various lines. One Republican, Ralph Norman, wrote about an idea to invoke martial law, saying we're at a point of no return in saving our republic. Our last hope is invoking martial law. Please urge the president to do so. Or Jim Jordan, a well-known Republican voice to take more power in the gavel when Republicans take over the House in January, was texting on January 5th, it's of course Insurrection Eve, that there was an unconstitutionally appointed elector, like an unconstitutionally enacted statute is no elector at all. You will note that is a baseline of the planned legalistic coup that they wanted to do the next day, meaning even had nobody ever entered the Capitol illegally, they still wanted to unconstitutionally put forward fraudulent electors to stop the peaceful transfer of power under law. And Brian Babin, another Republican, said, quote, Mark, when we lose Trump, we lose our republic. Fight like hell and find a way. You can also see the impact of conspiracy theories at the highest level of government. One of the things that we've been living through together and that we try to report on quite precisely around here is the difference between the liars and the lied to. There are many people in the United States who have been told lies and they believe them. And that's a certain kind of public and political problem. Then there are the liars who know they're lying. And then there are some of the, what I'm calling the lied to, who are in government positions of power. At least as best we can tell from the evidence, which is to say that even in private, with messages they thought would never come out. Remember, this is before the insurrection, before January 6th. This is before they had any reason to think that any governing body would be taking what were secret communications. They were saying things like this. This is a congressman. DNI needs to task NSA to immediately seize and begin looking for international communications related to Dominion. Was China malware involved, he asks? Why can't we just work with the Italian government is the follow-up. Now what I'm telling you here is in November, that's the private pleas to the Chief of Staff Meadows. It looks like someone who actually believes the crap coming out of various conspiracy theories and then using their power and their access to the White House to push it. And that is perhaps different than people like Donald Trump, who declared before the election even occurred that he intended to claim victory even if he lost, that he was told he lost, that he, in a very real sense, knew he lost and was lying about it. Here you have someone who might seem to credibly believe in private that these really bananas conspiracy theories about foreign governments secretly doing all this stuff, that was real. And this is just some of the clues we're getting as Congress prepares through its committee to do something that it's never done before, potentially formally refer a former president for prosecution by the Justice Department. Those are the stakes as we go into this next week. And I want to bring in two of our legal experts, NYU Law Professor Melissa Murray and New York Times Magazine writer Emily Bazelon. Welcome both of you. Professor, your thoughts on what this new text evidence shows against the backdrop of the committee getting ready to formally conclude next week?
Well, Ari, when I read this Talking Points memo dispatch, I was a little stunned. I mean, it really does read like a bunch of toddlers just on fumes and sending text messages furiously. I almost felt bad for Mark Meadows having to read this in the aftermath of the election. I mean, it really is just a hodgepodge of wild and random conspiracy theories. And I think the January 6th Select Committee, like, I mean, if they are truly interested in holding individuals accountable, they will have to take some really deep steps to think about whether criminal referrals are necessary here. I mean, it seems like we have quite a significant number of elected representatives in the federal legislature who believe that Donald Trump was erroneously robbed of the presidency and did everything in their authority to try and thwart the transition of Joe Biden to the presidency. I mean, it really is an astonishing tranche of text messages.
Yeah, I mean, you lay out, again, what part of what I referred to in the evidence, Emily, which helps you understand the world. Whether it is a defense, right, is a different analysis. But the fact that you have people in these positions of power who believe lies, that makes them in very real ways dangerous to the government, dangerous to their own constituents. Whether or not they pass a criminal line is something else. I want to read another text for your analysis, what the professor referred to here from the Toddler files. This is Congressman Gosar saying, when's the 45 days up? What date starts the clock? November 3rd? If it is, then that's December 18th. China bought Dominion in October for $400 million. If that's not interference, then should have a report with details and specifics that would validate that either way. And if they didn't, call me. I have some fireworks coming out of AZ early tomorrow. Call me anytime. I'm up. And again, as a newscaster and not a method actor, I can't really do justice to the sheer energy, I think, in the text there, Emily. But by the end, you have Gosar basically pleading with the chief of staff, hey, I'm up, call me anytime. It's a sort of a MAGA equivalent to a you up text. You know, you up, want to come by and plan the rest of the coup. And so in its frivolous silliness, it sort of can seem minor. And if this were the only one, I would say, I would try to keep it real with viewers, and I would say, well, one person out of 435 in Congress is one thing. But what about when it's dozens? And what about when they acted on it? And what about when inside the DOJ Trump had help? What about the fact that they were trying to enact, some of them, a bloodless coup?
Right, they're very excited and excitable, and the tone of these texts is a willingness to believe, an eagerness to believe, and to persuade Mark Meadows to take action. There's just this sense of, you know, time is slipping away, we have to do something, martial law, you know, laws are unconstitutional, or could be, a kind of anything goes atmosphere, and it must have been quite something for Meadows to be pinged with all of these requests, to then be sort of trying to check out some of them with the Justice Department. I mean, you just get the sense of frenzied activity in the days after the election and leading up to January 6th. We know from January 6th where that led, and it feels like a progression that could have that kind of outcome because it's just so exciting.
Yeah, and you also see Professor, take a former advisor to many politicians, Dick Morris, who's now a little bit more of an analyst. He's kicking around one of the theories that is a French theory that in some sense has already made it to the Supreme Court now, which we've covered and you've talked about. Here's a text quoting him saying, oh, Morris is saying state leg can intervene and declare Trump winner. NCPA, MI, Wisconsin all have Republican legislatures. What's striking about that from Congressman Green, who has, call me old-fashioned, Professor, but he's taken an oath to uphold the Constitution, is he's saying straight away, before they even have necessarily the final laws in the books, oh, why don't we just use the states to steal it where we have Republican control?
Well, to be clear, Ari, Congressman Green says that this idea from Dick Morris, which was heard on Newsmax, came from his constituents who wrote him and talked about this prospect of state legislatures providing a new slate of electors. As you say, this is the sort of independent state legislature theory playing out at the Electoral College. So he has a defense, ostensibly, for this. But again, it sort of shows the coordinated communications campaign that was going on. This is an idea that came from John Eastman. This is what John Eastman was talking about in the wake of the 2020 election, using the state legislatures to put forward this different state of electors. And they're basically disseminating these ideas through a series of conservative publications, conservative outlets, and then having it trickle down to their constituencies and then percolate back up into Congress. And he's offering this up. This is a way to change the course of this election. We can simply do this through the state legislatures. I mean, it is exactly the kind of bloodless coup that you mentioned earlier, and it's exactly why this independent state legislature theory is so dangerous.
Emily?
That's right. It's also important to point out that while I think most legal analysts think this idea of retroactively recalling the election and having the legislature step in and say, no, we're rejecting the results the voters came to, we're going to impose our own choice for president, most legal analysts think that that's not allowed, that is illegal, unconstitutional. It's not entirely clear, and this is where the Electoral Count Reform Act, which Congress is currently considering, is really important, just to close this door in a final way so that there is no question that state legislatures cannot
retroactively overturn the will of the voters.
Yeah, and I guess that goes to just the larger ridiculousness of what they were fighting on. On the martial law point, you know, a few things could be imagined, Professor, that are less traditionally conservative than a government abusing power and declaring national martial law because it lost the election. I mean, that is the height of it. And reached by phone, I want to mention this because, you know, if there was a rebuttal, I'd share it. Norman asked TPM to review the materials today. That was 2 years ago. They forwarded him the martial law message, and he never replied. And I say that because, again, that's a little bit damning. Politicians are tweeting and posting and talking all the time. He can't seem to find a way to address what he said, or he's not claiming that he didn't say it, Professor.
No, that's true. This is sort of a steady denial that really isn't a denial at all. But it is worth noting that although he is talking about invoking martial law, and that is an extraordinary step, it's not the first time we have heard conservatives over the course of the last 6 years talking about taking unusual and extraordinary measures to install a particular government or install or expand their scope of power. We had the president at one point talking about using the Insurrection Act against protesters in the wake of the George Floyd protests. So this is not the first time we've seen these extraordinary measures invoked. I'm just surprised that after invoking them so many times, they can't spell martial law.
Emily, that was a sick burn right there.
You know, maybe he was dictating, Melissa.
It's true. Technology will get you.
And every time we saw a PowerPoint coup plot, so the dictation would not surprise me, and I appreciate, like lawyers, this was a very nuanced analysis of how he misspelled martial law. On the more serious point, you mentioned the Insurrection Act. It is really a portrait of our time, that the president who was weighing, abusing, and misusing the Insurrection Act was also the one soon tied to an actual insurrection that now, by Justice Department prosecutors, has become a convicted sedition. Serious times, indeed. Dictation be damned, as they say. Professor and Emily Bazelon, thanks to both.
Thanks, sorry.
Absolutely. We have our shortest break, just 60 seconds. Jake Homenduri coming up. And tonight, the legendary science leader, pioneer Jane Goodall makes her beat debut as part of our Summit series. We're excited about that. Coming up.
These days, the news never stops. The morning's headlines change by afternoon, and by the end of the day, it's all totally different. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. I get it. I know that it can be hard to keep up. So let's get started together and go from there. Hey, I'm Hallie Jackson, and we have a ton going on tonight. Here's the deal.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now. MSNBC's Ali Velshi on journalism. There are two pillars to this job as a journalist. The first is to bear witness to what's happening. The second is to hold power to account. We've got a power gap, a wealth gap, and more than ever, a communications gap. My work is to facilitate a dialogue. All of us are better off when we're around people with different backgrounds and perspectives. And the only way we effectively speak truth to power is by truly understanding all sides of an argument. Velshi, weekends at 8 a.m. Eastern on MSNBC.
House Republican leader Kevin McCarthy is trying to decide whether he's going to be able to hold on and become Speaker, and a lot of other people have, well, input on the decision. He was pressed today about whether or not this so-called rebellion could become something that actually prevents him from getting the gavel. Take a look.
For conservatives who might be hesitant to support you for Speaker, what is your message, sir?
I don't know which conservative it is. I think Jim Jordan's very strong, Marjorie Taylor Greene, 85% of the conference. I think we've got all the conservatives there. We'll just all find a way to make it.
So, projecting a little bit of confidence, name-checking some well-known, pretty acerbic, politically partisan conservatives, and he does have them, let's be clear, but he doesn't have them all. 5 Republicans have broken. There's a focus on the 6th Republican who says, well, he's not going to tell you exactly where they stand, but said this.
Are you going to vote for Kevin McCarthy for Speaker, yes or no?
No. I want someone that's going to be bold. There is a number of us out there running on this bold America First agenda.
About 7 conservatives say what they would want would be concessions, and they might support McCarthy. That's usually the kind of thing that can be worked out. McCarthy has been resisting. He says it is dangerous to let any members get too much power. In 2015, for the first time in a century, there was a congressman who used this type of leverage. His name was Mark Meadows, going after then Republican Speaker John Boehner.
There is a rebellion in the Republican ranks against Speaker John Boehner. In an unprecedented move, GOP lawmaker Mark Meadows filed a motion late Tuesday to remove Boehner from his post.
This looks like a lone wolf Republican who has gripes with the leadership. This is a move that's really surprising. It surprised conservatives.
The history is interesting and instructive. Meadows may have been a lone wolf. Of course, he used those kind of aggressive tactics to get all the way up in Trump's orbit and ultimately become chief of staff, which is why he was in a different news story earlier tonight about all of the Republicans he was talking to. By the end, though, it was those kind of moves that really drained Boehner. He resigned with a song.
52 down, 58, my oh my, what a wonderful day.
McCarthy was around for all of this. He has seen this happen before. He has seen how what might be technically a small number of people in today's Republican Party can create a narrative that can overtake you. Indeed, as Republican Minority Leader, remember, McCarthy was Boehner's number 2. So, when you look at the House Republicans saying they want concessions or more power to do things like that, how does that work with such a narrow margin because of the red fizzle? We're going to get into all of it with political veteran Shay Comandori, friend of the Beat, when we're back in just 60 seconds. We are back with political strategist and veteran of several presidential campaigns, including the Obama campaign, friend of the Beat for Shay Day, Shay Comandori. Welcome back. How you doing, man?
Good. How are you?
I'm good. We've been looking at this McCarthy lane. It matters a lot. It matters what the Biden agenda will be up against. They say elections have consequences. I think the last few years of American life has reminded everyone of that. Red fizzles also have consequences, because I can tell you for a fact, this story and McCarthy's issues would not matter, would not register if they had anything like a red wave 30-seat edge. How does that fizzle figure into the leverage that at least some of these right-wingers think they have right now?
Well, it gives every single member of the Republican caucus essentially veto power over who the speaker is and what the speaker does. That is a huge factor that Kevin McCarthy has to deal with. He has a caucus that is constantly looking to perhaps replace him for something better. I think a major problem he has is that his lieutenants, Steve Scalise, Elise Stefanik, want the job for themselves. Steve Scalise at times is sort of the stringer bell to Kevin McCarthy's Avon Barksdale. And the people who watch that show know exactly how that turned out. Not too good for Avon Barksdale, not too good for Stringer Bell, ultimately. But I think that type of disloyalty in the rank and file of the GOP is a natural consequence of the fact that they did, for all intents and purposes, lose this midterm. Democrats did win the midterm. And I think it also points to a deeper issue within the Republican Party. It doesn't seem to matter to them who the speaker is. It seems to be the job of the speaker in a democratic country that they really can't stand.
You look at the fizzle and what they're balancing. Mitch McConnell sort of invoked or name-checked himself for being, I guess, precise about the fact that if you run really fringe extreme candidates, you will win fewer elections. I wouldn't call that political rocket science, to mix metaphors, political science and rocket science. But it is true that some of the fringe big lie candidates who were obsessed with the previous election and conspiracy theories didn't do as well. Here's new McConnell.
We ended up having a candidate quality time. Anybody remember who mentioned that back in August? Look at Arizona, look at New Hampshire, and a challenging situation in Georgia as well. Our ability to control the primary outcome was quite limited in 22 because of the support of the former president proved to be very decisive in these primaries.
Check. Wasn't he the most powerful man in D.C. in 2022 and 2021 when all these candidates were being picked? Isn't the former president somebody that Mitch McConnell let off the hook during the impeachment hearings in 21? He created this problem himself. He acts like he's powerless to stop this issue that has been created for him by Donald Trump, when he largely created Donald Trump and created this problem by letting Trump off the hook and then saying, hey, I like Herschel Walker, hey, I like Dr. Oz, etc.
And what is the alternative to McCarthy in reality?
It's probably one of two things. You could either go with somebody who is more extreme, someone maybe more aligned with Marjorie Taylor Greene and Matt Gaetz, who knows, or you could go with perhaps a moderate who would then also need Democrats to effectively vote for them in the speaker's race. I mean, James Carville was on the show and he floated the idea that somebody who's not in the House could potentially be speaker. Don Bacon from Nebraska has said that that's a real possibility. It does feel, when you look at the Republican caucus, like the castle in Game of Thrones, where everybody's kind of going after each other, everybody's playing the role of Littlefinger. It is for a party that believes and presents itself as we stand on principle, we stand for America, etc. Boy, it seems like a Fantasyland castle at times in that Republican caucus.
And do you have a favorite allegorical reference that applies most? Because you've now gone GOT and The Wire.
I have, yes. I could make it three. Dark Knight, when Alfred says that some men just want to watch the world burn. Ultimately, I think the problem that the GOP has with MAGA is that that's their outlook. They just want to watch the world burn. And if you're somebody who's like that, you end up getting consumed by the flames yourself. And I think you're seeing that very much play out in the Republican caucus as well.
Very fair point. I see your Alfred, and I raise you an Alfred. Because it was the Republicans like Mitch McConnell, who's now singing this different tune, claiming he warned everyone, who wouldn't face Trump down after he'd lost. They said, give him time to absorb, let it go. They were, and they run from it now, but they were actually a part of the normalizing and the extending of those conspiracy theories when they had a chance to lead, that enlarged rather than reduce the number of people who on their side were headed there on the 6th to do the crimes that have now been convicted. And I liken that to Alfred, perhaps for whatever reasons he had, holding back that sealed letter, you may recall, for the right time, exactly, rather than telling the truth up front, which, at least according to the Dark Knight trilogy and American politics, sometimes can be the better way to go.
Well, there was more strategy involved in what Alfred did. I don't think that there was any strategy involved with what McConnell did. I think Alfred was not a coward. I think that you can really make the argument that McConnell's decision was based on a momentary cowardice.
I think there are people who would agree with your distinction there. And shout out to both Alfred and Michael Caine. Che, good to see you, sir.
Good to see you.
Absolutely. We got a lot more coming up, including when we look at the environment, climate change. You might need an umbrella to protect yourself from the rain, as Rihanna famously did, or you might need it against acid rain and rising temperatures. What the heck am I talking about? It's not a beat analogy. Someone in Washington brought Rihanna, I should say, into this, and we're going to get into that by the end of the hour. But coming up first, something we're so thrilled about. The legendary Jane Goodall makes her Beat debut. We're going to get to facts, truth, politics, and so much more.
India Ibunga, and she nearly died. Here she is about to come out into this paradise.
MSNBC's Ali Velshi on journalism. There are two pillars to this job as a journalist. The first is to bear witness to what's happening. The second is to hold power to account. We've got a power gap, a wealth gap, and more than ever, a communications gap. My work is to facilitate a dialogue. All of us are better off when we're around people with different backgrounds and perspectives. And the only way we effectively speak truth to power is by truly understanding all sides of an argument.
Velshi, weekends at 8 a.m. Eastern on MSNBC.
Hi, I'm MSNBC's Steve Kornacki. My podcast, The Revolution, explores the rise of Newt Gingrich. Now he's agreed to talk to me.
I do want to commend you and your team. I think it was a remarkably useful contribution to history.
He offers a unique perspective on our divided politics.
These are real fights about things where people legitimately disagree.
Join me, Steve Kornacki, as I sit down with Newt Gingrich for a special bonus episode of The Revolution. Search for The Revolution with Steve Kornacki wherever you're listening and follow.
Jane left her home in England to do something that had never been done before, transforming the scientific community forever.
the most important primate behavioralist in the world.
Welcome to the Summit Series with Ari Melbourne. We have a very special guest for this summit interview, the groundbreaking pioneer of primatology. Dr. Jane Goodall went to Tanzania to study chimpanzees by living among them, the first person at the time to ever do that. And she made observations which changed the modern understanding of our closest living relatives. Goodall, also the first pathologist to discover chimpanzees making and using tools, a behavior that scientifically was previously incorrectly believed to be only and distinctly human. She founded the Jane Goodall Institute, a nonprofit which continues this research on chimpanzee behavior. She works on conservation programs in Africa. The Institute recently publishing a new book titled Local Voices, Local Choices, the Takara Approach to Community-Led Conservation, which you can get right now. Goodall continues to travel about 300 days a year on her work, speaking to many different groups doing conservation science. She serves as a UN messenger of peace and has been named one of Time's most influential people in the world. I am honestly, personally, and professionally thrilled to say that Dr. Jane Goodall joins us now on the Summit Series. Thanks for being here.
Well, thank you for inviting me.
Absolutely. I'm really excited to be with you here this way. We talk to people sometimes who've reached the summit, as we say, in one sense or another. Your path to do that started by challenging a lot of orthodoxy in science and taking a risk at 26 to go and do this work. How do you think you had the verve, the confidence, the energy to do that at that age?
Well, first of all, it was when I was 10 years old that I determined that we'd grow up, go to Africa, live with wild animals and write books about them. Secondly, I had a really supportive mother. And when everybody laughed at me that I'd never do that and I was just a girl, she said, if you really want to do it, you'll have to work hard and take advantage of all opportunities, but hopefully you find a way.
Let's take a look at a brief clip. This is from that earlier period. This is from 1965.
After about 15 months, I was allowed to approach a small group without attempting to hide. I think it was one of the proudest and most exciting moments of my life.
Simple question for you. You talk and write about building trust. Was that different with them than you might approach it with building trust with people?
Well, it did take rather a long time because they'd never seen a bipedal white ape before, which is what we are. And for 4 months they ran away from me. And, you know, it was pretty depressing. I always knew, given time, I could get their trust. But I only had money for 6 months. I mean, how do you get money for a young girl straight out from England? I hadn't even been to college. But, you know, Leakey finally got 6 months. And I was really getting desperate when finally one day I saw David Graybeard, the first chimpanzee to begin to lose his fear of me. And he allowed me to come close enough that I could see him using grass stems to fish termites from their underground nests. So David was doing something that was thought to be unique to human. He was using tools. And one thing led to another, and all I had to do was to make what I think were the right choices. So why did I leave Africa and the Gombe and the chimps that I loved? Because I realized that their habitats were being destroyed and their numbers were decreasing. And while I was trying to find out more about that, I realized that it wasn't only the chimpanzees in Africa facing problems, it was the people suffering from extreme poverty and lack of education and health and expanding populations into wildlife areas. And that's what led to the Takari program that is the subject of that book that you held up.
We mentioned the book, and that's a part of the work that you're pushing, you want to highlight. You talk about terracing and villagers learning how they can restore fertility to overused soil without traditional fertilizers, introduce other projects, water management, microcredit, agro-forestry. Tell us about that.
when I began in 1960, it was Gombe Forest was part of this great belt of forest that stretched across Africa. When I flew over in the late 1980s, it was a tiny island of forest surrounded by completely bare hills. And I realized, A, there were more people living there than the land could support, and B, that they were cutting down the trees because of their need to survive. They were cutting them down to get more land, to grow food for their growing families, or to make money from charcoal or timber. And so it hit me, if we can't help these people find ways of making a living without destroying the environment, we can't save chimpanzees, forests, or anything else. And that led to Tukari.
Where do you think this work fits into trying to change, I guess, the next generation's mindset at a global level about why this is doable without selling out or further compromising the access that people need in poorer developing countries, but that also it's in our whole global imperative interest?
Well, I think, it's very simple to realize that the state we're in now, the global environment, is simply due to the crazy idea there can be unlimited economic development on a planet with finite natural resources.
Do you think that multinational driven capitalism it will be completely at odds with maintaining the Earth as we know it?
Well, the way it's practiced by many companies, I would say yes. Big corporations can have an ethical approach to the way they do business. They can help the people in the country where they source their products. They can make it ethical along the supply chain. They can treat their companies ethically. And as more and more people are becoming aware and trying to make ethical decisions in what they buy, did it hurt the environment? Was it cruel to animals? Is it cheap because of unfair wages? So more and more people are beginning to demand ethically produced products. And that is pushing consumer pressure so that businesses will change.
I have a bridge that is of a different nature. It's a little more political. Mostly we're talking very high level, but as you may recall, you really made waves in the 2016 campaign when you made the connection or observation between one of the candidates, then Republican nominee Donald Trump, to chimpanzee aggressive tactics. We have a little bit of tape. Let's take a look.
We just turn it back to the insurance companies, get costs down, and keep quality up.
It's Rubio! It's the greatest hoax ever in the history of our country.
Here's Chihara. And here's Sleepy Joe. What?
I tested positively toward negative. No, I tested perfectly.
I'm a perfect physical specimen and I'm extremely young.
What do you see there?
I see the same sort of behavior as a male chimpanzee will show when he's competing for dominance with another. They're upright, they swagger, they project themselves as really more large and aggressive than they may actually be in order to intimidate their rivals. I'm not an American and I'm not a politician, but looking at it from outside, I see that the divisiveness that's being created in your America is a tragedy, and it's a tragedy that can have a ripple effect around the world.
Yeah, that makes sense. Before we wrap up, I did want to look at how the world around you has evolved on gender. Most of our conversation, we've been talking about your work, the science, the impact, the challenges ahead. And yet another part of your story, of course, is what you stood up against or simply transcended and ran right by. So I did want to get your views about this next generation, about women and girls. And I have a prop, which you're familiar with, but I don't know if everybody knows about it. It's pretty cool. I'm going to hold it up. This is here in our studio. We have the actual, it's real. This is not a tribute. This is a real Dr. Jane Goodall Barbie, with the binoculars and everything else. This is something that you, I believe, had thought might be worthwhile in some form before it came to existence. What does it mean to you to have a real life Barbie? What does it mean to young people and kids who might play with it?
Well, you know, the original Barbies were all pretty pink frills and very, very feminine. And since I've grown up and lived all these 88 years on this planet, I've seen a gradual change in the way that women are accepted into the upper levels of politics and business. And it's not the same in all countries. And there's still some, you know, sexual bias in wages and so forth. But the change has been tremendous. And so a Barbie doll that encourages little girls to think that I can do that if I want to, or I can do something else that I want to.
I'd love to do, in closing, a lightning round with you. Dr. Goodall, in a word or a sentence, what still gives you hope?
Young people, the resilience of nature and the human brain.
What makes you concerned or pessimistic?
The fact that money still plays such a major role in societies around the world.
Best advice you've gotten?
Follow your dreams.
Best advice you've given?
Follow your dreams.
Best part of really spending time living with animals?
That you understand that you are part of the natural world and that these other amazing beings with whom we share or should share the planet have their own personalities and deserve respect.
Here's one I think you can do from our reading. Best whiskey.
Everybody asks about my best whiskey. Well, not a very expensive peaty single malt, no. Johnny Walker Black Label. If you want a peaty one, if you want a single malt one, then, oh, I don't know. I mean, I'm really not a whiskey expert. I just need it for my voice.
Yeah, I read
and
you.
to have fun.
Fun and keeping your voice are both good reasons. Final three. Failure to you is?
Failure, I would say, thinking about it, is failing to live up to your values.
Success to you is?
Achieving a goal that you have fought for.
And finally, reaching the summit means?
That I haven't got there yet, I hope.
I like that. I've never gotten that one before. Dr. Jane Goodall, you're an inspiration to so many, and I appreciate you still taking time to talk with us and share your work.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Bye-bye. Such a joy. We stay a little bit in the realm of the environment. You're looking at Rihanna. What does she have to do with energy policy? Is this a beat thing? No, it's a real thing. We'll explain next. Some parts of government get very little attention, especially when it comes to seemingly dry tasks like staffing them. The last president drew criticism for hollowing out federal agencies, relying on acting cabinet members, and some members of Congress are now pushing for funding to support energy regulators at FERC, a seemingly dry task for an agency that actually does some pretty critical stuff, like regulating electricity, oil, natural gas. So Democratic Congressman Sean Castan's trying to draw some heat to energy policy by linking the funding battle to Rihanna and her iconic hit, Work. Now what does that have to do with FERC? Well, add a dad pun and a little harmonizing about regulators' role in combating climate change, and you have yourself this.
Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, or FERC, as they say in the streets. With a little help from Rihanna this time. It is my duty to once again remind the legislative branch of our desperate need to FERC. We need them to confirm, firm. A person who will work to ensure that we can FERC.
Savage? I guess this is what happens when C-SPAN meets MTV, and what everyone thinks of the congressman's ability to carry a tune, he is drawing attention to this otherwise neglected energy agency, and actually continuing a tradition the newly elected Democratic leader, Hakeem Jeffries, has really brought to the mainstream. He quoted Biggie Smalls famously at Trump's impeachment. Some say he did it with a dash more panache than what we just heard. And while the sheer reach of American music is actually something you can see in civic life around the world, we want to go from the FERC situation to a moment you might have missed abroad. A British official slamming conservative health policies in that country and adding a little Dr. Dre for good measure.
So it is clear, the longer the Conservatives are in power, the longer patients will wait. As Dr. Dre might say, time for the next episode.
Okay. So from energy to health policy, music tells the story. I'd only recommend to Congressman Caston that the key with Rihanna is to try to use her work precisely. You can take a bow, definitely don't stop the music, but Rihanna's songs are like diamonds, so you gotta stay precise. And if you are gonna reach for her work in a clash over funding FERC, I mean, the pun was nice and all, but the reline that really applies here is a bit tougher. Pay me what you owe me. Don't act like you forgot. I call the shots. Gov better have my money. Gov better have my money.
If he ever runs short of wrapping paper, does he ever wrap the gifts in top secret documents he borrowed from the White House?
We don't have.
You don't have any.
And if we had, I guarantee you my husband would be in somebody's jail by now.
Michelle Obama making a joke and referring to the idea of a former president going to jail, which is legally possible as we keep an eye on this January 6th committee now meeting Monday about criminal referrals and voting to release the January 6th report. I am writing a foreword to the official HarperCollins edition of the report, which if you're interested, you can get right now. Search Melber Jan 6 on Amazon or wherever you get your books, or go to melberbook.com. If you go to melberbook.com, you'll get my new 9,000-word breakdown on the coup conspiracy, why this is bigger than January 6th, as well as the report when it comes out. It will also be available for free online if you want to just get the government report without my foreword, which is your choice. That does it for The Beat.
Senior Manager of Policy and Insights at Economist Inc.
Komiði sæl og velkomin að Speglinum. Umsjónamaður í kvöld Bjarni Rúnarsson. Kona sem starfaði sem hjúkrunarfræðingur á geðdeild Landspítalans hefur verið ákærð fyrir að bana sjúklingi með því að neyða ofan í hann mat. Neytendasamtökin vara við frumvarpi matvælaráðherra tímabundna hagræðingu í sláturðinaði og segja það aðför að neytendum. Hagsmunasamtök bænda styðja frumvarpið og vilja sum ganga lengra. Kuldatíð gæti orðið til þess að loka þurfi sundlaugum á höfuðborgarsvæðinu. Þegar búið að loka 5 laugum á Suðurlandi. Ónumur COVID-smit hafa greinst á sjúkrahúsinu á Akureyri að undanförnum. Heimsóknir hafa verið takmarkaðar og grímuskylda starfsfólks tekin upp á ný. Konur voru nær ósýnilegar við undirritun samninga í gær, segir formaður BSRB og telur það óásættanlegt. Tryggja verði að slíkt gerist ekki aftur og fyrsta skrefið gæti verið að setja kynjakvóta í samninganefndir. Lögregla í Belgíu hefur lagt hald á 1,5 milljón evra við rannsókn á mótumáli sem skekur Evrópuþingið. Þingkona og 3 til viðbótar eru í haldi vegna málsins. Héraðssaksóknari hefur ákært konu á 70-aldri fyrir manndráp í starfi sínu sem hjúkrunarfræðingur á geðdeild Landspítalans. Þetta í fyrsta sinn sem heilbrigðisstarfsmaður ákærður fyrir manndráp af ásetningi á Íslandi.
Málið kom upp í ágúst í fyrra. Það var kona á 60-aldri látist á geðdeild spítalans og fljótlega vaknaði grunur að andlátið hefði ekki borið að með eðlilegum hætti. Hjúkrunarfræðingurinn var svo hleyptur í gæsluvarðhald og sat þar í nokkra daga. Grunur var hann hefði kafnað og dáið þegar þingur næringarvökva var þröngvað ofan í henni með þeim afleiðingum að hann barst ofan í lunguna á henni. Hjúkrunarfræðingurinn hefur ekki starfað á Landspítalanum síðan og var sviptur starfsréttindum. Rannsókn málsins var afar viðamikil. Yfir 20 vitni voru yfirheyrð og leitað var álitsgerða út fyrir landsteinana. Ákæra í málinu var gefin út fyrir 2 vikum og verður þingfest í janúar. Þetta í fyrsta sinn sem heilbrigðisstarfsmaður ákærður fyrir manndráp af ásetningi á Íslandi. Þótt læknir á Suðurnesjum sé raunar einnig til rannsóknar þessar mundir grunaður nokkur manndráp. Hann hefur þó ekki verið ákærður. Fyrir 8 árum var Ásta Kristín Andrésdóttir hjúkrunarfræðingur ákærð fyrir manndráp af gáleysi og var það þá í fyrsta sinn sem heilbrigðisstarfsmaður var ákærður fyrir hegningarlagabrot í starfi. Ásta var sýknuð af ákærunni í 1,5 ára síðan.
Stígur Helgason sagði frá. Mennirnir 2 sem ákærðir eru fyrir undirbúning hryðjuverka hér á landi voru látnir lausir úr haldi í dag eftir að Landsréttur felldi úr gildi úrskurð Héraðsdóms Reykjavíkur gæsluvarðhald. Nýtt og endanlegt geðmat dómskvadds matsmanns þykir staðfesta að mennirnir séu hvorki hættulegir sér eða öðrum. Geðmatið barst í gær en áður hafði bráðabirgðamat verið lagt fyrir bæði Héraðsdóm og Landsrétt. Meira þetta á rúv.is. Veitur íhuga nú hvort loka þurfi nokkrum sundlaugum á höfuðborgarsvæðinu á næstu dögum vegna spár áframhaldandi kuldatíð næstu vikuna. Á vef Veitna segir að ef til þess kemur verði það einungis í nokkra daga á meðan álagið mest. Þær sundlaugar sem verið að skoða að loka eru Sundhöll Reykjavíkur, Vesturbæjarlaug, Dalslaug, Suðurbæjarlaug og Ásvallalaug. Þegar hefur 5 laugum verið á Suðurlandi verið lokað. Staðan verður metin áfram og upplýst lokanir ef til þeirra kemur. Sólrún Kristjánsdóttir, framkvæmdastjóri Veitna, segir þessar laugar koma til greina vegna álags á flutningskerfi í þeim hverfum sem þær eru í.
Þannig að til þess að létta álag á flutningskerfinu þá eru þetta laugarnar sem myndu hjálpa mest til. Við vitum ekki hvort það væru eina loka eða fleiri og þetta yrði aldrei nema nokkri dagar á meðan að mesta álagi væri og leið og færi í raun að draga úr kuldakastinu þá myndum við í rauninu opna.
Sagði Sólrún Kristjánsdóttir. Neytendasamtökin leggjast hart gegn áformum frumvarp matvælaráðherra tímabundna hagræðingu í sláturaiðnaði og segja hana aðför að neytendum með því að víkja tímabundi frá samkeppnislögum. Sama segja fleiri í umsögnum sínum. Hagsmunasamtök bænda styðja frumvarpið og vilja sum ganga lengra.
Drög að frumvarpi matvælaráðherra hagræðingu í sláturaiðnaði hafa verið í samráðsgátt stjórnvalda síðustu vikur og umsagnarfrestur rann út í gær. Í frumvarpinu er kveðið á breytingar sem stuðla að endurskipulagningu og hagræðingu í slátrun og kjötvinnslu til samræmis við tillögur spretthópsins svokallaða sem skipaður var vegna alvarlegrar stöðu í matvælaframleiðslu og skilaði skýrslunni Sprett úr spori í því. Þannig á að heimila afurðastöðvum í sláturaiðnaði að tilteknum skilyrðum uppfylltum að stofna á starfrækja félag um flutning sláturgripa, slátrun, birgðahald og frumvinnslu afurða auk skyldra verkefna í því skyni að ná fram nauðsynlegri hagræðingu. Þessi undanþága yrði háð nokkrum skilyrðum og tímabundin til 1. janúar 2026. Sitt sýnist hverjum í umsögnum frumvarpið. Þeir sem styðja málið eru meðal annars Bændasamtök Íslands, samtök afurðastöðva í mjólkuriðnaði og samtök fyrirtækja í landbúnaði sem segja jafnframt óhjákvæmilegt að ganga lengra. Félag atvinnurekenda leggst eindregið gegn því og telur málið til óþurftar og skaða fyrir íslenskt atvinnulíf og neytendur og skapar stór varasamt fordæmi. Samkeppniseftirlitið leggst gegn þessum hugmyndum undanþágu frá grunnreglum samkeppnislaga og samtök verslunar og þjónustu telja enga raunverulega þörf á þessum lagabreytingum og segja hreint út fjarstæðukennt að víkja samkeppnislögum til hliðar. Neytendasamtökin leggist hart gegn málinu og hvetja alla til að leggjast á plóg neytenda og afstýra því sem þeir kalla slys. Samtökin segja frumvarpsdrögin óboðleg og að frumvarp sem gerir ráð fyrir að fyrirtæki geti komið sér undan mikilvægum ákvæðum samkeppnislaga feli í sér aðför að neytendum.
Jóhanna Vigdís Hjaltadóttir tók saman. Ríkissaksóknari í New York og fjármálaeftirlit Bandaríkjanna hafa ákært Sam Bankman-Fried rafmyndamógúl fyrir svik, peningaþvætti og brot á löggjöf pólitísk fjárframlög. Bankman meðan þessi fræð var stofnandi hins hrunda rafmyndamarkaðar FTX.
Forstjóri fjármálaeftirlitsins bandaríska segir að Bankman-Fried hafi byggt spilaborg á grunni blekkingar en talið viðskiptavinum trú að það væri víggirtasta borgin á landakorti rafmyndamarkaðarins. Bankman-Fried safnaði 1,8 milljörðum bandaríkjadala í hlutafé til þess að fjármagna rafmyndakauphöllina FTX. Milljarðarnir runnu svo flestir í aðrar fjárfestingar, fasteignakaup stofnandans sjálfs og pólitísk fjárframlög, segir bandaríska fjármálaeftirlitið. Bankman-Fried var handtekinn á Bahamaeyjum í gær, þar sem höfuðstöðvar FTX voru til húsa. Fjölmargir fjárfestar töpuðu samtals 100 milljónum bandaríkjadala með gjaldþroti FTX í nóvember á þessu ári. Meðal þeirra voru stöndugir vogunarsjóðir, lífeyrissjóðir og sjóðstýringafyrirtæki. Áhrifin voru líka mikil á rafmyntirnar sjálfar. Bitcoin, þekktasta rafmynd heims, hríðféll í verði þegar FTX hrundi. Og fyrir alla milljarðana lifði hinn sérvitringslegi Bankman-Fried hátt. Þar að auki var auglýsinga- og kynningakostnaður þessa nýja fyrirtækis gífurlegur. Merki FTX sást nokkuð víða, til dæmis í íþróttaheiminum, og í febrúar af þessu ári auglýsti FTX í hálfleik ofurskálarinnar og fekk til liðs við sig stórleikarann Larry David.
Like I was saying, it's FTX. It's a safe and easy way to get into crypto.
Yeah, I don't think so. And I'm never wrong about this stuff.
Bankman-Fried hefur veitt fjölmörg viðtöl síðan FTX hrundi og alltaf neitað staðfastlega að hafa svikið nokkurn mann. Yfirvöld í Bandaríkjunum reyna að öllum líkindum að fá hann framseldan frá Bahamaeyjum sem New York Times segir að geti tekið dágóðan tíma. Sér í lagi ef Bankman-Fried verður ekki samvinnufús.
Oddur Þórðarsson sagði frá. Gripið hefur verið til hertra sóttvarnaaðgerða á sjúkrahúsinu á Akureyri vegna fjölgunar COVID-smita. Framkvæmdastjóri lækninga segir þau vilja grípa fljótt í taumana svo ekki þurfa að takmarka heimsóknir yfir hátíðirnar.
7 liggja nú inn á sjúkrahúsinu á Akureyri smitaðir af COVID en undanfarið hafa það jafnan verið 1 eða 2. Til samanburðar eru aðeins 8 á Landspítala með veiruna. Sigurður Sigurðsson framkvæmdastjóri lækninga á SAG.
Við ákváðum að grípa til aðeins harðari aðgerða eða setja á grímuskyldu við með sjúklinga og það voru bara heimsóknargestur á dag og gestir beri grímur og svona skerpa á sóttvörnum almennt.
Sigurður segir nokkra starfsmenn einnig hafa greinst með COVID en margir hafa verið fjarverandi vegna annarra umgangspesta sem hafa reynst íþyngjandi. Hann segir þessar aðgerðir líklega í gildi út vikuna, þá verði staðan endurmetin. Þau vonast eftir að þurfa ekki að viðhafa strangar heimsóknarreglur yfir hátíðarnar. Á Landspítala hafa sóttvarnareglur sem settar voru í faraldrinum ekki verið felldar alveg úr gildi. Þar notar starfsfólk enn grímu við umönnun og strangari reglur eru heimsóknir en voru í gildi áður. Hins vegar virðist COVID herja af meiri krafti á Norðurlandi en á suðvesturhorninu þessa dagana. Því segir Sigurður vert að minna á persónubundnar sóttvarnir sem verji bæði gegn COVID og öðrum pestum.
Ekki gleyma þessum almenna sóttvörnum. Skulum ekki gleyma okkur algjörlega þegar þessi faraldur ennþá til staðar.
Sagði Sigurður Sigurðsson. Ólöf Rún Erlendsdóttir tók saman.
Is part of the Sports Social Podcast Network.
Talent, ability, whatever. It's an interesting point you bring up there, Jay. I don't think it's the case though. But thank you very much for the invite.
How are you doing, Jim? We're talking about today. With Joe McGrath, we've not introduced yet. It's always good to see you. We're talking about contracts, yeah? Contractual obligations, right? Because you've got the likes of Marcus Rashford, Diogo Dalot, Luke Shaw, Fred. So there's a lot of talk that they could be going. Barcelona, PSG, circling like the vultures they are for our prime players. So we're asking the question, do we need to tie these guys down to something? Have we learned any lessons? Because Manchester United in the past have gone, what's that? Ashley, your contract's about to end and you're 33 years old, let's give you a 3-year deal. What's that in the Man United? You've had 2 games, 2 good games, and you're 30 old, let's give you a 4-year deal. We've had these sort of situations in the past, make mistakes or well. And you look at it now and you go, why is the low? likes of Fred, especially Marcus Rashford, played very well for Manchester United. What a game side down, his stars rising very high. So should United offer him a long-term deal, and do we need to get that deal done sooner rather than later? Get involved in the chat and the comments. I want to hear what you guys think. Should we get straight into it? Yeah. The big one.
Let's just go. Let's just do it.
Let's do it.
Get into
Talk
it.
about Marcus Rashford, because Eric Ten Hag's spoken about him a lot. We know that there's a real interest there from PSG. That interest has been going on for at least 3 or 4 years, whenever he first scored in Paris, to be honest. Do you want to see him, Joe McGrath, I'll start with you. Do you want to see United sign Marcus Rashford down to a long-term deal? And are you worried that he could end up leaving?
I think the worrying thing about the whole contract situation is that the people in charge of the money, e.g. the owners at the minute, try and get rid of us. So they may see any contract deals in the future being money that they don't need to spend at the minute, in terms of if there's sort of signing on fees or agent fees that they'd have to put the cash down straight away. It's kind of like selling a house and then doing up the kitchen last minute. Do you know what I mean? Or buying stuff like changing the wallpaper or something like that. It's like, I'm just going to sell this house and then I don't need to spend any more money on this place, because once I'm done with it, and it's not mine to be bothered about. So I'm worried that yes, we need Marcus Rashford down on a good deal, because imagine if he goes on a free, it'd be incredibly bad business. But unfortunately, the people in charge of the money at the minute are trying to get rid of, trying to sell us. So why would they splash any cash that's unnecessary for them? I'm worried about this contract stuff, because then a new owner comes in and he's like, fucking hell, I got work to do here.
Just as a sort of swift rebuttal to that.
I like a rebuttal.
Yeah. I'm looking at buying a house at the minute, and the new owners are about to change the boiler.
So you know, destroyed your argument.
Why are they changing the boiler? Just leave you with the shit one.
I think it's because I don't want to get into that cover, but I think it might have failed.
Oh well, if it's failed, if it's failed, you've got to.
Is there still hope in the world? Although I don't hold out the same hope with the Glazers.
Is there not?
I do agree
with United. This sale, right? Whoever comes in has got to redo the training ground, redevelop the stadium, which could cost £1 billion.
1.2 to 1.6.
Yeah.
Apparently.
If we start, or if the owners go, oh by the way, some of your best players are leaving. Is that not just selling something that is...
It's a doer-upper, I say.
Yeah, like, do you not at least have to go, okay, you've got to do the training ground, you've got to do the stadium, but you're taking over a club that's got a very strong young squad. Now, Marcus Rashford is one of our best players. He is. You know, the other players we've got are in that sort of, you might say, a bit better, or around that same sort of level of ability, like Bruno Fernandes, you could argue, obviously Casemiro, Varane, those types of players. But Varane and Casemiro are what, 30, 29, 30? I think Bruno's 28.
Yeah,
so there's not a lot of, like, there's no resale value for these players. They're just, you know,
unless they were to be sold now.
Yeah,
which obviously
and also, you know, in terms of longevity, you're probably going to get a maximum of sort of 3 or 4 years out of it. Maybe Bruno you get 5 out of. Marcus, you can hopefully get at least 6 or 7 years out of it. It just seems to me that you're already selling something that's going to need a lot of money spent on it. Yeah. If you start selling something with players leaving that the new owner's going to want, that makes it less of a...
Yeah, I would say so, especially when I know Rashford's on a lot of money, but he's not on like Ronaldo money, he's not on even Sancho money, which again is, we can point to that later on the show about, you know, that's what I'm saying. So, like, he's on a lot of money, he's one of United's biggest earners, but he's not on so much money where you go, I can't believe we've done this, like, what is going on? He's not on Sanchez money. So, I think for me, Marcus Rashford, taking out this sort of ownership point of it, of you know, who's going to own the club, because I obviously care about that, but in terms of the football side, it's irrelevant. I want Marcus Rashford to stay at Man United, because I think we were talking about this before, where you kind of look at like almost this sort of through line of talent and players to come through the academy and to sort of continue that kind of world-class or thereabouts mantle at Manchester United. And it's sort of, there was a little break there, but he, you know, Rashford's kind of taken that on from Giggs and Scholes in that era. And he's the only one really where you could argue he's come through the academy in the last 7 or 8 years, and he is world class, and he seems to want to stay. Like, I think whether he's world class or not is up for debate, but he's certainly in that conversation when he's at his best. And I think that we don't have many people like that. We don't have many people that you can emotionally cling on to, and he's one of the very few for me where you think, if Man United are winning, he loves that as much as I do. Yeah. Whereas some of the players there, look at Ronaldo is a great example. He doesn't really care what's happening on the pitch as long as he's doing alright. I don't feel like that's quite the case with Rashford. I think last season really hurt him. I think
do you think his head's at?
I don't know, because you hear sort of stories, don't you, rumours that he might be open to a move and he might not be overly impressed by the fact that his contract, which has just apparently been extended, the 1-year deal, the 1-year extension has been triggered by the club, I think. There's a story in the Telegraph saying that Manchester United are activating it or are ready to activate it, so it might not have been activated, but they will do. But there's stories that maybe he wasn't too impressed with the fact that the club have let against his will and not come in and gone. And there's that sort of thing of, as well, I mean, it happens in any industry. If you're struggling a bit and then people aren't showing you the love when you're struggling, then all of a sudden you're flying and then people actually now you can hold a little bit of resentment there, can't you? You can be like, oh right, now I'm banging, 8 goals, whatever it is this season, and I'm flying and I'm banging in goals. But now you offer me a deal. Well, last season when the head wasn't great, wasn't scoring a lot of goals, you know what I mean? I was in and out of the team. You didn't want to know about it. We used to hear that a lot of Pogba, didn't we? Where he'd have these things where he was ready to sign a new deal with the club when he wasn't. And I just wonder whether that has affected Marcus a little bit, whether he feels a little bit like the club didn't back him fully when he was struggling, because there were stories, last season, when Ralph Ragnick dropped him basically, like he was getting in front of him, he wasn't happy, he didn't want to come back with a contract offer. Abhinav Verma says in the super chat, hi guys, it's my birthday today, and I had one question for you guys. It's a non-Mancunian. What is a Greggs that House and Keys raving about? I'll turn to our resident fast food takeaway. I say this because you do content around.
I remember last time I read a pie.
Content around food.
Pasta Gobbler.
Yes.
Roll Muncher. It's just a bakery, isn't it? It's a lovely bakery founded in Newcastle by John Gregg, as you know.
Jesus Christ.
And they've got
walking
loads,
Wikipedia.
Yeah, I think I did a round on Greg's, a quiz not long ago. And it's just been sausage rolls, pizzas, nice cheese bean and sausage melt is one of my favourite dishes.
Steak baked, man.
Steak baked. The festive bake this time of year.
Yeah. You're into your ham cheese lattice, aren't you?
No, they don't know ham cheese lattice, do they?
Do you know the first Greggs drive-through in Brahms?
Really? Yeah. Is it still there?
Oh yeah. Going strong. And it's paved the way for others. They've seen the success of that one and gone, we've got to have more of these. But the first one, the inaugural drive-through in Britain.
That's good. Do you know the first
any chance there was one in another country before?
I liked it.
Do you know the first Mackey's drive-through in the UK was in Fallowfield?
Was it? See, Manchester's pioneering.
Wait for pie and
I don't know why the founders of Greggs selling pizza. It's just wrong. Shut up. It's just like,
I bet you don't like that itself wedges and chicken strips either.
The chicken strips are good, you know. Not down with it.
Pizza, don't know, it feels like.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah, that. Happy birthday to you, by the way.
Mate. Go have yourself a pastry or something to celebrate.
How crazy is it, Joe, to you that we could be in a situation here where you're talking about our sort of stars of the academy that want to come through. Mason Greenwood has a good chance he never plays Manchester United again. Marcus Rashford leaves. Yeah. I mean, what's going on there? Who we got next? Do you know what I mean? Like, there's not. It's like this club that's sort of founded on the principles of our academy through. Another Greenwood thing's obviously totally separate, but for Rashford, surely we've got to take now because this is a player who, he's 25 now. He's enjoying his best ever season in terms of goals and assists by this time of the season. I don't think he's had a productive start to the season. Yeah. Also for England, he's flying. He got his first World Cup goal, first World Cup goals. Also player of the match against Wales as well. So he's absolutely flying. I mean, where do you stop though? Where you, as a club, where do you go? Right, we'll give you so much, but there's a limit. It's sort of Paris Saint-Germain offering $850k a week.
Fucking hell, that's not good. That can't be right.
But for them, that could, because you think about it, right? That is what, around roughly 40 million quid a year, perhaps.
What about after tax?
Yeah. If you were to buy Marcus Rashford, what would he cost you? 80, 90 million maybe. So you're not paying any transfer fee.
You wouldn't begrudge Rashford if you went for that, would you? Would you say? How would you look upon him? Would you? Don't be tight.
No, I'm not being tight, but if Manchester United offer you a lot of money to stay, and they want you to stay, and you're United, you should stay.
I didn't know the counterbalance there.
Yeah, I mean, I understand the idea that if Marcus Rashford was, say, 32, he spent 12 years at United, and then he's got 15, whatever, and then his offer came in, and he was like, well, I'm going to spend a couple of years, wind down my career in Paris for a ridiculous amount of money. I'd be like, you know what, you've earned it. But, he should be part for me of the rebuilding almost of Manchester United, getting us that first trophy since 2017. And no disrespect to Marcus, I absolutely love him, he's my favourite player. But those trophies that he won, he played his part, but he wasn't like he won us the Europa League, he won us the FA Cup, he won us the League Cup. He didn't.
Sports Social, now on the Sports Social podcast.
Right, you're wrong. Listen, you care about this because you're for a lot of money. You've got a manager here, please, yeah. Stay. Why should you leave?
Also, when is the last time that an academy player, I know Paul Pogba was from the academy, but when did he join United? Was he 16 when he signed it?
Oh yeah, Paul Pogba was never an academy graduate. He came from Le Havre.
He came to the under-18.
16.
From where?
Le Havre, is it?
Le Havre.
Well, they kicked off. Le Havre, sorry. They kicked off because they'd groups are not word, but they'd nurture.
Yeah.
You know, as a sort of 8-year-old.
Yeah.
They thought, oh, this is going to be the future. So at least we'll get some money for him. And United came in when he was 16 and joined our academy.
When's the last time a player that's come to the United Academy from, you know, a real young age, 13 or thereabouts, and then has decided to leave? We wanted to keep him, and they've gone, no, I'm leaving. When's the last time that happened? So really, Phil Neville decided to leave? Or was he kind of pushed out what longer like Nicky bought?
Yeah, I think they were just sort of, they were
allowed to leave though, weren't they?
Yeah. I think they weren't first teamers.
Has it ever happened? Has it not? What do you mean? So they cut the academy for the academy, and obviously Paul Pogba would be an example of this, but I'm kind of cutting that out because he didn't really spend much of his academy years at Man United. Really.
Are we going back?
But let's say, you know,
are we going all the way back? Right. Please get involved in the chat in the comments. Are we talking like Mark Hughes in 1984?
Yeah. Is it? This
like
just what about Madrid and Beckham? That'll be one.
Again, wasn't Fergie like?
No, well, he was told to leave.
Yeah, Fergie. I felt Fergie like had enough of it.
It just doesn't happen because he's been. I'm trying to say, like,
I don't know. Maybe Beckham did choose rather than we chose to sell him. I don't know. Yeah, it doesn't happen very often.
Robbie Savage, you know, he wanted that, didn't he?
Yeah. Fergie said, "I'm going to build a team around you," and he went, "No, I'm going to Crew Alexander." Frank Underwood says, "What about Yunus Musa from Valencia, available for around 20 million quid?" Don't know much about it. No, not for you. We've got some messages. Well, not messages. We know that it is the season for clean balls.
La la la la la la la la. Balls out.
Yeah. I know. All the shampoo for your boo.
So all you gotta do,
you do advert for yourself in the middle of an advert.
I shouldn't do that.
Right? Yeah. Thank you. I
started to like pull it out. An electric potato peel. You piss your pants with that.
I'm not pissed my pants. Devils 20. Go to manscaped.com.
Move on.
I think we should.
We've got a couple of other people, so Marcus Rashford, but let's also talk about Garnacho, let's talk about Fred, let's talk about Dylan.
Yeah, Garnacho's a good one, isn't he? Because Garnacho is plays that he actually could. He already is.
Yeah, the thing with no, he just started laughing. The thing is with Garnacho, I'm really worried that there's hype around him now at the minute, and that agents will take advantage of that when it comes to these contract negotiations. Where they'll look at maybe not even signing like a long one, 4 to 5 years. Maybe they'll look at making it short and sweet, 2 to 3 years, because they know if this Garnacho kid does step up and become one of United's best players, then that contract needs to be renewed sooner, because he's going to be worth a lot more than what he's on at the minute. But you can't make a massive jump from the age of, what is he, 18 now, to be on 100 grand a week, can you? What would you sign him for? The rumour that I saw was thought to be around 50,000.
Yeah.
Which is 10 times what he's on now.
But then in 2 years' time, if he's a worldie,
well, then he'll get another one. That's what happens. But like you said, you can't go straight up to the big numbers now, because let's say in 2 years' time, if he is, and this is no knock on Garnacho, but if we just look at the sort of typical path for an academy player, they get into the first team, they have a few games, they tend to impress because you've got that sort of early low expectation. Then all of a sudden you sign a new deal, you have the expectation of every other first team player, which is to play well every week, and if not, you're gone. Most academy players, even at this stage, don't make it.
Yeah.
Now, I don't think that would be the case with him, but United can't look at him and go, you look great, let's give him 150 grand a week. I think the 50 that we're hearing sounds to me like a sort of feasible number. But
yeah, 50 years. How long for? 3 years?
Well, give him the 6 year
deal. A 6 year deal?
Yeah, because
would his agent take that?
The problem with that is though, the problem problem with that is, firstly, you think, yeah, Saruman a big deal, obviously he stays longer. But if he's really good, he's going to be getting a deal bigger than 50 grand within a year.
Yeah.
And if he's shit, you've got a player that's shit for 6 years. So you might as well give him like a 3-year, 4-year deal.
Yeah, yeah.
Because otherwise you're just going to lose a player that's no good anyway.
Yeah, but I think it's a massive couple of games